Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, they go get me. Oh, kwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby, so baby, subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
Whatever. Take one when I got some down or one coup. Hey, gaskiya. Au revoir la France. Whatever. Take one when I got some down or one coup. Hey, gaskiya. Au revoir la France.
You must arise. Do you agree with me? Do you agree you must arise? Do you agree you must arise?
See all of them face like them, they don't fast for like 21 days. They don't fast for 21 days.
Must they be in line?
Yeah, well, it's convoy. No?
They will have to wait. Let me break their line. She convoy.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. And here we go again. So there it is right there. And here we go again. Good to see you. Good to have you around. And how are you? So how are you? We do it again. When we do it differently this time around, it looks as though war is a fruit. For, not just for Nigeria, by the way, but for the ECOWAS space. So, I mean, you all know what is going on. So I don't really have to over embellish anything. So one of the clips that that I played you earlier was a clip that purports to be troop deployments rolling through the Abuja space. So this clip right here is meant to be troop deployments rolling through the Abuja space. Watch this again.
You must arise. Do you agree with me? Do you agree you must arise? Do you agree you must arise?
See all of them face like them, they don't fast for like 21 days. They don't fast for 21 days.
Anticipation be in line?
Yeah, well, it's convoy. No?
You have to wait. Let me.
Right. It looks as though the country is on a war footing. Certainly, that's what all the indications are, that the country is on a war footing. So troops deployment. No, let me kick it off with this. Let me kick it off with this. Breaking, ECOWAS orders deployment of standby force against Niger junta, says no option is off the table, including force. So there it is. We were hopeful that it would not come to this, but it looks as though, when that 7-day ultimatum ran out, that was a decision point, because it was a game of high stakes that the ECOWAS space chose to play when they gave that ultimatum. So it was a game of high stakes, and they gave that ultimatum. So after now giving that ultimatum, and the Nigerians, they refused to accede to the warnings from ECOWAS. So now what happens next is a question. So if ECOWAS backs down and then they just do another raft of sanctions, etc., then they completely lose faith in the international space. So that then makes them ultimately a toothless bulldog. So having them played that game of hijinks, having them rolled the dice to a high number as they did, now they have to follow through. And it looks as though they are going to follow through. But what does this mean? ECOWAS orders deployment of standby force against Niger junta, says no option off the table, including force. So including force, that's just the one thing. For all of the conversations that we have had, nobody was in the hope that any war would take place, especially, not at all, but not especially that close to the Nigerian space. But it looks as though the country now on a war footing. A lot of the conversation, if not most of the conversation, if not all of the conversation, almost certainly to be wrapped around that space. From that to this, Niger coup plotters are threats to Nigeria, West Africa stability. This is Tinubu. So yes, we'll have a look at that, see what is going on there as well. We go international, still within the same theme. United States expresses support for African solutions to African problems, global crisis. So yes, a lot of people have been asking the questions that the Americans have so much troops. You know that the largest amount of or the second largest amount of drone deployment that the Americans have is actually within that Niger Republic space. Over 1,000 troops, and just a massive drone base to survey and surveil that space for insurgency and whatnot. So the Americans, United States expresses support for African solution to African problems, global crisis. So let's take this one and get it out of the way. It says, remarks as prepared and delivered by U.S. Counsel General Will Stevens at the Africa Social Impact Summit 2023. The theme, global vision, local action, repositioning African development. So this might well be, let's see if this has anything to do with Niger. Somebody send that in, Niger. Hold on. All right. We'll hold that in abeyance for a moment. We go on to this. Niger junta has threatened to kill the post-president if military intervention. So this is these are more pertinent to the narrative. So yes, and that is coming from the United States as well, by the way. Yes. Okay. Let's take this one. Niger's junta has told a top United States diplomat that they will kill the post-president Mohamed Bazoum if neighboring countries attempted any military intervention to restore his rule, two Western officials told Associated Press. Daily Mail, which is a British newspaper, Daily Mail reports that a Western military official said, while speaking on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation, said the representatives of the junta told the United States Undersecretary of State Victoria Nuland of the threat to Bazoum during her visit to the country this week. Yes, okay, let's carry on. A U.S. official who also spoke on the condition of anonymity because they are not authorized to speak to the media confirmed the account. Bazoum, who was deposed on July the 26th, says he's being held hostage at his residence. The ousted leader earlier disclosed that he was eating dry rice and pasta. Well, you know, sorry that you're not getting the foie gras that you're used to. The regional ECOWAS bloc said on Thursday it had directed the deployment of a standby force to restore democracy in Niger after the coup. However, it gave no details about the makeup, location, and proposed date of deployment for any military intervention force. Correspondents reported on Thursday that Nigerian President Bola Tinubu described the ongoing political crisis in Niger Republic as a threat to the stability of other West African countries. So a threat to the stability of other West African countries. You may or may not be aware that as early as a couple of years ago, 15 out of the, I think, 16 members of the ECOWAS space, they were actually under democratic rule. But now about 5 of them, they are under military rule. So this is something now that is essentially an existential threat to all the other democracies within the African, within our sub-region at least. So within our sub-region at least. So yes, we carry on. Mr. Tinubu mentioned this in his speech at the extraordinary meeting of ECOWAS leaders over the recent military coup in Niger Republic held at the presidential Mr. Tinubu mentioned this in a speech at the extraordinary meeting of the ECOWAS leaders over the recent military coup in Niger Republic held at the presidential villa in Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The presidents of ECOWAS, the presidents of ECOWAS nations at the summit discussed events in Niger Republic following the 26th of July coup that deposed Bazoum. The regional body met in Abuja a few days ago and issued a 7-day deadline for the Niger junta to reinstate ousted President Bazoum or risk sanctions, including possible military intervention. ECOWAS ordered the junta in Niger to reverse their action and reinstate the democratically elected president. It gave the military junta a 7-day ultimatum to vacate the seat of power and hand over to the sacked President Bazoum. But the ultimatum expired on Sunday with no reaction from the military junta. Tinubu has therefore urged ECOWAS leaders that the union should prioritize diplomacy in settling the political crisis in Niger. You know, my headline previously was that Tinubu was backing down until this news broke. And then he said, more specifically, as leaders of our respective nations, we must recognize that the political crisis in Niger not only poses a threat to the stability of the nation, but also has far-reaching implications for the entire West African region. By remaining steadfast in our adherence to the principles of democracy, good governance, and the rule of law, we can restore peace, stability, and prosperity in the Republic of Niger, thereby fostering an environment conducive for growth and development for all. A lot of narratives are around this being a proxy war, of course. We'll get into all of that. It was learned that no fewer than 11 out of the 16 ECOWAS heads of state and government had arrived in Abuja for the summit. Those absent are the heads of state in the troubled Niger Republic, Mali, Chad, and Burkina Faso. So yes, so that's that. So it looks as though there's almost an inevitability to it, unless of course by some because of course the junta, they've already started to assemble a government. They are making ministerial appointments. They've already appointed a prime minister. So they're just carrying on about the business of doing whatever it is that they think they're doing. All right. Let's just have this for keepsake. ECOWAS orders defense chief on standby for military action in Niger. The Economic Community of West African States has placed defense chiefs in member states on standby for potential military action in Niger Republic following the ongoing military coup that saw the ousting of President Mohamed Bazoum. Our correspondents report that the decision was made at an extraordinary meeting of ECOWAS leaders in Abuja, Nigeria, on Thursday. The meeting was called to discuss the crisis in Niger and to formulate a response. ECOWAS chairperson Omar Aliu Touare said that the bloc had decided to activate its standby force in response to the coup leader's defiance of its 7-day ultimatum to restore constitutional order. We have decided to activate the ECOWAS standby force with all elements immediately, Touare said. We have also ordered the deployment of force to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. So the most pertinent point, the biggest takeaway the biggest takeaway of all this, the biggest takeaway is this right here. We have also ordered the deployment of the force to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Benin. So that sounds like a strike order to me. Touare stressed that ECOWAS remained committed to resolving the crisis in Niger through peaceful means, but said that military intervention was a possibility if the coup leaders did not comply with the bloc's demands. The force, which is called the ECOWAS Standby Force, ESF, is headquarters in Nigeria and Senegal. Actually, we'll bring up the map to see just it might all be a pincer movement. We bring up the map just to say we necessarily have to have the map up anyway. Map of West Africa. Okay, so let's just yeah. Right. I think this is the one is this the one we need? Right. I want to see where Senegal is in relation to Niger Republic, to see if there's a pincer movement afoot, a pincer movement. Right. No, this, yeah. I'm not sure that Senegal is anywhere near, or am I completely off piste? So that's Niger right there, and that's Mali, that's Burkina Faso, and then Benin Republic, a sliver of a border, and then the rest is Nigeria, and then there's Chad there, and then there's Cameroon there as well, and then that's Algeria to the top, and I think this one that we can't quite see, that's Libya right there. So where is Senegal? Oh no, Senegal is actually a distant away. So that's Senegal right there. So yes. Nevertheless, Senegal on standby. So Senegal on standby. All right, let's get back to where we were. Pardon me. ECOWAS chairperson Omar Aliou Touare said that the bloc had decided to activate its standby force in response to the coup leader's defiance of its 7-day ultimatum to restore constitutional order. We have decided to activate the ECOWAS standby force with all its elements immediately, Touare said. We have also ordered the deployment of the force to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Touare stressed that ECOWAS remained committed to resolving the crisis in Niger through peaceful means, but said that military intervention was a possibility if the coup leaders did not comply with the bloc's demands. The force, which is called ECOWAS Standby Force, is headquarters in Nigeria and Senegal. It has a command element of 300 troops. So that 300 troops, of course, we don't know the complement of each troop, but it looks as though it might well be an overwhelming shock and awe strategy. The force, which is called ECOWAS Standby Force, is headquarters in Nigeria and Senegal. It has a command element of 300 troops and can be deployed within 7 to 10 days of a crisis. The ECOWAS Standby Force is meant to be a rapidly deployable military force, which consists of about 6,000 to 10,000 troops. The ESF is funded by ECOWAS member states, but it also receives foreign support from the United States and France. So the United States and France, that's the bit that a lot of people will latch onto. But let's hear the chairperson of ECOWAS and what he has to say. So note Dele Alake in the backdrop.
Direct the Committee of the Chief of Defense Staff to activate the ECOWAS standby force with all its elements immediately. Order the deployment of the ECOWAS standby force to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Underscore its continued commitment to the restoration of constitutional order through peaceful means.
So there it is right there. I cannot see how that I cannot see how this administration would last, the one in the Niger Republic. ECOWAS deploys coalition troop for immediate invasion of Niger. So this is from a ludicrous let me just give you this one as well. This is from a ludicrous platform, of course, who over embellishes everything. ECOWAS leaders have ordered immediate invasion of Niger, charging the regional body standby force to restore constitutional order following the seizure of power in a military coup late last month. President of ECOWAS, Omar Aliou Touare, made the declaration during a meeting of the organization on Thursday afternoon. And then it goes on to tell us it goes on to tell us what the guy said. ECOWAS President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria has said the ongoing political crisis in the Niger Republic was a threat to the stability of Nigeria and other West African countries. The second extraordinary summit on the socio-political situation in the Republic of Niger, held in Abuja on Thursday. Present at the summit, and this is quite this is worthy of note, by the way. So all of the attributions for whatever happens is attributable to all of these people that I'm about to mention. Present at the summit are presidents of Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, Sierra Leone, and Togo, whilst Liberia and Gambia were represented by their foreign ministers. The announcement came despite widespread warning that an invasion could plunge sub-Sahara Africa into turmoil, as well as doubt amongst Western leaders that the alliance can pull off the operation in a timely manner. The United States, France, and others have expressed support for the efforts of ECOWAS in resolving the crisis. So support, what about the logistics of it? And what about, I suppose they'll be giving us, they'll be giving the ECOWAS space, I should say, they'll be giving them information, satellite informations and troop movements, and they'll be giving them information as they can, what the expectations will be. Meanwhile, Niger's military junta had earlier announced a new government on Thursday, naming Ali Mahaman Alamine Zerne prime minister to lead other 21 new ministers forming the new government. So I don't quite know what structures because this guy, let me look him up. But this guy certainly, I don't think is anything military. This new prime minister, I don't think is anything military. So quite well, yes. He's a Nigerian politician and economist. He was Niger's Minister of Economy and Finance. So the new prime minister now is not anything military. So what form of governmental structures are they actually looking at in that space? Is it like the sort that we had in the First Republic, where Nnamdi Azikiwe was some sort of de facto ceremonial space, but then of course the prime minister held sway. There was that Tafawa Balewa, yeah. So maybe it's that form of structure. But we'll just take this now as a deviation from that going on in the Niger Republic. Naira extends drop from record. Naira extends drop from record as black market dollar rates soar. So anybody that can read the financial market now will be richer than Dangote. That's just what's in play, because the rate at which the Naira is hemorrhaging. I cannot read you this, by the way, because it's behind the paywall. This is from Bloomberg. So it's behind the paywall, and I certainly am not paying just to read an article, unless I regularly read Bloomberg, which I don't. But I know the rates at which the Naira has been hemorrhaging. Naira weakens to 917 to the dollar on the street on Wednesday. Official and black market exchange rate part ways once more. The Nigerian Naira extended its slump in black market trading. The Nigerian Naira extended its slump in black market trading as the nation's dollar shortage deepened 2 months after the central bank move to a more flexible exchange rate to encourage inflow. The currency of Africa's biggest crude producer weakened to 923 Naira to the dollar, compared, that's at the black market, compared to the 917 Naira, the currency of of Africa's biggest crude producer weakened to 993 Naira per dollar, compared to 917 Naira per dollar the day before. So just look at that chasm, by the way. That's over 10 Naira just within 1 day. So imagine if it's falling by 10 Naira every single day. Maybe we'll end up in that Zimbabwe sort of situation that you will have to pack money in a wheelbarrow just to go and buy bread. According to Umar Salisu, a bureau de change operator who tracks the currency data in the nation's commercial capital, banks are unable to come up with the dollars to meet the demand, and that's the most I can read from there. So that's the most I can read from there. But you get the gist. So we wrap conversations around that as well. Actually, let me just give you all the readouts now. Is there any other readouts that, yeah, let's. Right. So that should do for now. So yeah, let me play you the K guys, and then we kick off the conversation. There's still plenty of room on the platform if you want to come join. So let's kick it off, and then we see where we land. Let me play you the K guys first, just to take a micro breath.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Now, in an African country known as Niger, I think some of our friends from West Africa know it better, Togo and Cameroon, they know it better. You have heard of the quarrels going on in Niger, in West Africa, about uranium being taken to Europe. That's how I came to know recently. When this crisis started, we started getting information that apparently Niger is exporting a lot of uranium to Europe and to France for them to use in their nuclear power stations to generate electricity for themselves. So this morning I took interest. I said, by the way, what is the electricity supply in Niger? Before you sell uranium to the other person, how about you? What's happening to you? Now I found, I was told, there is a measurement they call kilowatt hour per capita. Kilowatt hour per capita. Apparently, the kilowatt hour per capita of electricity in Niger is 51. 51. Every person in Niger is using 51 kilowatt hour per capita. The GDP of Niger is US $613. Now, here in Uganda, our kilowatt hour per capita was very low, was like this some years ago, was as low as this one of Niger. But now it's about 300, still very low, but that's where it is. Then how about the United States? What is the kilowatt hour per capita of the United States. 12,000. And there's a country called Iceland. It has got a lot of electricity. Of course, they have got a small population, but it is 54,000. Now, Uganda has got a lot of uranium. Some years ago, a Western company came and proposed to mine the uranium. They came here, said they want to mine the uranium. I asked them, mine it and take it where? They said, export it. That was their answer. I asked them, export it for what purposes? They told me, for the purposes of generating nuclear energy, for electricity, and other uses such as medicine, vector control, etc. I then asked them, have you had a rumor that there are some human beings here in Uganda who need electricity, who need nuclear medicine, and who need vector control services? I asked them, you want to take the uranium, but have you had a rumor that there are some human beings here? It's not confirmed that they are there, but could it be a rumor that there are some human beings here? Why don't you propose to build that capacity here for the benefit of these human beings who live in Uganda? And maybe we can put aside some quantity of uranium for supporting the economies of our friends in the West. After that, after you have addressed my issue, I can also share with you so that you also go and solve yours. But to tell me that you solve my problems and forget yours, I cannot accept that. They never came back. They never came back. So the uranium of Uganda is sleeping in the ground until we are ready to use it. We have now agreed with the Russians and the Koreans to build 2 nuclear power stations for electricity of 15,600 megawatts total. Imagine, just 2 stations will produce 15,000 megawatts. One, 7,200 megawatts, the other one, 8,400 megawatts. Our biggest dam on the Nile is the Karuma with 640 megawatts. The hydro. The biggest opposition of our plan of building an integrated national economy has been mainly internal, from some elements of the political and bureaucratic classes who perform the role of comprador bourgeoisie, agents of foreign interests Mao Zedong talked about in China. Unlike the national bourgeoisie who build our economy, the comprador bourgeoisie, raw material exporters, importers of foreign products that can be made here, commission agents, bleed our economy. The national bourgeoisie, who are manufacturers, hotel owners, tourism operators, professional service providers, such as doctors who treat people here instead of patients going out for treatment, internal distributors of our products, such as food, build our economy. There are businesses which build our economy, which infuse blood into our economy. There are those businesses which drain blood from our system for the benefit of the outsiders. And these are the ones Mao Zedong called the comprador. Comprador is a French word meaning agent of. Therefore, we, the raw materials producers, need to conduct internal struggles in our respective countries to add value to these raw materials, including coffee, so that we earn more from our sweat and create more jobs for
of heads of state and government on the political situation in Niger, 10th August 2023, final communique. The Authority of Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States convened in an extraordinary session in Abuja, Nigeria on 10th August 2023 under the chairmanship of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chair of the ECOWAS Authority. The extraordinary summit was convened as a sequel to the recent one held on 30 July 2023, following the illegal detention of President Mohamed Bazoum by the members of the Presidential Guard in the Republic of Niger on 26 July 2023. Present at the summit were the following heads of state and duly mandated representatives: His Excellency Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin; His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire; His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana; His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau; His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Republic of Nigeria; His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal; His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone; His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé, President of the Togolese Republic; His Excellency Mamadou Tangara, Minister of Foreign Affairs, representing His Excellency the President of the Gambia; His Excellency Ambassador D. Maxwell Sarr Kemaya, Minister of Foreign Affairs, representing His Excellency the Head of State, the President of Liberia; His Excellency Belarmino Silva, Ambassador of Cape Verde, representing His Excellency the President of Cabo Verde. The summit was also attended by Evariste Gnassingbé, President of the Republic of Burundi; His Excellency Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania; Omar Aliou Touré, President of the Commission; His Excellency Leonardo Santos Simao, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel and Head of UNOWAS; His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner for Peace and Security, representing the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. The authority, having considered the memorandum presented by the President of the ECOWAS Commission on the current situation in the Republic of Niger, as well as ECOWAS engagements since the last extraordinary summit, and having considered the reports of the envoys of the chair to Niger and various other places, carefully considered the report and recommendations of the ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff, extensively discussed the latest development in Niger since the last extraordinary summit held on 30 July 2023, noted that all diplomatic efforts made by ECOWAS in resolving the crisis have been defiantly repelled by the military leadership of the Republic of Niger, taking note of the expiration of the 1-week ultimatum given for the restoration of constitutional order in the Republic of Niger, decide as follows. A, reiterates its strong condemnation of the attempted coup d'etat and the continued illegal detention of President Mohamed Bazoum, his family, and members of his government. B, further condemns the condition in which President Bazoum is being detained and hold the CNSP fully and solely responsible for the safety, security, and physical integrity of President Bazoum, members of his family, and government. C, uphold all measures and principles agreed upon by the extraordinary summit held on Niger on 30th July 2023. Underscore the determination of the ECOWAS authority to keep all options on the table for the peaceful resolution of the crisis. Enforce all measures, in particular border closures and strict travel bans and assets freeze, on all persons or groups of individuals whose actions hinder all peaceful efforts aimed at ensuring the smooth and complete restoration of constitutional order. Warn member states who, by their action directly or indirectly, hindered the peaceful resolution of the crisis in Niger, about the consequences for their action before the community. Call on the African Union to endorse all the decisions taken by the ECOWAS authority on the situation in Niger. Further call on all partner countries and institutions, including the United Nations, to support ECOWAS in its effort to ensure a quick restoration of constitutional order in conformity with its normative instruments. Direct the President of the Commission to monitor the implementation of the sanctions. Direct the Committee of the Chief of Defense Staff to activate the ECOWAS standby force with all its elements immediately. Order the deployment of the ECOWAS standby force to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Underscore its continued commitment to the restoration of constitutional order through peaceful means. Express appreciation to His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, His Eminence Muhammadu Saad.
Just to be explored in order to resolve this thing amicably.
Does that mean diplomatic effort will continue despite?
Definitely. And I pray that the Niger military open a door for diplomacy.
Why the deployment of the standby force? What purpose is it going to serve?
Well, among the issues raised was that all avenues will be explored, including, if the worst come to the worst, use of force. But what that use of force is, that is left to the authorities.
So, but like the possibility of all of them?
No. Nobody wants to go to war.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
for me to have you here, it's indeed a great honor for me to have you here because you accepted my invitation to be here despite the short notice I was given to you. Some people were far up in the east, and especially those who travel 8-9 hours to be here. I thank all of you for honoring this emergency. It shouldn't have been so. If not for extraordinary summit that is necessary to address the situation that we have in the Niger Republic, threatening our authority, and a very devoted member of this union. Great thanks to African Union and other international observers. We can't pretend that we didn't have the knowledge of what had happened and what is still happening. We have an hostage situation, an interruption to properly elected government of Niger Republic. Your presence here reflects your commitment to democracy, principle, and value. I appreciate that. It is a very challenging time for us, and it is time that we must demonstrate our commitment to a sustainable fact clearly open to us, that without freedom and democracy, there can be no development. There can be no end to poverty. The danger to us right now is the fact that one of us, His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, is in hostage by his own army. The presidential guard. What a calamity. It's an assault on every one of us. And we must take a very strong action. We want to protect the life of Bazoum, President Bazoum. Disrupting the democratic order has left the people of Niger in a state of uncertainty and vulnerability. But we have to face the challenge that we have right now. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, during the 63rd Ordinary Summit, the authorities set up a troika, comprising some of us to deepen reflections on security matters in the region and to accompany ECOWAS mediators. We'll be discussing other details, but just let's cast our mind back. On this assault, I've briefed some of you about the actions that I've taken. I'm prepared to abide by all resolutions necessary to respond to this assault and to make sure and that democracy is restored in Niger Republic. Whether we call it constructive dialogue or otherwise, whatever you and I resolve will make or mar our democratic credentials. I want us to be strong, forceful, and resolute about the survivor of Basum, as well as the freedom and restoration of the constitutionally elected body in the Niger Republic. I want to say welcome and thank you very much. But no more time for us to sign a warning signal. It's time for action, and we should walk our talks. Thank you very much. Welcome.
So there it is right there. The ominous words, we should walk our talk. We should walk our talk. So to walk their talk, Ajan Lekoko joins us. Good to have you here, Ajan Lekoko. DOG is with us. Good to have you, D. Did you actually notice that Tinubu somewhat, he talks like Adewale, who joins us as well. So when Adewale starts to speak, then you see just the parallel. It's just the mirror, the tonality. Ekena is with us as well. Vin is with us to give us the military angle, and Kumi is here as well. So still spaces in the studio if you want to come join. But let's go immediately to it and kick off the conversation. Let's kick it off with Ajande Koko. We don't often kick it off with Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, well, man, what's up?
All right. Well, you know what's up. It looks as though war is a fruit. This is it. What are you making of the news of the day? There's really no other news. They are locked and loaded, primed and ready, guns cocked and ready to go. Pincer movement. What are you making then of no option is off the table, the activation of forces?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So those of you that are with us at the moment on the platform, the comment section, and the listeners at home, click on the like button right now. We want the YouTube algorithm, to go to every nook and cranny of this world. We want everybody to hear us. This issue of Nigeria, Niger, and ECOWAS, we want to see, we want everybody to participate on this issue. And you can come in if you really want to deliver your own thought on this issue. So it's an open platform. So nobody is restricted from coming in. So thank you. Click it right now while the session continues. So, one man. ECOWAS is just doing what I can describe as economic psychological warfare. They are unleashing psychological warfare against Niger with the new name for their army. What did they call them? What did they call? They said standby army. What did they
Yes, ECOWAS standby army. That's yes,
standby. So it's just a way of threatening those guys, a way of bullying them.
Are you still seeing it as a threat?
It's a threat. They cannot do anything. Yeah, it's a threat. And
what if those guys called their bluff? They said they've activated a standby force to go and reinstate democracy in their country. So what if those guys call their bluff? What happens next?
Nothing is going to happen. But they want to rattle those guys with psychological warfare. But those guys doesn't give a damn about them. You can see what they just done today. They've just those guys are just how do I describe it? You see, they are putting in place governmental structure with the appointment of 21 ministerial ministers under the leadership of the prime minister, who is an economist. So all they are doing is just to threaten those guys, but I don't think they are bothered with them. They want to govern their country in the best way they know that is good for them. And their colonial master that are pushing them. It's unfortunate that we can the statement coming from France aligning with ECOWAS and US aligning with ECOWAS.
Are you still with that narrative that this is being orchestrated by the West?
Yes, because the West is pushing this West African group of fit for no purpose countries, call themselves ECOWAS, to inflict hardship, sufferness, and pain on their fellow brothers, fellow African neighboring country. This country is the second most poorest country in the world. So who are the people feeling the pains? The poor people. In the hospital. Now, those children that we have in the incubator before Nigeria unplugged electricity supply to that country. So those children, the premature children, they will have died now.
Which children were those? Is there something that I missed in the news cycle? Which children were in incubators?
No. I'm just saying that.
Okay. Metaphorically, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just saying this. In hospital setting, you can see children that are premature, that are in incubators, that are being taken care, sleeping and being taken care inside incubators. Now that there's no electricity, how would the children live? People that are, how do you say it? People that are due for surgery. When there's no light, how will surgery be carried out on them? So, look, where his humanitarian. I mean, Nigeria is trying, and other West Africa are trying to cause humanitarian crisis in that country. Humanitarian crisis, and it has begun. People from that country have started trooping into Nigeria, into Katsina State, into Sokoto State, for the fear that if these forces launch attack against their country, they don't know what could happen. So for the fear of their life, they already started trooping.
Is this documented? Is this documented?
It's documented. So they've started trooping in. So what I'm saying here, one man, is that what they are doing is just a way of, bullying those guys, striking fear into them, pushing them to surrender, with all this, this psychological warfare they are unleashing on them. They're trying to put so much pressure, thinking that, maybe they will surrender. But these guys, they are moving on with by putting structure in place to run their country.
Do you not think it's a game of brinksmanship? They are pretending like they are carrying on with business, but they cannot not be feeling the weight of the pressure. The economic blockade, the cutting off of the electricity, and the threats coming from all over the world, they cannot pretend not to be feeling. They're just putting up appearances, aren't they, really, the Nigerians?
Well, you might be right, one man. But who are the people that are going to suffer this economic war against that country? Who are the people going to suffer it most? Is it those guys in government or the ordinary people on the street? If the economy of that country is battered, who are the people that will suffer it most? The ordinary people that, whose resources has been looted for so long. The uranium that they have that should have been used to generate electricity for them, they never had electricity plan. Their France never at any time look at it that we are taking these resources to our country to light up our country. But and neglected these people completely. So diplomatic.
Ajale Koko, do you want to contrast that against the narrative of the Ugandan president that we heard in the opening phase? Because they equally have uranium, and these people came calling and they said, look, there are human beings here and they have need of that uranium too. So it's a tale of two cities, isn't it?
Look at it. So people can say a lot of things they like. They can say, we nobody likes military rule. Democracy is the best. But when you see democratic government that produces economic hardship, that produces economic disaster, that produces joblessness, that produces insecurity, that produces nothing good for ordinary people, that doesn't give that hope and better future for the people of that country, then that democracy fit for no purpose. That is what we see in most of African countries today. And Nigeria is one of them. And this country, Niger, is one of them as well. So what Yuseveni was telling us in that video was that, look, I I'm standing up for my country against this Western power that want to take so much from you and give you little in return. So he highlighted so much about the way they've been robbing us, taking our resources, and we're just selling our resources away. And they will make, better use of those resources for a greater financial gain for them, and give us little in return. So he even highlighted in that video that the GDP.
Ajale Koko, sorry. Does the world owe us anything? It's your resources. You're asking them to give you your resources enhanced. You sit on the resources. You're not thinking about how you're going to enhance it. You're relying on your colonialist to take the resources, enhance it, and hope they give you part of the enhanced one. What has stopped you? You've been sitting on that resources since God created your race, or your tribe, or your whatever, and you don't have the wherewithal to look at, okay, how can I enhance this, even if I can't sell it outside, but enhance it for my own use? Why must we be beggars? Why can't we apply ourselves?
Well, I think to answer your question, Museveni answered it very well in that video, that he did not sell the resources, but rather waited for Russia and Korea to come in to say, okay, we are going to build electricity plant in your country that will generate 30,000 megawatts of electricity to them. So natural resources that we have, that we don't, processes to finish good, that we create economic opportunity, jobs, and expand our economy. So African bad leaders that were selling all these resources to them have rendered African country useless. And this country is one of these countries. I mean, this Niger has suffered so long under this France and this colonial master that never wanted them to grow for anything. So one man, Museveni, even told us the GDP of United States, which is about 25 trillion, China about 13 trillion, Japan about 4.5 trillion, and that of the entire Africa, 2.7 trillion. The entire African state, all countries in Africa, that is ridiculous. We cannot continue like that. We can never be competitive in anything if we have to continue like that. And 65% or 70% of resources that drive this world to be a better place to live in are in Africa, and we are the most poorest.
All right. Hold on, everybody. I want to take this topic round, Ajanle Koko, and give everybody a 5, no more than 7 minute slot, because this is a seismic moment in time for Nigeria. We're about to go to war right at our border. So, but let me take it round.
You want to take it to another person, right?
No. Land it, and then I'll take it to I'll take it to Boris first, who joins us for the first time. Then Ahizon, DOG, Kulata. Then I'll just take it around because it's such a big topic. But yeah, I'll continue.
Yeah. So but those guys are standing firm, and they started running their country. They have constituted their government. So now that their government has already been constituted, they already constituted their government, or maybe they are, is in the making to be fully constituted. What Nigeria should do is to lead in the engagement of diplomatic solution as a way of solving this problem. That is what Nigeria should lead in. Nigeria should
you keep saying that the government, you know that what they have in Niger Republic at the moment is an illegal government. You do know that. It doesn't represent the will of the people because it's not coming in via any ballot, and it's not recognized by any nation internationally. So essentially, what you have is a heist taking place in Niger Republic. So
Okay.
I'm not sure we should even be referring to them as a government.
Well, there's no other way you can refer to them but a government. Whether you like it or not, they are going to have a name for their government. Maybe they're going to call it a provisional ruling council or one kind of a name for their government. So, but what I'm saying here is that they are in place. They have to engage with them. The former the former president is in their captivity. That man must be rescued by all means. And the only way to rescue him is to dialogue with this guy and let us see the best of the best agreement they can reach with them.
He has been released. He has been released after signing an agreement. He has been released.
Oh, they
go to his house. Yes.
Okay, so now.
Yeah, but it's still under guard, though. It's not been released to go about his merry way because if he had free will, he'll be in Abuja by now. But it's been released. It's been released. They've just loosened the hold on him a little bit, but it's still under under the cosh.
So it's still Nigeria should not, with those countries, should not be bullying them or calling, say, some forces are on standby and creating fear in the heart of the people of that country. So the military solution never yield out anything but disaster, and Nigerian will suffer it the most if there should be disaster in Sahel region. So that's my take, woman. Let me leave it there. So go to someone else.
All right, brilliant. I was going to go to Boris, but he seems to have dropped a little bit. So when he comes back, I'll get to him quickly. But somebody that is almost new to the space is abandoned us for so long. Ahizon is the fight over. So Ahizon, I mean, obviously there's nothing else to talk about. Give us your take on the goings on as you see it.
One man, how far?
Okay, I do. How about you?
I do, man. Majanle Kuku. Oga?
Daniel.
He's on it.
He's on here
He's on. He's on. How you doing now?
I do well, sir. I do well, sir. They see you. I they listen to you. They fight the good fight every day.
I beg, sort of. Okay.
With that one party fight.
When I see you like this, my mind they cool. I beg. Make it's okay for them. Let them hear Africanism.
Am I worried?
Africanism all the way.
One man. So yes, this issue, it's very sad Very devastating. Since I have 5 minutes, I'm going to try and make my thoughts very coherent, so I'm not rambling up and down the whole place. My main idea here is that, or my main point when it comes to this issue is, I've seen people talk about everything from, the government, the military junta, people talk about the French to a certain degree. There's outrage from the Batified camp that, how can we allow a military coup in West Africa? There should be democracy. This is a kidnapping, as Tinubu just recently said in that speech. But the truth about the matter is, from a West African standpoint, no one is talking about the root cause of why we're seeing a wave of military coups across West Africa. Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, now Niger. No one is talking about why are these former French colonies all of a sudden taking over power by force and trying to self-determine their own futures.
Aizon, Aizon, I was actually listening to the BBC just earlier on Radio 4, and they were saying that it's a particular malaise within the Francophone countries, that they are the worst examples of all this post-colonial governance in Africa. But sorry, carry on.
No, exactly, and that is the point I'm getting to. Is that the main point here is that as West Africans, as people who formerly experienced colonialism of the worst kind, I'm not even going to go talk about King Leopold and those people. I'll talk about the Middle Passage and our people being taken as slaves, right? That were still reeling and dealing with those issues. Some of our people were taken to IT, and those people had a revolution and kicked the French out. Until today, they are still paying the price of kicking the French out. Do you know the French charged them for kicking them out? They had to pay the French for losing those plantations. And on top of that, there's still sanctions on IT till today for kicking the French out during their revolution. But I digress. Let me come back to West Africa. So for us, as we're concerned, in the colonial times, there were these people they called warrant chiefs. Lord Ugard instituted indirect rule. Rule the people through your self-appointed leader. You put a puppet in, you control the puppet, you control the people. It was a brilliant plan. They put it in place, it's stuck, and they've been using it till today. West African leaders are warrant chiefs. They are foreign agents. They don't work for us. They work for their neoliberal establishments abroad. It's a fact. Look at everything they do. Their houses are abroad. Their bank accounts are abroad. They will first of all make sure the interests of the Western countries are satisfied before the interests of their people. It never fails. And they always do this first. When the Niger Delta issue happened and the movement for the emancipation of Niger Delta came out, the Nigerian government came down with such venom to crush these people because their Western fathers were upset that they may not get their oil. We're seeing the same thing here again. This coup has happened. A coup is wrong. Force should not be used to take.
Sorry, Aizon. I was just saying earlier that there was a period just a few years ago that 15 of the 16 ECOWAS countries were under democratic rule. Now you have 5 under military rule. Do you not feel that it's a matter of self-preservation that we're looking at here?
Yes, it is. It is. It's a matter of self-preservation. But you have to understand that when you look at the historical context and what's going on, it becomes clear that the people are facing this neoliberal establishment. Neocolonialism is a real thing. Nkrumah said it, right? He said it, and it's a real thing. And these people are facing this situation. I'll give you an example. Professor Arikana, who was the AU ambassador to United States, who got fired, by the way, for highlighting the injustices that France has been doing to West African countries. She got fired. She highlighted that the French, and this is going to answer Kulata's question when I asked Jalud Koku, the French created a pact for the continuation of colonialism after they left Niger and their Francophone countries. What was in that pact? Their money must be kept in French banks. They must continue to use the CFA. The French government will have the first right of refusal to any resources that comes out of their country. Now you ask yourself, Kulata is a business-minded person. I'm guessing he's probably worked for one of the top 4. Ask yourself this question. Who in their right mind can survive if you cannot self-determine your own future? If your money is kept in another man's bank, another country, by the way, that doesn't have your best interest, you cannot self-determine. The projects that you would need to create an uranium power plant are heavily capital intensive. How are you going to create those kind of projects? Well, you can't even control your own funds. So when you look at the West African nations, they are upset about this coup more than they are upset about the fact that they're being exploited every day. As far as I'm concerned, that is what you should be more angry about. The fact that these countries, America has 2 bases there. The French have 1,500 soldiers in Niger. Niger has become a backwater state that is only good for extracting resources, and that people are living in abject poverty. That is 21st century slavery. So how can you look at that situation and say to yourself that yes, a coup should never happen? Well, how are these people supposed to revolt? Are you serious? What, they're supposed to get up and go?
How about the people's revolt, Aizon?
Do
we run the danger of infusing an anti-colonialist narrative on what is just essentially a smash and grab by just a bunch of military men?
Yeah, it's not a smash and grab, and here's why. There's a larger question here that we need to be debating. And that larger question is, what kind of future do we want to chart for ourselves? Not this coup. This coup is the symptom. The underlying cause, the root cause of this is, how do we want to govern ourselves? How do we want to move forward? How do we want to make sure we self-determine our own futures? How do we want to break away from these people? These people are leeches. Why does America have 2 bases there? Why? And as a Nigerian, let me say this to you guys. We should all be angry that America has drone bases just a few miles from Katsina. That's a national security issue. Why are we not more angry about that than we are about a coup? Why are we not more angry about the fact that the French is controlling their money than we are about people taking over power forced by? Yes, we should be upset that they're taking over, but look at the greater picture here. That is the larger question. And that's what I'm talking about. This thing, and you look at these leaders, all those leaders are warring chiefs. They're all puppets, all of them. They're running around, going to Abuja, sitting down. Look at Ouattara. Ouattara gave himself a 3rd term. Is it Paul Biya you want to talk about? Or is it Debbie's son in Chad? These guys are puppets. And the ones that have stayed there the longest, the reason why they've stayed there is because they continue to do the bidding of the French. Well, man, the writing is on the wall. We're looking at a certain thing play out here. And what is, in all fairness, with Tinubu, I have been holding back judgment. The man has only been there for 2 months. Give him time. I agree with the subsidy, but I disagree with the implementation. He could have done it better. You don't just take away the safety net and let people fall flat on their faces. He could have taken it piecemeal. He could have broken it out. There are ways he could have done it, but that's not the issue now. For the most part, I've just been holding my judgment on him because you need time. But this here, if he ignores the Senate, if he ignores the northern part of Nigeria, if he does this, he would have signed his own death warrant politically, because he will not get elected in 4 years.
They are just they cannot do anything. It's just
no, don't say that to Ajande Koko, because if these people call their bluff,
he know the.
I wish we'll stop saying Tinubu now. It's ECOWAS, isn't it? It's an ECOWAS.
It's responsible to ECOWAS. It's responsible to us. We elected him.
Well, man, his first priority is Nigeria.
He is responsible.
Yes, but then all the more reason going to that war is in a Nigeria strategic, even existential, somewhat interest.
That is not true.
Going to that war. Yeah, going to go.
Yeah,
We should have the war option should not even be a thing. They should take that off the table. You're talking about, just look at this picture now. You know how northern Nigeria is. You know, we pretty much don't have.
Which language do military men understand?
Hausa.
Force. Military men. Which
You're
language?
talking about
Force.
You're talking about okay.
Yeah,
You're talking about but military men. Here's what I'll say. A military men. What I'm saying about this situation is this: why do you want to even have the military option? You need to take that off. The economic sanctions you're putting on them, I don't even agree with that. They're talking about what? Second poorest country in the world, and what? You want to take them below? You want to diminish their already terrible ranking? You want to make them last? You're going to sanction them. You have to handle these things smart. And guess what? Here's the thing: if they do this military thing and it doesn't end quickly, one man. Now Tinubu would have taken ECOWAS, and ECOWAS, we all know ECOWAS is essentially Nigeria. He would have taken Nigeria into a drawn-out conflict, doing the bidding of these imperialists that have a greater interest there than we do at the moment. For what? And then you're going to piss off your whole northern establishment, who, by the way, got you into office. He won't be president if not for the North, especially the Northwest. And those guys are telling you, bro, don't do this. He's not. If he doesn't listen
hold on, flip that narrative on its head, Aizon. If Tinubu goes in and there is every expectation, knowing the strength of that space and knowing the backing for this action, let me not say Tinubu, if ECOWAS goes in, and a lot of people putting it under the signature of Nigeria, if ECOWAS goes in and it's a quick kill, how would that translate both for Nigeria and its president? If it was just a quick surgical operation, remove these elements, and then put structures to guide them back to democracy, what would that mean for Nigeria and its president?
One man militarily, they may have taken out the junta, but from an African perspective, we will be looked at as the lapdog of the West in Africa. I kid you not.
The lapdog, or
the lapdog, essentially the puppet. No. The puppet of Western nations. Have you seen the public opinion on this coup for most of Africa is not that, oh, this is such an outrageous thing. No, the public opinion is, we're surprised that this didn't happen 10 years ago because of what the French had. Everybody's been complaining about what the French has been doing in Africa. This is the thing. ECOWAS leaders have not taken action about what a foreign nation has been doing in their backyard.
You're strong man in you're strong man in
no, one man, I'm not. Because one man, look at this. Where people, so I'll put it in this perspective for you. Just a second, I'm not sure who that is. But where people who have a history of subjugation. These people came into our land, made us slaves in our land, took some of our brothers, sold them out, kept us, as they said, Victoria Island used to be a place only for white people. People like me and you, woman, weren't allowed there, or except we were workers, or we were there to cut their gardens. That's what they were. It's essentially, if they were allowed to, they would have had apartheid in Nigeria. That's the fact. So these people, that's what they saw us as. Fast forward, we got independence, all these things happened. We've kind of done some things on our own, but we are still under their heel to a certain degree. Nigeria or West Africa doesn't exist in a vacuum. The whole international community thing, what that means is Western nations, Western Anglo-Saxon nations call the shots on what happens with our future. If they don't agree with it, it's not going to happen. This is a fact. They control the monetary system. Gaddafi came up with an idea to change it. They whacked him. So you look at the situation and you ask yourself, these people are exploiting your brothers in most West African countries are Francophone. And look at what's happening there. Why weren't we outraged about that? Why are we more outraged about this? That's the point that we need to take a look at.
You know why I said you're straw manning? There are two narratives going on here. there's the narrative that you are agitated by, and that agitates all of us. The way they find all of those things that you said, the exploitation, everybody exploits Africa, but the French, they especially exploit Africa. What was it? Who was that French prime minister that said if you take Africa away from France, France will become a third world country? I'll go and look for who made that quote. It was one of their presidents. So that's a separate narrative, but the narrative in play now is just a bunch of ragtag usurpers who have snatched power in the most egregious sort of manner. The elite guards that were meant to protect the president, and by the way, this same elite guard, they foiled a coup just after the inauguration of this guy. They now just suddenly, the worst sort of treachery in play with no real justifiable reason. When they came in, and they told us that the administration of that guy, that it was corrupt and it wasn't fighting the jihadists. And those were the two spaces that they used to take power then. It was only now when this wider French narrative just happened upon them that they've latched onto it. So that's why I said, are you straw manning? Are you trying to superimpose what is not in play?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I think, the whole thing about it is this. They did what they did, which, by the way, majority of their population supports. You're not going to pay 30,000 people to fill up a stadium. You're just not. So there are people support this. And if we're going by the doctrine of democracy, if there are people really support this, who are we to tell their people that you can't have this kind of government? You know what I mean? So in essence, we are in no position. We can advise, we can act as a brother to their country, we can try to guide them on the right path. We should not sanction them. We should not use the military option. I don't believe that either of those things will be productive, short or long term. Hello, Wama, are you there?
Yeah, all right, brilliant. Thank you. That space you were talking about, the French exploitation. I've got a 3-minute clip to play to you, but let me hold it. Stay in situation. I'll play it in a moment. But let's hear, pardon me, a 5-minute submission from DOGD. Good to see you.
Thank you, woman. Aizon, nice to hear from you again. I think
Nice to hear from you, bro.
Aizon has said a lot of things that I would have loved to say as well, but where I don't agree with Aizon is, I think I said last week, and a lot of people attacked me. I said I see ECOWAS sending their soldiers in because you can just see the military people, the juntas, are not ready to back down. If you are not happy with the rule, the way the government is ruling and everything with what France is doing and the West is doing in your nation, I think as they've like said the coup was successful, you have the president. I think when there were chance for dialogue, you could have pushed it through. Okay, this is what we want, and use that as a bargain to discuss with the ECOWAS bodies and every delegate that has been sent to them. But they insisted. So that's where I don't agree with them. I would have loved them to now use that advantage and say, okay, this is what we want. We will go back to democracy, but this is how we want the election to go. This is what we want, and request for the things you want. They had the chance. And I've always said there is no way a democratic government will support this coup. Everybody will be against it. The West have their interest, fine. But in a way, they need to have come to the table to dialogue and say, okay, we are not really doing this for selfish interest. We are doing this for our nation. This is this and this are what we want. Make their request known. And they will have a dialogue. And because since last week, I think the fear is just, I think they released the president as well to like a house arrest just to calm ECOWAS down. But I think ECOWAS are saying that these guys are not ready to dialogue. They've sent Sanusi there. Sultan of Sokoto and Abubakar Salami has been there. So I think if there was going to be a edge way to solve the solution and come to a resolution, that would have happened with those dialogues. But you can see every time those guys address the press that they didn't make any achievement in all their visits to talk to these guys. That's where I said last week, like I said, the ECOWAS sending their military in that country in Niger, and it's gonna be bad for them at the end of the day. This is an advantage for them right now to like take advantage of the dialogue and say, okay, we've seized the government now. This and this and this are what we want, and that should have easily bring a resolution. If they were going to have another election, fine. I think ECOWAS would have agreed. They would have found a way around it. And to be honest, people are saying, "Oh, Nigeria shouldn't be involved in this." There is no way Nigeria won't be involved in this. There is a lot of things in the whole situation that affects Nigeria as well, and they are so close to us that there is no way we won't take charge of the situation. Because if we stay behind, if Tinubu stayed behind as a puppet and not really taking charge and bringing about this meeting, and I think he's trying to avoid this. Actually, that's why he's sending those delegates there. And I'm thinking it's getting too late because you can see the way Sanusi sound when he was addressing the press. I think a lady from the press asked him, "Oh, so did your visit, were there any success in your discussion and dialogue with these people?" It didn't sound like anything tangible came out of the meeting. So that's how I say it. Fine, it's wrong what the West is doing, what France is doing, the country itself, but I think these guys should have used this as an advantage to put things in place and request for what they want, and I think they would have gotten it. Thank you, Omar.
All right, brilliant. I want to play this clip. It's not more than 3 minutes. It's really along the lines of what Aizon was just saying. So I'll play this clip, and then we hear from Kulata Vinden Dewale. So Kulata Vinden Dewale. But let me play. Let me play this clip.
For the protection of our own land, that's what they call the government in place in Niger at the moment. What protection are they talking about?
Well, in Niger, before the coup, the situation, socio-economical situation in Niger was not sound. Things were actually deteriorating drastically. And so many people, or let me say, generally the Niger community, the nation had so many grievances. Out of that, the insecurity, unfortunately, Niger, among the very few countries from different regions, insecurity is boiling. Terrorism is hitting the nation in the southern part, Mali, Burkina Faso border, and the northeast of Nigerian border. Both are highly unstable. And there's no tangible and visible impact from the government side to settle those problems. So discontent was there to massive extent. But I tend to think the protection, what they are talking about, to free the country from the control of France. And that's what met Niger, the citizens from four corners of the nation came out publicly in support of the military junta. Not because of they want the military regime, no. They came on board to liberate the country from the control of France. And I tend to think from there where they got in that name.
So you think this is liberation?
That's what the Nigerian people are perceiving us for now.
Hello guys, good day guys. You are all welcome to today's video, this very video. You have to live after.
All right. So Kulata, let's hear from you. It's a convoluted and a complex situation. But now the ultimatum by ECOWAS ran out on Sunday. They've now put in a more harsher timeline. So is it an inevitability that Niger Republic is going to be lit up like a Christmas tree, Kulata?
I don't know about fireworks, but
I'm
ECOWAS
talking
had to,
about bombs.
if we're going to be throwing banger, I mean, what's the name of that fireworks we used to buy in Nigeria? But it's banger now, and those red ones. But this is the thing: is Tinubu made a strategy. I mean, I won't say Tinubu. ECOWAS made a strategic error. They gave a very short timeline, and they did things upside down. It's like walking on your head. Why will you? I mean, the threat of military force in 1 week. That's ridiculous, man. So they already made the mistake. This is a strategic blunder. So 1 week has passed. That means red line has been crossed. They have to do something to show that, okay, this 1 week means something. So I believe that's why they're deploying soldiers. So I mean that's a blunder. They should not have done that. They should have first offered to talk before they start threatening, pulling out. I mean, so they did things in a lopsided way. So rolling out troops is just to save face. But now, here's where the problem is. I believe the US or maybe Western interests have started assembling a bunch of ragtags that are saying they want their old president back. And that's the Western way. They will just go and fund opposition that will now start fighting. And then all bets are off. Nigeria will turn to a mess. So in order to avoid that from happening, ECOWAS may have to take charge so you can control your destiny. Because if you leave it to all these Western players, this dirty playing CIA, dirty playing French, whatever, they're going to ruin that country, and it's not going to stop them from taking the resources that they want to keep taking. And do we want that situation? I don't want that, because it's just going to turn to Sudan. So do we want Sudan, or do we want to control our destiny? The mistakes have been made. What's gone is gone. But I'm not, I mean, at this point in time, I don't want it to become one tribal lord fighting against the military junta. Which is worse? I think that's the question we should be asking ourselves. Do we want that situation funded by the West, or ECOWAS trying to take charge? And you can see that the junta are kind of like, I think they're showing some signs of concern based on the fact that they're already talking that if America or the West funds an opposition against them, that they will kill.
Are you in a blizzard somewhere? Are you in a blizzard?
I'm going on the wall.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we can hear the wind, but carry on.
Oh, I'm outdoors. I'm going on the wall. So if so the junta already said, if America or one of these Western countries funds that guerrilla group, that they're going to kill the civilian president. So that's, I'm seeing them quaking in their boots based on that. But the fundamentals are the fundamentals now. Should ECOWAS intervene, or should we let it slide into civil war? They're both bad options. Which is the best of the bad options? Being able to control your destiny, that is ECOWAS intervening, or just letting luck or letting happenstance, something happen, and then you figure out where it goes. I think ECOWAS should be able to control his own destiny. We've already messed up. Tinubu and his gang already messed up. But at this point in time, you have to protect your country, protect your interests, do whatever it takes at this point. But if those junta, if they're smart, this is when they should roll out a transition timetable just to show that, okay, this old guy is bad. We're committed to our people. We hate the French. We hate the colonialists, all that storyline. But you guys will be able to choose your leader, and this is our timetable. If they bring out the timetable, it will be unreasonable for anybody. and the West to keep on trying to bully them. That's my take. I think it's a. I mean, we have two bad options, and the only miracle is if they just like if reason prevails and they decide to come up with the transition timetable.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I still want to speak to you about the Naira situation and the way it's hemorrhaging so heavily. It's unbelievable, actually. It lost about 15 Naira to the dollar just within 2 days, within 24 hours, because I do a bit of currency trading. Anyway, I want to speak to you about that. But let's move the conversation on to Dewale and get his we get his 5-minute submission. Then we go to Ekene, Jide, so we go to Max. We go to Max after Dewale, then Ekene and Jide. Dewale, good to see you. Dewale. All right, we don't seem to have Dewale for the moment. So let's go to Ekene. Ekene.
Yeah, one man.
Yes. So the situation, Ekene. I mean, what's your take? It looks as though they're about to start raining bombs on the Niger Republic. What are you making of the situation? What's your take?
Well, you already know my take. This situation seems not to bother me much because we have more situation in Nigeria than Niger. So, but hence, the Nigerian government wants us to continue in that line of discussion concerning Niger. We must talk about it. But my take is, the problem of all this queue is I like the other speaker, is it Aizon? You made a very valid point that I could not dispute anything from all his submission, because Africans, Nigerians, we are already lagging behind. We are lagging behind, and we continue to depend on the aid that we receive from all these foreign countries.
Nigeria is not Nigeria is not. Are you talking about Niger or Nigeria?
Both Nigeria. We like the aid.
Nigeria is not an aid-dependent country. We're not dependent on aid.
That is what we see. We continue. We depend on it, one man. That aid, it is with our government.
I'm not sure that we get aid, though. We're not an aid. We're an earning country. When did we start becoming dependent on aid?
How much do you earn?
One man, we get aid in every person in Nigeria. Education get about $550 million from aid from just UNICEF.
Yeah, but we're not aid dependent.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're not.
But it doesn't matter. We need it a lot. We get aid from almost every sector in Nigeria by foreign organization under the guise of NGO or whatever. So how are we not independent?
Even in your election, you get aid.
Sorry.
If you want to contest election,
Sorry. That's what they do everywhere in the world. Does not make Nigeria an independent country. It doesn't make Nigeria.
It's not everywhere. It's not everywhere in the world. Why are you going to say? It's not everywhere in the world. It's where they control. It's the country they control.
All those Qatar, do you give them aid?
Do they give them aid?
Sorry. I don't know if you guys are privileged to some information.
We are privileged to the information you know. We don't know different.
Let me tell you.
Let him make the point. Yeah. Go ahead.
Now, for instance, Lafarge Cement is a French company, and during the U.S. election that Hillary Clinton was going against, who was it then? Trump, yes. Lafarge supported the candidature of Hillary Clinton to the tune of 20 million. You can Google it. The same thing they do in Qatar. They will call it aid to help the person win the election. See, they do it
Does
every.
America accept foreign donor into their election coffers?
They collect that woman
Simple
collect.
question: does America allow foreign donor?
I don't. I
No,
don't like. I don't like
listen to what he's saying. He's saying they disguise it. They disguise it under a different name.
One man, what is he not saying? He's saying things of this guy. We are saying countries.
Still, Nigeria
Guy,
is not.
let me land now. Let me land. Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not. Nigeria heavily depend on aid. Like, as the word you said, disguise. I said it too. Under disguise of NGO and all that. Now you are telling me can donate to America under the disguise of this, and then you're saying that everybody depend on everybody on aid. So what are you not teaching me here now?
No,
That I
brother,
don't get.
you are not getting it.
I want to ask him.
Wait, let me explain myself. Let me explain
Make
myself.
that point. Hold on, make that point, and then let's get back to Ekene.
What I'm saying is, everybody.
No, before you continue, I want to ask you a question before you continue.
Ekene, wait, let me just land, please. You can ask the
No, it's
question.
I want to ask you a question before you continue. I want to ask you a question.
All right.
Your oil, how much do you earn in your oil every year?
Okay. I can't say, but because it's not a static figure. It depends on production, but that's not my point. My point is this: every country has a form of aid from another nation. This is why they sign some when they say bilateral agreement and all these things, they have some kind of benefit. They benefit from one another, but that you benefit in certain areas from another country in terms of aid or something does not naturally make you an aid dependent country. If Nigeria has been under sanctions before, and all these aids were taken away from Nigeria, and Nigeria survived the sanctions with what Nigeria is earning. So what I'm trying to say is this: Nigerian economy is not aid dependent. It's different from Niger case. So when we are passing informations, we should also understand that some people are listening out there, and we don't want to misguide them.
All right, back to leave the independence and go to the subject matter of the day. Is it being discussed this coup and the pushback? Is this a subject of conversation where you are the goings on in Niger?
Well, I called one of my brother in the army in Kebbi State. So I asked them, are they getting ready to go to Niger? The guy was laughing at me. So he said that even if they will go, it's not, it's just they will pick some. Another ECOWAS country will bring some of their soldiers and all that. It's not every one of them that will go. So in that case, I asked him, what are you people going to enjoy if you go there? He said that at least if they go there, that is the time that the army, they will pay, the ECOWAS will pay the army very well. I asked them, how much will you people earn how much can you earn if you are privileged to go to that there? Yes, at least they can pay them up to $1,000 and all that. I say, is that all? Yeah, at least it's $1,000. Their salary is not up to 10% of it. So I begin to laugh. So what are you doing in the army? So I said, what can they do? So even as it is now, some people are robbing to be among the people that will go to that jail because of the cash out and all that. So I said, okay. But they are not officially, it's not official yet. So say no problem.
So when you were speaking to this guy, is it his sense that they will be going? Have they told them to start getting prepared? Is that what he said?
It's not. No, he said that they have not told them, but there are
as in the discussion is on, but they have not officially informed them that they will be going. But as in the paperwork and all that, it's not official yet. So it's not. It's just like it might not happen.
But Ekene, I
Yeah.
think they didn't just pick that guy. The people that will be going, they would have notified them already that you are going, you are going, you are going. So those are the ones that can really give. That's why he's speaking to. That's why he's saying all those things to you. That's why he didn't
Yeah,
really have much.
but at least he's in. The guy is not. He's not just as in the place is what his position is. He has good information. Yeah, I mean, so, but I don't know, Sha.
That's
But
what I'm
for me,
saying. That he can't tell you.
yeah,
If
yes,
he's not
he
going,
told me
if
that.
you
He
are
said that. He
going,
said
you
that.
would have known by now. You would have known that, oh,
Yeah, he
you are
said that
part
the
of the
people
selection
the people
going.
that will even go, the people that will go there, that they are already lobby as a. It's kind of some people are even giving bribe to be, and he's not interested in that to go and be lobbying to get involved to go to. But he said if they can call on him, they call him maybe that he don't need to lobby to go there, then he will accept it. But for him to start to lobby to be part of those people that will go there, he cannot do
True.
that.
But I think
Some people are already
they've already
lobbying
selected
for
the
him.
troops of the
Yeah,
people going. So.
he said that.
All right. Thank you, Ken. I'm not sure that you are particularly enamored by that topic. Let me go from you and to Dewale. So Dewale, you're up next. The goings on in the Niger Republic. Your thoughts?
Oh, this is my favorite topic. Thank you, woman, and good evening to everybody in the studio and in the comment section and every listener across the globe. I'm so happy. I'm happy that ECOWAS is not backing down. The reason why I'm so happy is the fact that the ECOWAS, despite the emissary sent to these usurpers, ECOWAS choosing their own battle, regardless of what you and I say about what is happening in Nigeria. I've been thinking about it. Um, the problem that is going to arise in Nigeria if these military people decided to hold on to power, they themselves will not be able to extinguish that fire. The One of the commentators that was invited to Asleep TV today, the one clip that you just showed, gave the background of the coup. And while he was talking to, I forgot the name of this guy in Asleep TV, he said that when the commander of the brigade, Tishani, took over the presidential palace, there were kind of like a second coup as well, and the military heads were unable to reach consensus. There was a division among them. That tells you this narrative that will parade around, that they're there to fight for the right of Nigerians, are not true. Because if it is true, they won't be struggling or having trouble securing the power. It was after 1 or 2 days that they are not able to reach consensus and choose that man, the current head of the military junta. So that tells you that they are there not because of the interests of that country, but for their own selfish agenda. They're just using what they are saying to the public as a guise, just that people will believe and buy into it. Look, what I think is going to happen is this. Yes, that country has been subjected to all kind of manners of maltreatment over the years, but it's just not now. Because if the country or Africa generally are to liberate themselves from their uh, colonialists, there's a way they can do it. But for a democratic system being suspended as if it's just nothing. And I see people glorifying that. So if it happens in Nigeria tomorrow, nobody will be there. And I just throw with it and yeah, you're welcome. So we even wanted in the first place because we don't want the person currently in the office is not our person. But you see, one thing I want us to understand is that if you fail to act now, At first, they were talking about, the influence of French. But the problem is that even these current junta military rulers there, they themselves know that even um, Russia and China, they're trying to romance. It's just about for how long before they come back and realize that they have nothing to offer. Now, Emir Sanusi, ex-Emir Sanusi, traveling to Niger, I believe that is a very good idea. The fact that it was granted, I don't even understand. These guys left the official emissary and decided to welcome someone who went there on his own capacity. I don't know what he could be able to do. And when he was asked question at the presidential villa, it was being invasive and trying to answer in a very political and diplomatic way so that he won't insert himself in the middle of these entanglements. So now I think what is going to happen is that because I also read or heard on the television that one of the ex troublemaker, one of the ex rebel rousers, like Azari's type of people there, and especially from the Niger Arab, is also against the coup. So there's a possibility that the international community is going to flood them with all kind of weapons. And it's going to spell trouble for Nigeria, one way or the other, or any neighboring African countries. So, and that is why we need to step in before it escalates to that point and get these people out. You know, I'm a very firm believer in democratic system, whether it favors or it doesn't favor. As a matter of fact, it was meant for people to be self-discovered so that they will be able to govern themselves in the way that is just. If you are aggrieved, you can approach the court. There's a way. But
Dewale, Joe Biden actually cited Niger Republic as an example of a democracy. Until this instance that we had with these guys, they were 10 years into a democratic experimentation, and they, for the first time, transited from one democratic order to another. So one guy served this complement of terms that their constitution allows, and then he ran an election and handed over it to this Bazoum, which took them up to the 10-year mark, and then suddenly they're back to where they were.
Or 20 years back to where they were in the, in the 20th century. I think if they're at all, the country is going to disagree with their leaders, not through barrier, not through gun, because you insert and impose yourself with nobody's mandate, claiming that you are fighting for their right. Militaries are not trained for public office. Military are trained to ward off any infraction or any infringement on their territory. And that is what they are trained for. And they are for peace. I mean, you stop is making sure the lives of the citizen, lives of the subject are protected and the properties are protected. Simple. They have no place in the public office. Now, when people are trying to justify that, yes, their leaders, their previous leaders have subjected them to all this kind of treatment, they've lacked understanding of history of this region or this particular Sahel countries. Because yes, the French or the West now, put them through all this. But you see, for the fact that they're able to get to this point that they are self-governed through democratic means they are on the right path to discover themselves. Even if democracy doesn't work for them, there's also a means they could constitute, a confab where people can come together and talk about this. We've forgotten that they also have tribe in Niger. If you look at the president and look at those people agitating in the south, they are different. Some look like Arab people. Some look like you and I.
No, the presidency is Arab. It's of Arab stock.
Yeah, and it's a minority as well.
Yeah, and the coup plotters, they are Hausas, I think, predominantly.
Yeah,
the president is a minority, but the president is a minority.
It's a minority. So there's a possibility of ethnic clash as well coming into play. And we should not forget, using our own example, of what happens in the 60s. But at the end of it all, who is going to lose out? in terms of economic sanction, in terms of security, in terms of terrorism. You know, personal loss is it will be unquantifiable. And I just can't wrap my head around the fact that people chose to impose themselves and trying to justify that action by saying that there's so much going on in the land. I cannot celebrate that. I'm sorry. I cannot. Military imposition is not the right answer. If the country disagree with their leaders, there are so many ways. You know, this voice, up to this moment in Nigeria, right, we have our differences, right? On this platform, we have people who support different political parties, but we are still one because the interest of the country bonds us together. And sometimes we disagree to agree. Now, when we now have people who took it upon themselves that say, you know what, we want to wrong the right, that means they are being backed by another superior power. Now it's like a from fry pan to fire. No country no country make incursion to another country or make venture into another sovereign country for just for the fun. No, nobody is a Mungo Park. Every nation goes to another country for their own self-interest, and that interest and their self-interest alone. Forget about the Father Christmas or the money or grant being given to them. They subjected themselves to it, and they can wrong the right if they come in unison. But when you have such just a selected few, when I listen to that man on our Sleep TV, you know, giving account on how the coup actually, you know, came to be. And I marvel how these people are celebrating it. They themselves were even confused because they have no mandate. They have no reason for that. As a matter of fact, the current head of the military rulers was supposed to have been retired as a form of retaliation from the Bazoum to him. He probably got wind of this and he decided, you know what, I'm going to take revenge before you hit me, and decided to organize the surroundings of the presidential palace, you know. And this is somebody who's supposed to have been retired or is about to be retired. So that tells you the selfishness of all these people. Yes, people, because those who are celebrating in the street, they I want to believe they've been brainwashed in certain ways, and they are
No.
justified in
I feel that is orchestrated. I'm not placing any
perhaps,
stock by
yes,
in
and
here.
they've been
Yeah.
brainwashed to believe in that because
People that been
there's no
subjected into poverty for so
no,
many
no.
years.
I'm not saying that's not right. I'm not saying that it's not true. It's actually true. But they are using that, just like in the populism system, they are using that as their backdrop for them, you know, coming into power, so that they will gain the support and the consensus from people. That is what I mean. I'm
Okay,
not
let me
saying
ask
that
you this
they're
question.
not been through a lot.
Is that not even does Nigerian politician not do what do they call this thing when they fill up stadium? Do they not pay? What do they say? Is it pay? I mean, how do they
Mobilize.
When they mobilize and pay people, what is the
Mhm.
difference?
I don't even think these
Which
people
one
are
is it
even
cost
being paid. What
between
I'm
the three?
saying
Which
is
one
that
cost?
no matter how we
The
look at it,
democracy that people does not voluntarily come out to support their candidate,
Babajale,
but
I'm not
rather
talking.
you have to pay. Hold on. The way you guys will paint this kangaroo and
So if could happen in Nigeria tomorrow, you would celebrate it. That's what you
no,
are trying to tell me.
hold on. This one that you have to pay people to mobilize people to
I'm
come
not
out
saying
and
they are
fill the
being
stadium.
paid. Don't
And
misconstrue what
people
I
that
said. I'm
are not
not saying
paid.
they are being
So
paid.
which
I said
one is better?
sentiment is being whipped up among the people so that they could have
You're
backing.
not
I'm
answering my
not saying they are being induced by military means. No, I'm saying
yeah.
that you know there's a way people get sympathetic to all the causes, and they take it upon themselves, you know, to follow it through.
They
It
don't
could
like the
be.
government. That is what.
Yes, they may not like the government, but
Yes.
that still doesn't give the military men the right to
Then you
impose
have to leave
themselves.
them alone with themselves. Let them handle their situation the way they like in their
So you
country.
are saying it's
Not
just,
the
it's
responsibility
justified, right?
of the country to tell or group
So
of to tell
ladies
another
and
how they should govern themselves and
no. See, it's not about we should, telling them how they should be self-governed. No, what happens in Niger? Niger is an extension of Nigeria. by the virtue of the family ties and all that. Yes. And there's no way Nigeria will go to sleep knowing fully well that their neighboring country, Niger,
Are
is
they
on
not
fire.
in states?
Sorry?
Are they not the sovereign state? Must we?
Yes, they are
Must
sovereign state. But you know the funny, we just said about our borders and the family ties and everything that bring us together. Anyway, that apart, for those who are saying that the Tinubu is the one going to Niger, waging war against Niger. See, in his speech, the video clip you just showed us now, one man, the man said he would abide. See, this organization have a commission that advise the head of states. They may not have done enough in the past and currently as well. But the thing is that for that individual, a single individual, simply because we have the financial muscle, think Nigerian one and only would impose conditions on other members. That I think this is a false narrative. They come
All right.
together.
Woman, I have a question,
They
please.
come
No.
together in a
I
unison
want.
to
Yeah.
adopt a cause, and they decided to stick with it, and they make the statement together. So it's not about Tinubu or the president of Togo or president of Ghana. No, they are bounded. Every member choose not to follow through, that's on them. But they follow through. The members decided that's what they're going to do. So to say it's Tinubu that is sending through, give me a break. He's only the chairman. Chairman is only there just to help direct. Just you are the, in any organization, in any party, just a chairman to direct and all that. Not necessarily that your opinion is going to take the lead of the day. So let us get that straight. Thank you.
All right. All right. Brilliant. Well put, Dewale. So maybe I'll take just maybe two or more commentaries on this space, and then we'll see if you guys still want to talk about it or we move to another topic. But certainly we cannot move anywhere until we hear from Lieutenant General Vin. So Vin, hopefully you have a good connection. Good to have you here. So it looks as though war is looming. So have you got your jack boots to the ready, Vin?
Thank you so much, one man. Good morning to everybody. It's 25 minutes past 12 midnight here in Ghana. And good morning to those that are in the comment section and those that are watching us. You see, this Niger issue is something that is long overdue. I said it before and I will continue to reiterate. When you create an enabling environment for khaki boys to take advantage of it, they will do that. This coup is the people's coup, whether we like it or not. It is people's coup. And for those of us that are so much anxious about Niger Republic, where is AU when Mali took over, the military junta took over in Mali? Does ECOWAS don't have a say in what happens in Africa under AU? Where is AU and ECOWAS when Burkina Faso, decided to go the way of the coup? Where is AU or ECOWAS when Guinea-Conakry took over? Where were they? Were they sleeping? They just woke up today because it is just Niger Republic that decided to go into the ways of the khaki boys. This is my issue here.
You are dipping very heavily, Vin, but carry on.
Okay, I don't know why my connection is the way it is.
No, carry on. We can make you out. Yeah.
Okay. Why is this so much anger between ECOWAS, America, UK, France, and the rest of them about Niger? I see a wave. It will not end. You see, this military coup that we're talking about will not end in Niger Republic as long as France continue to emasculate these people. I listened to when my elder brother Ajay spoke. I listened when Aizon spoke. We are talking, concentrating so much, spending energy in talking about the symptoms of these coups. Nobody is ever spoke about the causes of these coups. None. No one. I am on the opinion, of no coup at all in Africa. But with what is going on in these Francophone countries, African countries, coup is imminent. And it will not stop.
It's getting difficult to hear you, Vin. No,
can you hear me now?
Yes, it's just we're just hearing quakings. Yeah, but carry on.
Okay, it is midnight here, so
yeah.
I would not like to shout. You see, what I'm saying is
no,
this.
No, it's not the voice; it's the connection. It keeps chopping up quite heavily.
Oh, I am so sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, where is the AU and ECOWAS when Museveni is holding on to power, sitting tight? He is a civilian head of state, isn't he? After reforming himself from a military, is he not doing the same thing that is causing this war in the coup in these Francophone countries? Has AU spoken about that? Are the Ugandans not suffering today under him, imposing himself, tinkering with the constitution of Uganda in order to remain there? I think, by my count, it's more than 20 years that man has been there. Eyedema, the son of Eyedema, late. What is he doing there? Is he not doing his actions in Togo? Is he not tantamount to military coup? Has ECOWAS, under the chairmanship of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, speak on what is going on in Togo? Peradventure, coup happens there tomorrow. What would they say?
They will send troops to Ghana.
Okay. You see, peradventure coup happens in Togo right now. What are they going to say? That guy is there doing what he's doing there. What they know how to do best, this civilian head of states that most of the people did not vote for. They entered in there by selection and buying votes. The last thing, this thing that the ECOWAS is doing is a show of force. And they are doing it under the supervision of the American, French government, and the rest of them, those that have, in fact, let me just say, everlasting economic interest in these countries that made those countries to be where it is today. When you go in the streets of Nigeria, most of the Almajiris you see there are Nigerians. When you come to Ghana, most of them that you see here also are from Niger. These are people that God has blessed them with so much, natural resource, which their former imperialists is harvesting without them benefiting from it.
For ECOWAS to go into, according to what I heard today, they said all options are on the table. I am telling you, if they go to war, if they send boots, ECOWAS mistakenly send boots on the soil of Niger, Africa is going to be in a very serious problem.
But no, why is that? Why is that? Hold on, why is that? Why?
Because most of them now, when you look at Guinea-Conakry is a very strong force also when it comes to military in Africa. Mali and Burkina Faso are on the side of these people, and you will never know most of the African countries that are in support of what is going on. I had a hint.
No, the connection is very poor.
Okay.
Bring it on. Yeah.
Okay, I had a hint today of what Senegal and Algeria are doing. You know the position when it comes to military force in Africa and the position Algeria bears when it comes to military. It is going to be disastrous for Africa, and it is going to send Africa back to Stone Age. This is what I am saying. They should follow diplomacy. If it didn't work, leave them alone to sort themselves out. By the way, Cuba has been under, Cuba has been under sanctions from America. When you sit down, when you stand in Havana, it's 45 minutes.
All right.
It's 45 minutes by air to Miami, Florida. They have been under sanctions and they are moving forward. North Korea has been under sanctions for God knows how many years they've been under sanctions and nothing happens. Zimbabwe, as we are talking today, is under sanctions. They can put up their sanctions under the instruction of their slave masters from the West. It will never fly when it comes to Niger. And these people that surrounds them now, Francophone countries, are behind them. There is nothing they will do. And the ECOWAS venture under the chairmanship of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, it is going to be disastrous for Africa. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Vin. So I'll take the last commentary. I'll take the last commentary on that space from I'll take the last commentary from that space from Tony, and then I'll open up a new talking point.
So I will not comment on this space. Yesterday people delayed me for 8 hours. I didn't say a word.
Okay. Do you want to comment? Do you want to comment on it? I thought maybe people were getting bored of it.
No. One man, you also promised me I was coming after Vin.
All right. Let's hear your commentaries, but let's rattle through it, and then we go on to a different talking point. Jide, let's hear from you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Straight to the point. I want to first say, military or democratic, a military man or a politician, they are both human beings. And human beings would always have their own different character, and there's always an element of greed in them. So with that being said, just want to clear the doubt that military people are in some way better than politicians. If we go through what is happening in the Sahel, coming from Sudan has had 7 coup d'etats in its history. And altogether, plus the coup attempts, they've had 17, meaning altogether 17. If you move to Somalia, you see the number of coup d'etats there. Come to Niger, you see the number of coup d'etats there. And when they say coup d'etats, it's not a politician that carries out coup d'etat. It is the military boys. If I'm going to use Vin's word, the khaki boys. even khaki boys carry coup d'etat on another khaki boy. So it doesn't mean that because a coup has happened on a politically elected leader, a democratically elected leader, does not mean that the people that planned the coup are better than those that are there. Because we've seen situations like that they even come in and they're even worse. And in most situations, they are worse than the person they disposed. In Equatorial Guinea, the president that ruled for 41 years displaced his own uncle with a coup. If you displace your family member, there must be a grievance that is there. Maybe you feel I'm the one that I could do it better, and you displace your family member, and you ended up staying there for 41 years. If these people are given the room, they are not ready to leave. I see what they are doing now. Institution of prime minister, setting up of this, setting up of that, as a sign of reaction to what the outside world is giving to them. And I also want to state as a statement of fact that none of us have the information that the president has, or anybody in his security council has. So we don't know what is going on. But we can postulate, we can comment, we can say anything we want to say here. If Nigeria was quiet when it was Mali, because it's not its borders. If Nigeria was quiet when it was Burkina Faso, because it was not its borders. Now Nigeria is shouting because it is Niger. And Niger essentially is Nigeria. If we go to what happened in Russia, when the other nations were joining NATO, Russia only spoke but didn't go to war. But when it came to his border, Russia went to war. And when we want to say it, we praise them. We say, yes, Russia is not allowing the West to do this. But Nigeria is saying, no, come. Guys, don't bring this rubbish to my borders now. We are saying, okay, Nigeria does not have the right to talk. Now, I was listening to the news yesterday, and they said the military juntas accused France of going to bomb a prison and releasing some particular kind of rebels, and they said that that they violated their airspace sanctions and things like that, no-fly zone sanctions and things like that. First thing, if you say no-fly zone, do you even have the gadgets, the equipment to keep your airspace secured? You don't. That's number one. Now they have bombarded a prison, released some rebels. US has a military base in that country, so it will not be difficult to fund those rebels with weapons.
So what France did is acceptable to you, right?
No. I am trying to make a statement here.
I was the first to break the news yesterday, but people wasn't sure because I was watching on TV, Japanese TV, and I was telling people on news that I'm hearing something like fake news, or I don't know it's fake news, that Mali they just bombed Mali, Niger, and nobody seems to know anything about it. And now you are confirming it, my brother Jide. So is that thing right?
Yes, the military junta said it was on the news. They accused France of violating their whatever. Though France has denied it, because France 24 denied anything that has to do with it from their own end. They said they don't know anything about it. Till now, they don't know who did it. But now it's like they are building an army of rebels. That's the point. And when they build this army of rebels, and they are properly armed, it will now turn to a case of no control. And when there is no control, there is chaos. It will now even be difficult for any country that wants to go on peacekeeping to keep it.
Is that not the reason why Nigerians should be careful to handle this thing peacefully instead of taking up?
The reason it is the reason. No, Baba Koko, it is the reason why.
Is that not the reason why Nigerians should come out strongly against France and other Western nations that we don't want to involve in this matter. This is our brother. We shall engage with him. We shall get things sorted out. Nigeria is inseparable from that country. Nigeria is, undetachable from this country. Nigeria will handle it. We don't want any other person involved or any other country involved in this thing. Is that not why we should play diplomacy at the highest level to achieve it, and not saying, oh, everything is on the table, including use of force?
Baba Janle Koko, let me first state something. ECOWAS is a pawn in this game. ECOWAS is just one of those options. Okay, the West have several options to dispose these people. Okay, now if ECOWAS go in and do the job, the West will clap for ECOWAS. Doesn't mean they actually want to sponsor ECOWAS to do it. If ECOWAS go there and do the job, they will clap for ECOWAS. And if ECOWAS fold his arm and doesn't do the job, they will sponsor rebels that will do the job. And when the rebels now cause chaos, they will come in and say, oh, they are trying to camp everything. At the end of the day, they have come to do the job. So this is an issue. The issue now is this. And this is where I want us to think in that direction. Should these rebels get their weapons and they stage a war against these military juntas, which even in their army, there are a lot of grudges in the army that they are just trying to manage. If it breaks out, we can even have three-party war in the same Niger. Now, if Nigeria folds its arms, these people will come to our borders. They will become a terrorist to us. A lot of our people will die. The same famine that we are talking, people are suffering, that they have been suffering, they will still suffer and they will still die. But if Nigeria and the whole of ECOWAS goes in at this time, disarm these people, even the West does not need any rebel, because somebody has done the job. Okay? Now, in this case, it's always going to be a surgical operation in this kind of a case. So even the West will not come in, and it will now be Nigeria and ECOWAS mediating on behalf of everybody, not the West now taking control. Somebody was saying that if ECOWAS plans to go in, they will kill the president. I'm telling you, the West care less about who is president. If they kill the president, if the president is killed today, the more reason why they will come in and they will just give a reason that they have killed the president, it is against human rights, it's against this, and they will come in, overthrow that country, and continue to steal while the war is on. In Syria, they wanted to push out the government. They sponsored ISIS. If not for Russia that stepped in to back the president, they would have disposed the president. This is how they play their games. They don't like us. We know, even President Tinubu knows, that the West does not like us. It is not an hidden fact. Everybody that walks the floor of Africa we cannot dissociate ourselves from the pain our fathers and our forefathers went through during the slave trade, to how our forefathers fought for independence, to how these people still kept the chains and the cuffs on our hands, even after independence, trying to control our resources and everything. Every Nigerian that is born and bred in Nigeria knows this. Every African knows this. It is in our DNA. We know it. Tinubu knows it.
And then, Jide, they are offsprings for that matter. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Like a Kulata state.
That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what the hell are we waiting for? Why should we allow them? Why are we talking about the West that we already know that they are against us, and then at the same time we're trying to support them? Let us just put politics aside, because once upon a time there was an election coming, and then we all voted for Tinubu. Most of us here, he won my local government in Edo State. Okay, you know what? But at the end of the day, he also won my community in Ibadan. So, but at the end of the day, it's not doing our own bidding. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. So people are suffering. You know, this is not time for war. This is not time to lead to those vested interests. That's what we're talking about. So right on, because my time is coming. Right on.
Okay, I'm sorry, my brother. Let me just try to land this thing. You see it like the president is not doing your bidding, fine, or is not doing it with the interest of Nigeria. But I tell you that should rebels take over Niger, it will be worse than what happened in Libya and Syria.
The military is not rebels because, you know, we have to juxtapose the time of... Hold on, please. 22 years or 24 years now of democracy, so-called this current dispensation.
Okay.
How many industries can be linked to this, this democracy right now? And then, then you have to back, hold on, go back, move backward to the time of a military. What, how we get all this petrochemical project, Kaduna, Peugeot Automobile, then this Volkswagen of Nigeria, which was
sorry. Carry on, Jimmy.
Okay. Let me just land, please. I like the way you people glorify military rule. The biggest loot in the history of Nigeria was carried out by a military man. Recorded.
IBB, right?
Yes. So what are you?
And
And the biggest corruption
what did you say? Can you repeat that?
Hold on, sorry. And the biggest corruption so ever in the history of Nigeria, past 8 years regime, they looted everything that IBB had looted 100 times.
Do you have the figures, please?
Buhari regime that just passed.
Thank you very much.
And you say nothing about it. You don't say anything about it, but you can go back to IBB 1985 and call it the worst. And when Buhari just left with trillions of dollars.
Can you let me have my time, please?
Okay, continue.
Please. What I'm trying to say is this. Buhari, is he a military man? Is he more of a military man than a politician? I don't know what is wrong with us in this country. Is Obasanjo a military man or a politician? Somebody off his uniform and wear agbada, all in the name of... See, let's not deceive ourselves. You cannot dissociate the problem of Nigeria from military men. So what are we saying? And we come here and we glorify them, but that's not the point. Let's not go to Buhari and military men and military whatever. We know what Nigeria was when they were there. We know how we are now. Yes, the economy might not be, but we know where we are now. We know what we know where our future is, and we know that our political system is growing. A sitting party. Now we have governors losing their incumbent governors losing their position in Nigerian economy, Nigerian the democracy. Even this past election, the president that is there now won by narrow margin, though the case is still in court. Is that not progress for our democracy? Can you compare the same democracy that we have now to the democracy we have under Obasanjo during the days of Morizu, when it was the soldiers and the military that were going to snatch ballot boxes for them? So please, let's not talk about that. Forget that. Let me stay to Niger, please. Let me end Niger. These people have been going through series of coups. If the military were the answers to their problem, all these coups would have stopped their problem. And because the people are happy, all in the name, see, the major reason why the people are happy, just two things. And I'm going to state it. If you remove it from the equation, you see that the table will turn around. One, they are selling this coup on the pretense of we are fighting against France. That is one. No francophone citizen of a francophone country will hear that and not be happy. That's number one. Number two, the position of ECOWAS on this matter made the people to feel that, we will rally around our own people since they are fighting against France. And they now see ECOWAS as supporting France. That is the two reasons. Not because the coup is right. So because people voted for this minority leader,
They voted for this man from the minority tribe, and he became the president. So let's leave that. So what I'm trying to say is this: let's not glorify anything. If what is about to happen in Niger happens, if ECOWAS do not act, and US and France turn, they turn, how do they say it in we say it here in a session, if they wind their toy very well and the toy starts playing the game that we want it to play, we would not be sleeping well in Nigeria. It is better for us to, what you are doing now is that two people are about to fight. You just want to go there and stop the fight. That is what ECOWAS wants to do. Because should these people fund the rebels, and the rebels now, see, they will continue to break into factions. Even the military itself will break into factions. And it will now be from, you know how it started now? You know how, now we have ISIS, we have Boko Haram, we have ISIS Africa, we have, where did it start from? It started from when? And they were the one degenerating, breaking, just like we have every terrorist group will break into another terrorist group. So what is happening now is this: I don't want to see ECOWAS from the point of view of doing the bidding of the West. I want to see ECOWAS from the point of view of seeing what is going to happen in that area. And Nigeria has to shout, because Nigeria shares the largest border with this country.
Sorry, I know you're going to land. You're going to land. But let me ask a question. You land.
Yeah, it's not going to land if you keep on asking him.
If Nigeria does not take initiative and the problem starts, we are going to be in serious mess. So for me, finally, what Nigeria and ECOWAS are doing as it is to go there and make sure that guns do not fall into the hands of rebels, and that the West do not use rebels to counter these people, sponsor rebels to counter them, to ouster them out of power, so that they can, and still, when there is war, they will continue to steal. After the war, they will steal. During the war, they will steal. That is what I want you to know. Unless somebody takes initiative, and what ECOWAS is doing is taking initiative, and that is my own submission. Woman, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Tony Denwall, please.
Yeah, I want to greet everybody. So make sure they push the like button, whether I like the presentation or not. That's what I do every day. It's my daily obligation to support any Nigerian platform abroad. So now let me just expand a little bit, sir. Thank you very much, Waman, sir, for giving me the opportunity to air my view, which might go to those people that are in charge of our country. So I want to expand on a collateral short or brief submission here tonight. That so it was said that what is actually wrong with us, with the black people? Why should we be waiting for these people to be dictated to us? Why should we stand aside and let them come and take our resources, only to be bringing us some money back in form of aid? So one thing I want you guys to realize tonight is that the fact that our people are suffering, at the grassroots level, that is what is making us to root for military something. There are some other benefit which they didn't realize is that when there's a military government in Nigeria, the armed robbers will cease, all these terrorists will cease. There will be no religious fanaticism or whatever. Even the churches are not, they will know their level. So that's why we are saying that we should. And then meanwhile, very, very important point also.
You
that
say
I want
no,
to
I was no armed robber doing the military in Nigeria.
No. Yeah, but once you are caught, it's a death penalty. Death penalty. Mr. Gine, sorry, Mr. Adewale, my brother. You know that the day you enter this platform, your first appearance, you came with Oriola. I think Oriola. You know that ever since then, first of all, you were against Awolowo, first of all, and you know that you already touched my anointed. And my father's anointed.
I never against Awolowo.
No. I have all the documents. I've been with one woman now for almost 3 years. Then I'll be keeping most of the documents.
No way, I'll never be
And
against
I
a
know you,
woman.
Adewale, you anti people. You know what I'm saying? You know, the other day I was hold on, this is my time. Yeah, this is my time.
They go open book for them. They go open book.
Let me learn. Bitte, sorry, I say bitte. I say please in German. Bitte has is please. So you know, from that day on, I said, okay, I have to be watching this guy. You know, there was once upon a time we were talking about religion, so you came to support me a bit about preserving our African culture. That hottest debate that I had with Madam Victoria. You know, so one thing is this: we are saying that Nigerians are the most intelligent people abroad. They are the most educated in America. Why can't we replicate that at home? Even though we know that during the military government, all these cabris, Nigeria breweries, they were duplicating them abroad. You know, we have this tree factory in between Djibouti and Ekpe, you know, which was located between that stream water. You know, so people are being employed. If you are schooling, you know, you see, with that environment, you can go and work. You know, so Cabri was having a branch in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, in everywhere. Then a Star Beer. Today now, Star Beer has lost the Nigeria trademark. It's now a Holland beer again. You know, we are losing. So during the military government, we had all these refineries built for us. You know what I'm saying? All this Volkswagen, automobile, which was like a university, education level. You know what I'm saying? So people go to Polytechnic that, and you can also go to Volkswagen of Nigeria.
Sorry, where are you taking us to, man? Where are you taking us to?
I'm trying to say the advantage and the disadvantages of military government, because I can see that people here, most of our guys here, let me just talk to our people tonight, that they are just enjoying being abroad. Our uncles went abroad, they came back to Nigeria, to go and do their ACCA, economy, this accountancy, like my uncle and the other uncles, they went to just do their masters and they are coming back to Nigeria. But today, you see that before you can even boast of feeding right now or to survive, you have to go to abroad. That one is already, a very bad thing, that the military government is better. Then I was asking a question earlier on. In the 24 years of military, civilian so-called democracy, where you are given the right to talk, what do you want? Now freedom of speech. Now you want job, or you want to get schools with roofs. Right now, Nigeria, all the primary school and secondary school are roofless. So why can't you just, reason that way? That okay. Let us go there. And then meanwhile, let me close up, sir. So let me tell you guys tonight that dictators always build countries. When they build the country, they now hand over to the people to enjoy. That's otherwise known as democracy. So the European countries and the Japanese, all these, they build their economies with a dictatorship. So somebody had to spring out someday. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you, one of us here, and then we are going to, maybe eliminate 1/4 of our population in order for us to move ahead. Thank you, sir. Woman.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Wall, please.
Sorry, Woman. You want to eliminate 1/4 of our population, and it does not want Nigerians to die.
No, if it means doing that, people that will go, on our way towards developing our country, we don't need this so-called parliamentarian that are just sucking our blood like mosquitoes and flies.
Okay, I agree to you, Gatoni. I'll be waiting. I almost forgot everything I want to say. Anyway, I greet everybody, the panelists of the house.
I congratulate you for your son, eh?
My daughter, thank you. And click the like, share button, and thumbs up. Well, I'll be listening to this Niger matter, and yesterday I think I was the first to break it that Niger just accused France of bombing their country. And people were saying that it's not true yet because it wasn't on the media at that time. Anyway, let me quickly say this. As Jide was saying, stressing.
Sorry, when did... sorry, are you saying France bombed Niger?
Yeah, that's what I watched in Japanese news. They said they bombed. But I was saying, when I saw it on my TV, I was telling them, like, I'm saying they just bombed somewhere in Niger.
I've not seen that anywhere.
But they denied it. That's why it's not in the media. I think they just reconfirmed it.
Yes. The military going to accuse France of flying airplane into their
Yeah,
distant a particular prison to release
prison.
1,000 rebel.
Yeah, 1,000 rebel. Yeah. So, so what I was saying yesterday, I was cautious of saying, like, is it fake news? But I was confused that Japan don't say fake news anyway. But I wasn't too sure. Thank you now that you just reaffirmed it, because I just recorded the money here now. But again, let me quickly say this. We did this. My friend is just shouting, "Is Nigeria interest? If we allow this coup, Nigeria will be in crisis." And just here yesterday, people were reading out the coups that have been taking place in Niger. The last time there was a coup in Niger was, I think, was just 10 years ago or 9 years ago. And I did not see this chaos, this panic mood that I'm seeing now in this, in like mostly in this forum. Nigeria was peaceful and calm. There was no alarmist like, oh, ECOMO must go there, otherwise there will be this, there will be that, there's this. And like you guys said, since 1970, this pipeline deal has been on ground. I didn't see Nigeria crying at to jeopardize our pipeline, this thing. So why now? There has been coup in. Hold on, please. Hold on. Sorry. There has been coup in that place, and suddenly we are showing interest. Okay, so let's agree to disagree and disagree to agree that we are waking up to our responsibilities right now. Why can't we, as Ajalico said, somebody said, why can't we tell the West and France, like, hold on, let's handle this in our own way. These are our own people. This is geopolitics, man. We know these people. Let's handle it. But the problem here is this fire brigade approach that France wants Nigeria to take is the problem. And Jide just narrated it in a way of fear, that the way they used to do our slave masters used to do our slaves then, that every year they will allow one slave to go.
Sorry, what do you mean this fire brigade approach that France wants Nigeria to take? What does that mean?
It means 7 days ultimatum was a fire brigade approach. You've never taken a recon mission. You never know what is going on ground.
But what do you mean that France wants Nigeria to take? What does that mean?
It means that France want Niger back with every means possible and as soon as possible. They could not bear to even wait a day extra, because they get their uranium from there that they use to power their light every day. Every day uranium leaves that country. So a delay is dangerous. One day shutdown of that mine is a problem to to France. So they want force to go there immediately to turn that whatever is going on there.
France said they have 2 years worth of storage of uranium. So it's not.
You are not the one to speak for France. So please hold on. If France will have whatever they have, let them have it. And if they have it, they should not bother. They should have sit down and use diplomacy and talk to Niger and tell them, come, I don't even need your uranium anymore. I have 20 years of your uranium. Before that, there's other uranium places we can exploit. So if you want to drink your uranium, you can go drink it. That's how a big country negotiate. But by pushing, this is how they're pushing Libya. France actually spearheaded Libya and destroyed Libya. Today, we don't talk about Libya anymore, France. We talk about America involved in Libya. And Obama came out and said, I regretted going to Libya. And people came out then, just as Jide came out, make all this narrative. No, they have to do this. No, they have to do this. They have to go in now. But today, look at Libya. Nobody say military junta is the best for Niger. But what people are saying is that, at least for once, let that region decide how they're going to govern themselves, including ECOMOG or ECOWAS. Sit down with these people. Coup have taken place. We know this president is not coming back. What's the grievances? What led to this coup? What's the problem on ground? Okay, we'll give you 6 months, arrange a new government, change power. Even the France are so bitter that they are beaten to their game, because this coup took over power without one bullet shot or gunfire. How will I say? No life lost, no blood dropped. Now, if you want to use according to the treaty, World Treaty or Military Treaty, ECOWAS have no right going there now because there's no chaos in that town. France are looking for where at least put debt on the government now, so they have reason to go in because they took over that power cleanly and swiftly, which was very brilliant and smart. I wish there was resistance from other military men. Yes, ECOWAS have the obligation to even go there without even waiting for Niger to request for them, because that is the word that they are meant for, peacekeeping force, not regime turning force. Yeah, peacekeeping force. When ECOWAS went to Liberia, did they remove Taylor? Taylor assassinated Samuel Doe and became the president, and there was chaos. When ECOWAS went there, did they remove Taylor? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. Everywhere ECOWAS went to, they went as peacekeeping mission. They never overturned the government that was there, either it was by force or crook or legitimate. So this is different right now. That will now bring to the question: what is ECOWAS interest in it? And people can always say, "Oh, it's the France that is using Nigeria," and don't blame people to say that. Conspiracy theory is very vital in geopolitics. Now, look at North Korea. We all know North Korea is controlled by China, by extension, Russia. Kim Jong-un never make any statement to China. Whatever China says, North Korea do. Same, we can say conspiracy theory that France is using Nigeria because our president take treatment there. Anybody can say it, anybody can fall for it. We don't need this war in Niger. We do not need it, and we should not allow it. We don't need by one week going there, and we should not allow it by letting the West use us. At least for once, let's have people that can sit down with the West and negotiate. The problem I think we have in Africa, we don't have people that can negotiate our right for us. Anything they tell us we do, and we are we are scared to negotiate our right. Westerners are businessmen. Nobody wants to lose. No businessman wants to lose his investment. You have to sit down with them and tell, come, it's a win-win situation. You profit, I will profit. But let it be like this. If you don't like it for the optics, let it be like this. That's why you see in Middle East, what's going on in Middle East is far worse than what's going on in Africa. But you don't see the military there, the West there, because they negotiate their way out. Everything is negotiation. You keep going there and tell that you give them, make an offer they cannot refuse. Sit these Western people down and negotiate with them. We don't need this instability. It's not good for you. It's not good for me. If they bring out rebel right now, you think it's only France that have interest there? The world is so advanced right now. China is very close to Africa. China have base in Eritrea. Russia has base. There are so many people that Indian. They all come. Everybody needs nuclear. What do you call it? Is it nuclear fission or whatever they call it right now? The world is hungry for it. So you think when if the rebel come in and there's a secretarial war and insurgency in that country, you think it's only France that have the monopoly to control insurgency? Russia will come in, China will come in. They all be controlling resources. They all will hold their own section. They can hold to their side, and that will bring the stability. That Amajiri you are complaining about, they will still troop into Nigeria. If ECOMOG goes there, Amajiri will still troop into Nigeria. If you look at it from both ways, there's no win-win situation in this situation. The best situation is to sit down and smart the French and smart the Nigerians. And for crying out loud, why is it that the West must impose the kind of democracy we operate? Why can't they just allow us to operate the kind of democracy that suits our people? If you look at Middle East, their type of democracy is different. The one that can balance their region. You cannot just oppose a democracy that will not work for people, and you say that democracy is gradually growing. How will it grow? Can you water a stone for it to grow? You can water a stone from now to tomorrow. It won't grow. Like I said before yesterday, Nigeria is not by, or Africa or West Africa, whatever is happening in Africa, is not by default. It's by design. These people designed this thing to be like this, and they are playing two-sided sword, two-sided game, like a two-edged sword. If you bring military junta, if you complain, they'll bring puppet regime. If you complain, they'll bring military junta. They are playing the both sides. For crying out loud, it's not good for us. All this fear and show of force that some people need in this platform is not nice at all. And again, nobody can stop Tinubu not to go to telling Echo Mongo to go to Niger if he decides to go. We can only say what we want, and he has the final say for executive order because it's the executive decision. But you should understand the blame will fall solely on him, because you can never tell how the war will go. At the end of the day, even America, it took America 2 months for them to invade Afghanistan. But at the end of the day, what happened? It was a big mess. Iraq, the same thing. Libya, the same thing. What happened? It's a big mess. And we can say military is not military. Have people checked the world? How many presidents are military president in the world? In today, go and check, you'll be surprised. I think Thailand is a military control government. Rwanda is a military. Kigali just only pull up a khaki and put up a t-shirt, khaki safari. But we don't say that because it is on the military, on the Western interest. But when it comes to our own, we want to pull up ourselves to death. And again, people that is wishing for military regime in Nigeria, it will never happen. Nigeria has had its own fair share of military.
My Edo brother.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I can hear you. Izo?
Yeah. No.
I greet you.
Yeah. So, no, you make an interject real quick. You mentioned something. I want to ask you a question about them. You said that the West should allow us to govern with our own system of government, whatever that may be, and will not interfere. I agree with you. But I was just thinking about that because what would that system of government be? And the reason why I ask is because, we have every African country in West Africa has multiple languages and ethnicities. Is it something like what the Swiss have, where you have?
Is it me that is breaking, or is his one that is breaking?
It's on. Yeah, it's on. You're breaking.
Region.
We can.
And you have essentially 7 or 6 different leaders at the same time, and then one person.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, can you hear me?
Start it from the beginning again.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Based on what you were saying about system of government that we should have, what would that system of government look like? Let me summarize it. So is it something like what the Swiss have, where you have different regions? So in somewhere like Nigeria, would we have, maybe 12 regions and 12 regional premiers, and all of them come together to make decisions for the country, and then one person represents us internationally? What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you, Islam, for that question.
Sorry, before you answer, they have a similar system in Somaliland as well. In Somalia, yes.
Yeah, they have. The people don't even know. In Malaysia, they have 20 datus. 20. That is they call it like ayatollahs or called king. Like
a council of elders sort of government.
Yes. They rotate it to 2 years, every 2 years, because the datos are in charge, like just in Britain. The datos are the head of government. They sign any policy. The prime minister they vote in. The datos have to sign into law. Now they have 20 datos as for their 20 region or whatever it is, and that is thing they rotate it every 2 years. They change one head. They have a council that every 2 years it rotates. Now, people don't know in Afghanistan, it's like Afghanistan, Taliban just only deal with the international community. The local is mainly like warlord control their province. That's why Afghanistan is a safe haven for Islamic jihadists. No one warlord have powers is rather than the other warlord. Now, to your question you asked me, let me really answer it properly. If they allow us to govern ourselves, our leaders will find a way to govern ourselves by their coming together, sit down and decide what is best for them. It's give and take. It cannot be 100%. They must sit down. They will sit down, negotiate what is good for them, the law that will be good for them, and they will hold on to that law, go that way. But because we have never tried it, we never know how it's going to be. That's why we keep coming up with this question. We have more than 300 tribes in Nigeria. How can we govern ourselves? How will we govern ourselves before they came? We are living in peace before. No tribal sentiment, no issue. I guarantee you, if they allow us to govern ourselves, there will be several town hall meetings. It will not be easy, but we'll get it through. People will sit down, agree, disagree, and agree again. The way we should go.
All right. I'm not quite sure that you are right to say that we were living peacefully. We were worrying and enslaving each other. Long before these people came. I'm not sure what that means.
One man. Let's see. One man. The truth of the matter is, from the 18th century, the British have been playing.
Hold on. Don't go on a long history run, so I can go on.
I know. So, yeah, shall make it short. From the 18th century, if you look at it properly, British have been giving minority people weapons to fight against the majority, so that they can get if the majority lose, they'll take the majority slave. That's why we think that right from day one we'll be fighting ourselves. It's not really true. We're not really fighting ourselves. If apart from we have scores to settle, But let's move past that. Let me come back to this Mali. Let me come back to Nigeria, so I can round up so other people come in.
Yes, round it up in a couple more sentences.
Yeah. So my own take is this, and in as much we are blaming ECOWAS, blaming the West, blaming Tinubu, yes. We still have to blame the coup plotters. Should they fuck this up?
No,
sorry.
Sorry.
Should they mess this up? Their own, what will be for them will be worst, because a lot of hope is in them. At least there should not be a knucklehead. There should not be a rockhead. In how much they have people support, they are getting feedback. At least there's a little bit subpedal in some certain rules and allow for certain things go to certain ways, so that it will be 50-50. Because if they go on this hard journey, you give the West all the reasons to overturn you, use any means necessary, and they're still blaming on you. And in Nigeria, Tinubu should be very, 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 very careful the way he's taking military into Niger. Even though he takes military to Niger and he succeed, he will create a bad blood in the north. And if he doesn't succeed, he has created an enemy in the north. And 2027 is close, and we can kiss it bye-bye. Mama, thank you. I use the floor for the next person.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, let's hear from you. Hopefully you have a good connection so that you can give us your take. Bishop, good to have you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I hope I have a good connection. I don't know if you are hearing me.
Yes, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Okay. Let me start by saying good evening, everyone on the platform. Thank you for your contributions. Please, if you have not clicked on the like button, please do that one. I mean, I don't know why we have to be repeating this one, but please do. And a few minutes ago that I checked, it's still not very impressive. So if you are this Biko Dalu, I beg you, click on the like button. You can suspend subscribing.
Bishop, can you speak up just a little bit more? Can you speak up just a little bit more? Carry on.
I am saying, please, if you have not clicked on the like button today, please do so. I am begging you on our knees. It's not too much to ask for. So please kindly click on the like button if you have not done so. Thank you very much. The what's on the front burner, the topic of the day is this Niger issue. And opinion is very sharply divided. And this opinion is shaped by various, by different things. You know, there are different factors. It's shaped by different factors. But some things are factual. So I just want to deal with a little bit of the facts and not the emotions or the sentiments. Number one fact is that ECOWAS Commission has taken a decision, and that decision is that they have explored why they have not removed the option of the negotiation off the table, but they have insisted that if that fails, as it has failed in the past week, they will use the military option. It's a decision they have to make. It's a decision they have made. Am I in support of that decision? Yes. Are those decisions going to have some consequences? Absolutely. Every decision have its own consequences. But the question is this: were they right to have made that decision? I believe they are, because they have the mandate of the people. The ECOWAS Commission is headed by leaders of the sub-regional country. What they are doing is needful to the extent that we are beginning to see a new wave of anti-democratic forces. I don't want to go into, the last speakers about whether democracy is the best or not the best. And the person that asked the question asked rightly. Unfortunately, my friend did not answer it very well. And as it is today, democracy is still the best form of government. Maybe we will have a better way, something better tomorrow, but today, because it is only democracy that makes people accountable. Go and check all other forms of government. You are not. People cannot call you to question. Is it perfect as it is today, as you are practicing it in Africa? Definitely not. Even America is yet to have a perfect democratic system, and so many other things, but they keep growing every day. So, in a nutshell, ECOWAS have taken the decision. Let's separate ECOWAS from Tinubu. Let's separate ECOWAS from Nigeria. ECOWAS is not Nigeria. ECOWAS is not Tinubu. Nigeria is not waging war on any country, talk less of Niger. This idea of, the North is going to be the North, it is because the elite and some vested interests have continued to make that narrative. And that narrative is beginning to gather some flesh. There's flesh to eat. People are angry. People are not going to be happy. The North is going to be this. There is ethnic campaign. Nigeria is not fighting Niger. Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. ECOWAS is going with a military, to go and use military force to reinstall. Now, the last speaker or somebody before him said that ECOWAS is a peacekeeping mission. No, it's an intervention force that is established. Go and read the charters again. Peacekeeping is the code of what they were going for, but it is a standby intervention force that was established. I can't remember the year now. It's not just now. They have a standby intervention force. So it's a force, intervention force. They only determine, based on the case on ground, determines what they will call it. It could still be peace. Another fallacy is that because they gather 10,000 people in the stadium, that Nigerians are in support of that coup. That is blatant. That is not correct. Majority of Nigerians are not in support of that coup. It's just like somebody telling us, I did mention yesterday, we were all here in the days of Abacha. We know they were organizing something in stadium, carrying people with buses to go and say Abacha, huge earnestly end for Abacha. And somebody remind me, this Daniel Kanu that was doing it there. And for somebody to now use that word to say, Abacha is popular, people want him. The day he died, you see the jubilation on the street. But the same man was on television, on radio, every day they will say, Abacha, people. So if somebody is now using the fact that they gather some people in the stadium, that's an old trick. You shouldn't fool any Nigeria. You can fool other people from other places. 1 million man match, 2 million man match, 10 million man match. That's crap. That's crap, as far as I'm concerned. So referencing it to mean that the people are happy with the junta is a no-no. Now, finally, why is ECOWAS interested in Niger? There is a saying of the Bible that says, not Bible now, in Yoruba language, I will say the Bible one. Igigogoroma gumiloju, okere la matin doje, no man so. the Bible one says that a little leaven can leaven the whole lump. I think somewhere in 1 Corinthians chapter 5. A little leaven, if you allow it to fester, it's becoming a pattern. We were getting democratized.
You know, Bishop, that ECOWAS will still need the sign off of United Nations before they can really
no, they don't.
Do they not?
They won't. No, let me answer straight away. Number one, they don't need, but they already have it.
Yeah.
They don't need the United Nations. No, they don't need.
Hello, woman.
But they already have it. No, let me answer straight away. Number one, they don't need, but they already have it. They don't need the United Nations. No, they don't need.
Hello, woman.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, no. There's too many voices cascading, and Bishop, carry on. Yeah. Did somebody want to interject?
I thought I had somebody's voice. That was why I stopped.
Oh no, yes, that voice. Yeah, you could hear it was Carry on. It was a bit
okay.
Off.
So let me answer your
question. Carry on, Bishop. Carry on. I'm behind you. Carry on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. What I just said is that they don't need United Nations approval, but even at that, they already have it. Do you understand me? They already have AU. There was an AU special representative at the ECOWAS meeting in Abuja today. AU sent their delegation. AU also had attempted to mediate, to meet with the coupists. So they already have it. Let's leave that. And why is ECOMOG interested? Because it is a bad signal. Number two things are very certain to happen. If ECOWAS backs out now, then they have lost their relevance. They have go back to the days of mere bulldog that cannot even back, talk less of bite. That's number one fact. Losing relevance and becoming completely. Number two, it will encourage some other mutineers and coupists in other smaller countries. That look, if these people do it and they got away with it, we can as well do it. And I can assure you, in the next 3 years, we will have up to 10 military governments in Africa. Those two things are enough clear. Let's forget economic interest. That maybe Nigeria pipeline. Some of them are justified. They are really very justified. But I don't want to go there. I'm going to the fact that we cannot allow Niger to demystify ECOMOG now. One, we cannot allow the propaganda that it's a popular coup because of people gathered in the stadium. Two, then we cannot now let this be an example for others want to follow, that there's nothing they will do. If Niger just did it and they went away with it, we can as well do it and we'll go away with it and nothing will happen.
Bishop, let me interject. I feel like you're making sense, yeah? But one would ask, if you're going after Niger, why not in overall say, all right, I'm going after Mali, I'm going after Burkina Faso, I'm going after all these people that have the military government under them. You have to do that for us to actually know what you're trying to do, not just go and target one person. That is the problem.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Des, reflect on what you just said for a moment. Reflect on it. Des.
I don't get what you mean.
No, think about what you just said for a moment.
No, Bishop is saying
ECOWAS should come out and say they are going to deploy militarily in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger.
No, it's not what I'm saying. And it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the reason that Bishop is giving now is to justify that he doesn't want too many coups, like, because Niger is doing it. If they don't stop Niger, it's going to fester, which is already happening. So if you wanted to do that, then if you're done with Niger, you have to actually say, okay, you have to go for all these people. Even those people are even against you. Why not just say, okay, since Mali and Burkina Faso is against me, then you tackle them. So it's very
okay.
What's the big deal?
Let me answer you. I understand your question very well. Truth of the matter is this: it is not feasible. What you just said is not feasible, and it does not make sense to take up all of them. Should they have done this before to forestall it? Yes. But did they make a mistake by not doing it? They made a mistake. Now that they have realized they made a mistake, we are going to come back to those ones later. But they cannot, because it's already late. They cannot just say, oh, hand over. Hand over to who? They will only give them an ultimatum. Send a special, what do they call it today? Special, that's this thing they used to call them. Special envoy to them. Go and negotiate. When are you returning power to democratic? When are you conducting an election that is going to be supervised or observed by whether AU or ECOWAS or what have you? So there will be a timetable for those ones because it's already passed. You cannot now go back, and it will be foolish for any ECOWAS person to say we want to take up 5 nations at the same time. The reason why those ones are supporting their fellow coupists in Niger is because they know that if they back down now, that if they were able to restore democracy, you can be very sure in a matter of months they will call the leader of Burkina Faso. Come, what are you people doing? How long do you want to conduct an election? The connection you want to come and make, have you finished making it? Let there be a timetable. You can contest, but resign, contest an election and win. So I don't think it is right to say why did ECOWAS not take up on all other nations that have had coup, because it is not feasible and it does not make sense to do that. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of made a little bit of sense, but I'm just saying that this whole country now are against you. They are saying they are going to fight. Do you understand where I'm coming from? They're saying they are going to fight against the ECOWAS itself. So it doesn't make sense that you're not going to go after them when they are going after you.
We are going to go out. No, forget the ranting. That's the you know, the one our Owele of Onitsha said those days, the ranting of an ant. What the ranting of an ant do on an elephant? You know, it doesn't even need to look on that place, on that side. So their ranting is just ranting. I said before, and I'm still saying again, if we are helping to shape opinion and narrative in the public space, number one, Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. It's not going to happen. Look, military tacticians say it will take Nigeria not 3 days, not 5 days, not 1 week. If they have their targets, they want to take out certain locations. I'm not saying certain individuals, but if individuals have to go with it, Nigeria is not going to march into Niger with boots of soldiers. No, it's not going to happen. So the Chad will not come. I mean, Niger will not come. No, not Niger. Burkina Faso will not now mobilize soldiers and say they want to go and defend the presidential palace in Niger, in Niamey. They won't do that. They are protecting their own interests by trying to buy more time. If this was succeed, at least nobody will demand of them a return to democracy. And people are speculating that Russia is going to come. Russia is going to come. Another lie, another blatant lie. Russia is not going to beat force. And sometimes we have this Wagner group that people are talking about. Sometimes I think we are overrating them. They won't bring food soldiers into Niger to come and defend those coupists. They have enough in their hand. And I asked this question a couple of days ago. Are we saying the Wagner group is representing Russia? My answer is no. But people have a different opinion on that. So I don't want to anticipate energy on that. Now come to the local politics. You know, the Nigerian faction. The way we are so divided about our internal affairs, probably we should not be that divided. I've listened to opinion, you know, television, I've read articles, I've seen people's, and it's very easy to pinpoint where people stand depending on their political affiliations. That majorly is what is defining majority of opinion on this issue. More than 90% of opinion is shaped by political affiliations. For me, I think it is a minus for us as a nation. It's a no-no. I mean, Nigerians are playing games. Some people are even wishing them to lose because they don't want some things to be recorded, because once the administration they like is not in power. I've seen that. I've read that. I've heard that. and it's a no-no. If we remove those political affiliation and sentiments, quite honestly, we will not be as divided as we are about this Niger military issue or not. A military regime in Niger is not good for Africa. Nigeria is not good for West Africa. They are almost commanding the entire belt from the east border, from the west, from that Guinea, whatever, to the other side is cutting us in place. So if ECOWAS can insist and restore order in Niger, it will be a sign for other would-be coupists that look, there's no way there. And on the other hand, the ones that are there now will be having a revenge on how to go back. And with all intent and purpose, finally, with all intent and purpose, what has military government added to us in West Africa? Where is it that after they left, the people are praising them that, oh, they did well? Let us point at one. Just one. That, they're the one. Somebody said that the dictatorship that built something. That's my friend, Tony. Is it Tony? Yeah, it's Tony. That said it is dictator, and he advocated. Actually, I wanted to make something a comment about it. But when we now say a quarter, we should kill 1/4 of our population. I just did a quick arithmetic. We should kill 50 million people so that we can. Mr. Woman, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Let me ask you a question before you leave.
Go ahead, Naba.
You said the Wagner is not there for Russia.
That's what I said.
Okay, so on whose authority are they there, and who?
Wagner?
Hold on. And who is supplying them the weapons and all the logistics and everything that the machinery of war they are using to support their host?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many mercenary groups do you think are operating in Africa as we speak today?
I don't know. I know of Wagner. I know that South Africa have some, but I don't know about others.
Okay, I can tell you conveniently.
But that doesn't relate to this to my question. Does not. It has no relation with that.
It has, because Wagner is a mercenary group. From
where?
I don't care because they are from Russia. Does it now mean it's the Russian government that sent them?
It's Russia that gave them the license to operate as a military contractor.
No, Russia employed them. That is not true.
Dalikoko, ask
talking about.
Dalikoko, ask Bishop who sent Wagner Group to Bakhmut, Russia, in Ukraine. I mean.
Listen, let's get something straight. Wagner and his group, there are a lot of thousands of mercenaries across the globe. It's only the one that you hear from. They are used every now and then. It's not that it's owned by Russia.
Where did they emanate from?
It's because mercenary, the one you're mentioning now, because it came from Russia. Other than that, there has nothing.
Who said Wagner to Donetsky
to operate as mercenary group? Who?
See, do you know that Ukraine also has mercenary as well? Do you know that? There are thousands of America. Hold on. There are thousands of America that signed up with other.
So the mercenary group owned Ukraine. The mercenary group Ukraine owns is controlled by Russia.
I said there are.
No, I just asked a question.
No. I'm not saying
the American Blackwater.
What I said.
Who give them the arm? Who approved them to go to any country to operate? Who?
See, because they emanate from a country doesn't mean they are owned by that country. They are being commissioned by those countries. If they need their service, you request for a service and they render it. As it is right now, Nigeria can request for a service of mercenary. It's as simple as that. The last commandos that came to them, I think it was Maiduguri, that extracted one of the expatriates that was kidnapped there. They were not even American military. They were mercenaries. People just woke up.
Who contracted those mercenaries?
Because
okay, Adewale, thank you for the question. Like I said, already the Wagner Group is even overstretched. Do you know Wagner Group is in about 7 or 8, if not more, countries in Africa as we speak. The Wagner Group. They are in Africa. I know they are in Mozambique. They are in Sudan. They are in. They are in Libya. Actually, in Libya, they are in Central African Republic. I think they are in Mali. They are in one other South African country, if I'm not making a mistake. So they are already overstretched to the limit. So the idea that because they are from Russia, they are Russian-based or Russia licensed them, that Russia now decides or determines where they go to, or it's Russia that sends them. That is what I'm saying is not correct. It is not Russia that sent them to Sudan. It's not Russia that sent them to Mozambique. It's not Russia that sent them to Mali. It's not Russia that sent them to Central African Republic. So why is it that it now become Russia that is sending them to Niger? And they are not going to put foot soldiers in Niger. So if we say they are mercenaries, we agree on that point. But that they are representing Russia, no, they are soldiers of fortune. And soldiers of fortune, they like where there is confusion and anarchy. And they are going to want to, if they are going to bring them to Mali, the only reason the soldiers, the coupists in Mali are bringing them is to come and use them as bodyguards for the president. Because maybe he already is now afraid of other soldiers. Maybe they want to topple him too. So they are going to use them, but not to come and use them as soldiers or to come and fight a war to keep them in place. No, it's not. So that's what I meant by what I said. I don't know if I answered your question.
So when you see them and you look at their arm and their chest and you see that Russian flag, what does that signify to you?
Russian flag, where?
Russian flag on their arm. You see that little patch on their shoulder or on their chest, the Russian flag that you will see, that the patch on their chest or on their shoulder. What does that signify to you?
If you, what do you call it? Yes. If you want to mean that, because if they carry Russia, what do you call it now? Russia flag, means they are, in the first instance, they don't carry Russian flag in their uniform. They carry one kind of, like, Oriokubai, what do you call it? Skull something. In their insignia, that's their insignia. Is that what they call it? That's their logo. That's their logo. But every countryman can wear his country flag, whether as sport or anything. So I would say because they are wearing flag, if that's what you mean, that means they are Russian army. They are not Russian army.
So you think that a country like Russia or United States will license a particular organization to carry arms to operate mercenary group without following directive or instruction from that country, from the country that give them.
When America, when Whitewater, I say Whitewater, don't know.
Yes.
Blackwater.
Bishop.
Yes.
You think they don't give them? So you think they give them?
Yes.
So is Baba Telekoko saying that?
You think they don't give them rules of engagement, how to operate,
okay,
what to do, and what not to do?
Hold on, Bishop. Wait though.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Nigerian fighting on behalf of Ukraine against Russia. Are they carrying out the mandate of America or the mandate of Ukraine?
Nigerian. We are talking about
mercenaries. I am saying that wait now. I'm talking about American.
Yeah.
Wearing the patch of Ukraine. Okay. Fighting on behalf.
Sorry, Dewale. At the prime dot, you are on twice. So which one do you want me to remove? Or remove one? Sorry, carry on, Dewale.
Okay. What I'm trying to imply what Babadele is trying to say is that the Americans that are volunteering and fighting, that chose to be on the side of Ukraine by joining the mercenaries in Ukraine to fight against Russia, are they fighting by the mandate of America or by the mandate of the country that employed them? These are private military people that choose to go and fight to earn a living. Okay? So if you see them, they are part of America. Well, some of them wear their own military uniform that they used when they were in the battlefront. So if you see that, would you say that America was the one that sent them to fight against Russia?
Thank you. Now, just the example I wanted to give, the crisis of the Blackwater abuse in Russia, in Iraq, when the thing blew and there were evidences, why did America deny them? If you remember that story very well, the Blackwater scandal in Libya, where they tortured people, and not Libya, in Iraq, that they tortured and killed some people, extrajudicially. And they were trying to bring it to the United Nations that, human rights, whatever, that America. Why did America deny those people? Were they not licensed by America? That they were licensed by America does not mean America will take responsibility for their actions.
Bishop, sorry, I don't understand this analysis you were just saying about the Blackwater, that America did take responsibility about the action I said
what there was a scandal. There was an inquiry. There was a scandal about some of their actions in Russia. Iraq.
Yes,
when it Iraq. Out, America did not take responsibility for their actions.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. When the Blackwater committed in Iraq.
Hold on, everybody. If you are not speaking, keep yourself muted, because there's somebody there that's just giving us background noise. I think that's Dede. If you are not speaking, then please keep yourself muted. Otherwise, you interfere with the stream.
Okay. Bishop, when Blackwater's warrior committed atrocities in America, they brought them here. They put America to shame. An American people, an American state.
You said they committed atrocities in America.
No.
Let him put it to you. Yeah.
When Blackwater warriors, or mercenaries as we call them, went to Iraq and committed atrocities against Iraqi people, they put American state to shame. And American authority took it up against them, tried them, punished them, put them to jail. So that will tell you that even though they are licensed to go and work, they have to follow the rules of engagement.
No. You are missing it up.
Okay.
Hold on.
America saw them put on trial. We saw them put to jail. We saw them punished by American authority.
Okay. Have you landed? You are saying two different things. Now, if America actually sent soldiers and soldiers committed something, America is taking responsibility for that thing. That an American citizen committed an offense somewhere and is now being punished does not mean America has taken responsibility for that offense, atrocities committed. There are two different things. If American soldiers, real American soldiers, it's not just going to be limited about punishing those individuals involved. It's going to be like, look, America has taken responsibility for the action. Look, the detonation of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki till tomorrow is a stain because it was an American act. The act of the Blackwater was an act of some military contractors for some mercenaries. That those people were caught and they were tried does not mean that America you kill somebody, It's established that you kill. Come and start trial for murder. If they had even wanted to be very fair, the Americans were talking about, in that case, they actually should have sent those people back to the place they committed their offense. Let them try them there and let them be jailed in that place. Why coming to jail them in America? So there are two different things.
Bishop,
Let me land, please. I'm not getting it wrong. Let me land. What I'm saying is that America did not, and we can do that instead, take responsibility that, they punished those people that were involved. Does not mean that they took responsibility that it was the act of the American people. That those individuals committed that atrocity. Oh, Americans commit atrocities everywhere they go, even the military. The one that they cover up, they cover more than 99% of the things they do. But it's a fact. It's a matter of time that it begins to cover. We saw. We eventually went to those pictures of Guantanamo surfaced. We knew how much effort they tried to cover it up. So what I am saying is that there are mercenaries everywhere in Africa. At least there are more than 10 different mercenaries in several countries in Africa. And they are operating independently because they want to make money. The Wagner group will not come and fight on behalf of Russia in Niger. It's not going to happen. That's my submission.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to say something? Yeah, go on.
Let's say, look, Bishop, you did not follow. I'm not sure if you follow that Blackwater's scenario in Iraq. I'm not sure if you follow it well. American state took responsibility and they put those people on trial here and were punished and jailed because it's America that contracted them to work for her. So whatever they did it on behalf of American state. And that's the reason American took responsibility. America gave them the job to do. They were working for America. Even though they are a private organization, America gave them job to do for her. And they committed atrocity in that process. And America took responsibility and tried them openly and jailed them, punished them. So we saw it.
I got Jalikoko.
Yes.
Sorry, one man. I got Jalikoko. They won't try them on the highest order. They tried them on the parliament. We're watching it here on CNN every day.
Yes. They were investigated.
What's Bishop saying?
What's Bishop saying? Congressional hearing.
Congressional hearing.
There was congressional hearing. They took all the pictures.
Number one. Congressional hearing, not trial. Come. Hold on.
After that, they were tried.
Hold on. See, when you believe in your own truth, is your own truth. You are saying that. Hold on now. You were saying they were tried at the congressional level. That was not the trial. There was an investigation. How can you say they were tried?
No. Hold on. It was what do you call what's the name of my friend from Japan?
World Peace. It was congressional hearing.
It was World Peace that added congressional hearing. I was talking of trial because I remember the trial. But when
you corroborated him now. Go and listen to
But it's true. But it's true, Bishop.
All right.
They tried them.
That's not the wider point.
The congressional hearing happened. Congressional hearing got all the facts right. And on the basis of that, they tried them under the law, punished, put to jail. Look, America took responsibility, and they apologized to Iraqi people. They apologized openly.
Ajale Koko.
Yeah, let me leave it there.
Yes, sorry for interjecting you. Okay, you see, the American legal system is one of the world. Okay, and everybody knows that. And I don't think you can compare that scenario, even though they are similar, because it is well known that it's America that contract the military contractors there. It was the United States government that gave them contract there. But in case of Wagner, it's not the Russian, it's the African countries that invited them. So you cannot hold Russia responsible while it is the African countries contract them to come and give us securities or train their army here. So this is just the point I want to draw, so that at least we can understand.
Sorry.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Let me give you something, Ribadu. And by the way, I was going to move away from this topic, but now you are here and it's so close to you. Then I'll hear you will take the last shot on that. But when I was I was listening to the BBC earlier on today, and of course this topic was the topic of discussion, and they were talking especially about the Wagner Group. The Wagner Group is a satellite arm of the Russian government. Did you hear that? The Wagner Group. If I can get that clip, I'll send it to you on your WhatsApp, Ribadu. The Wagner Group is a satellite arm of the Russian government. Do you know what what they used to do? They will open up the prisons, and then the Wagner Group will go in there and take the most. This is what they were reporting on the BBC, and it's BBC Radio 4, by the way, which is the intellectual, the real deep thinking end of the BBC. They will open up the prisons. They will go and harvest hardened criminals, and then take them to the Ukraine. If you die, you die. But if you don't die, you are granted a state pardon. So that is who grants that state pardon? The Russian state. The Wagner Group is the Blackwater of Russia. That's beyond question.
Well, man, same thing they show to us in Japanese TV here. Wagner Group, Wagner leader, he's a former mayor in Russia. The people don't even know this is St. Petersburg. He goes to Russia prison, the worst of the worst, pick criminals and recruit them and take them to not only Ukraine, to Africa too. And like you said, if you die, you die. If you survive, you are pardoned. Who pardons them? Who owns them? Why are you guys spending all these things?
Who arms them? Who arms the
them?
Wagner
They use Russian tanks, Russian weapons, Russian uniform. Everything is Russia.
It's the Blackwater of Russia.
See,
Let's
guys,
one man.
You still have the floor, but Bishop.
I know Bishop has the floor,
floor,
but I just wanted to chip in real quick. See, I think we are misunderstanding each other. You see, mercenaries are not even called mercenary when it comes to the engagement abroad. Their primary job, usually they are attached to VIP. That's their primary job. But oftentimes, they're usually used as a tool by the power countries in order to carry out their dirty job. Yes, Wagner may be incorporated in Russia, but they go for the highest bidder. If there's no insecurity or anything, they don't get paid. So whoever needs their service is who they go to. Now, is Russia going to hold them accountable in their country? They could barely hold them accountable when they turn around to face Russia the last time. But America stood tall to discipline their own. Like I said earlier, there are thousands of mercenaries working for foreign government abroad. Their job is not only carrying arms, some about gathering intelligence, more or less like a contractor. But you and I would never for once think that they also do that. But primarily, they are into protection of VIP, but they branched out. However, if a country like Nigeria needed their service, of course, they are covered because they needed protection, not to kill. What happens in the Blackwater was because there were collaterals. I believe it was little children or so, and then they shot the individual and they were taking pictures and using that person's head, playing around. And America felt that is wrong for them to have done that, and they disciplined them. However, when you talk about Wagner Group, not necessarily carrying out the dirty work of Russia, they are getting paid by being called upon to render service. Just like the Nigeria wanted to do, they can call Israelis to come and help them. These are also mercenary as well. So that is how it works. But sometimes we mix this thing up as if
I think you may be mixing it up, Dewale. I think you are conflating.
You listen to BBC too much, one man.
Oh, all right. I listen to a variety of sources, but I think you are conflating.
BBC what did you propaganda. Listen to, what do you I balance my view. I don't just listen to liberal channel. BBC is like a Fox News in America, so I just balance your view, one man.
Well, yes. Then you listen to the BBC if you want to hear a balanced view. What I was
anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that you are conflating mercenaries with military contractors, which you may say they are both aligned, but a mercenary is somewhat of an independent rogue gone for hire. But a military contractor is a shadowy arm of a nation state.
No, you're wrong, one man.
All right.
You're wrong. There's nowhere anybody will be contracting a group to carry out harms again and all that. No.
Adewale. Oh, all right. Yeah, let's hear from Ribadu. Yeah.
Adewale, let me clarify what you were saying so that one man can even understand you better. One man, I don't like to disagree with you, but in this very juncture, I have to say you're very, very wrong. And let me convince you why you are wrong, okay? You see, let us concentrate on the legal aspect of it, okay? Both Wagner and Blackwater, they are all private military contractors, okay? From training to defense to security and all that. The point we are making here to differentiate where the responsibility lies, where the accountability lies, who is going to be held accountable for their action. I think that is the point we are missing. You see, in the case of the Iraqi issue, America hold them responsible because it was Pentagon that contracted them to go on that mission on Iraqi soil. But if it was otherwise, assuming it was the Iraqi people that contracted them, America will not be held responsible because the accountability lies from the paymaster. You understand? So when it comes to Wagner, if you go through their profile, on their company profile, their service, you will see it is covered. It is written global. It means it serves the whole world. Okay, so their method of recruitment that lies in so many strata of legality. Okay, they may have understanding with the Russian government that we can pull our recruitment from so and so and so. Okay, so in fact it's not just in the military, it's not in the defense sector only. Even these Chinese that our governors are rambling around, shaking hands with them, that are coming from China, all these civil contractors, majority of them are coming from their prisons. Okay, if they come to Nigeria, they just put a tie and they become VIPs. So it's everywhere. It's not just the defense sector. So what the point I'm trying to make here is, let me not divert, is whoever contracted these people, the accountability of their action lies with that person or with that body or with that government. We have to understand that. Okay, so if the Central African countries, or from Mali to Burkina Faso and all that, if they contracted Wagner, no matter the level of the atrocities they commit on the field, okay, does not, legally speaking, does not lies with the government of Russia. It lies from with the nations that brought them in. This is the point that I'm trying to make. So if we can clarify that, see it in that way, then we will be able to differentiate and say, okay, A is A, B is B. This is the point I'm trying to make. I think that is what Duale is trying to tell you. So yeah, I'm listening to. It's like you're about to say something to me.
No. I still maintain my ground, but yes, I still maintain my ground. All right. So somebody sent this in just to corroborate what Ajanle Koko was saying. It says Blackwater guards found guilty in 2007 Iraq killing. So don't make me have to buy anything because I'm not paying for anything. So okay. This really is to corroborate what you were saying, Ajanle Koko. Let me see if I can read it from a different. No, it's going to make me pay. You see, this is what the Americans do. You can't even read an American article without they want you to get your wallet out all the time. All right. But yeah. Back to you.
That is what capitalism is all about. Okay, so you can see it's even from the sourcing of news. And I don't know if you guys have seen the interview of Professor Yusuf Usman on is it Channel TV or Arise TV, something like that?
Arise, yes.
Yeah. So you see, the issue is from day one. I think I told you on this platform that Tinubu did his first diplomatic blunder. Seriously speaking, he have to put Nigeria first. I so much key into what Professor Usman said. Okay, he have to be put Nigeria first before ECOWAS. Okay, and you remember I told you initially that the role of Nuhu Ribado, okay, is to me was that it's not that on the square. It's not on the point. And as you can see from this scenario of Tinubu, he was not well informed. You see, and this is the primary responsibility of Uncle Nuhu to inform him as a national security advisor. They were not even allow him to utter that statement just like that without a serious consideration. And now, as I told you earlier that day, that at the end of the day, if he withdraw that statement or if he withdraw his position of that ultimatum he's giving, he's going to lose face in the world arena. And that is exactly what he's doing. I have been vindicated. You understand? So it is very wrong for us. You know, it's very, very, very wrong for us because from 1960, the Nigerian foreign policy was Africa first. If we can recall, I don't know if they changed it, but as far as
Tinubu spoke on that at his he spoke on that anyway after he became president that Africa is going to be at the heart of his foreign policy thrust.
So, but does this decision he made is too hastily. You know, you cannot deal with your final cut from the first stage. You know, that ultimatum of military action should be the last thing to come. And everybody, I don't know why people are so keen into the global north mentality. I mean, what are we as an African continent? What are we going to gain by fighting each other?
Ribadu is dancing to the tune of colonial masters. That is it. It's not, you can't blame Ribadu. I believe, what's the name of our brother, the special advisor on, I think it's Ribadu, yes. I think both of you are the same name. So you can't blame Ribadu.
They are related, you know. It's his uncle. It's his uncle.
Okay, so you can't blame Ribadu for that. I believe Tinubu is dancing to the tune of colonial master. So that is in West African, those West African ECOWAS, what do they call them name? All of them are dancing to the tune of colonial master. That is the problem.
What?
How long?
Ribadu.
Yes.
Okay. Very quickly, let me just say one thing I wanted to say. I heard your submission. Very quickly on the issue of whether the what a woman read. Nobody said they did not jail them. They jailed them and pardoned them afterwards. What's the essence of jailing them? They are going to pardon them. You know they were pardoned eventually. But what I'm saying is that America did not take responsibility to the extent that those people demanded compensation and they did not pay them compensation. The family of the people that were killed. So, but let's leave that one. The fact that they tried them and jailed them, of course, because the thing was
Bishop, what other responsibility are you talking about? When someone apologizes, is it not responsibility?
Forget apologizing. Pay compensation to the people that demanded it. Pay compensation. Then you apologize to change, you jailed people and you pardon them. What's the essence of pardoning them? It was an insult. They pardon those people now.
The apology is an admission of guilt.
Look, did they pardon them? Look, okay, let's leave that. That's not the argument. The argument, Ribadu explained that one, that it is the one that hired them. As a country, Russia is not taking is not going to take responsibility for Wagner, even if they call, because Russia is not sending them. People hire gone for hire, what do you call them? Mercenary and military contractors. They are working for money. We hired some South African mercenaries when they came to Nigeria. Was South Africa responsible for them? No. Anything that happened between them is a contractual agreement between Nigeria that hired them and those people that came from South Africa. When they left, of course, many of them were killed. But they are not going to count it on Nigeria. So to the extent that if you go and hire a mercenary, it does not matter the country they are from. It is between you and that contractor. It is not between you and that country. That's the base. That's what we are arguing about. But if you somebody think otherwise, okay, so be it.
Bishop.
All right. I want to play this clip, and then after this clip, Roberto will give us his submission on the Niger Republic narrative, and then we move on. We've been on it for quite a few hours, but let me play this clip.
First, a story that no one's talking about is the massive pipeline that is nearly set to go online. Now, it starts in Nigeria. It flows through Niger on its way up into Europe. First, a story that no one's talking about is the massive pipeline that is nearly set to go online. Now, it starts in Nigeria. It flows through Niger on its way up into Europe. Chevron and the United States have already invested $13 billion into this pipeline. And guess what, guys? After the Nord Stream pipeline destruction, Chevron stepped up production to get this up and running. Hey, we'll speed this up. We'll fast track this. And now the people of Niger are saying, wait a second. Why are we going to allow a pipeline to flow right through our country so Europe can have natural gas? You are doing nothing for us. You continue to steal from us. Sorry, no more pipeline. This is why Europe is terrified this morning. The United States already blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, put their own pipeline into action in Africa. It's a smart business move, right? We'll just blow up the competition. Imagine Walmart doing that to Target stores. Yeah, we're just going to blow up those stores. Now you got to shop at Walmart. And now Niger is saying, hey, sorry, you're not going to use our country to transport your natural gas into Europe. Get out of here. So Europe is facing catastrophe with no Nord Stream pipeline coming from Russia any longer. And now the threat of this pipeline being shut down through Africa. This was their salvation, this pipeline. And then add into it uranium and Europe's nuclear power. The United States gets over 50% of its uranium from Russia, despite all of the sanctions that the United States has placed against Russia. They left uranium off the list. I love this. I love that they chose to sanction every other thing, but they left uranium off the list because we need it so badly. We need it desperately. Why? The United States is so heavily dependent on Russia for uranium that Putin could literally flip a switch, literally destroy the American economy by turning off the lights. A major backup resource of uranium is Niger. The French, the United States, have been essentially stealing uranium from African countries for decades. And again, these countries are saying enough is enough. We are sovereign countries. Get out of here. We are going to keep our own minerals and make our own decisions. And Russia is giving them that option right now. We want you to keep your sovereignty. We want you to be an independent country, not a slave to the West. Listen to Africa Bureau Chief Musa Ibrahim explain how the people of Africa want to gain back their wealth, their minerals, stop giving it away to America and Europe.
What people want is to gain back their wealth, back their uranium, their gold, their iron, their phosphate, their oil, their gas. And this scares the West because this means the true democracy will take place in Africa when people actually own their own land and the wealth of Africa does not go untaxed, unsupervised from the mines in Niger to the banks of Paris and the financial sector in Britain.
And he's right. Niger's coup isn't happening in a vacuum. This isn't a singular event. They're now pushing back against this neocolonialism in a larger multipolar world, saying this unipolar order that America has ruled for many, many years, seeking to keep your boot on the people of Africa, is not going to stand anymore. Africans are seeking to regain their national sovereignty. Africa saying, hey, we are rich in uranium, but we don't get to benefit from any of it because you steal it from us. We will enrich our own uranium and we will sell it to you and you'll pay us for it. No more theft. Africa is in the middle of a revolution right now. Take a look at this map just published on Friday. These are all of the African nations that have now signed military agreements with Russia. And even a few of those in white are getting ready to partner with Russia as well. Damn, that's a lot of red. Now, we'll come back to that map in a moment. But first, this weekend, we saw dramatic developments. Russian flags raised in the air throughout the continent. First to Niger, the country that started it all. Russian flags everywhere. And according to France 24 news service, the government of Niger has now signed a contract with the Russian Wagner Group for security. And they need it because the coup in Niger has entered the point of no return right now. The people rising up against France, against the United States' influence in that country. The Western powers that have controlled Niger for decades are now being pushed out. And this weekend, the military leaders now say that Niger will no longer be a European colony. And they've demanded that all French soldiers get out now, get out of here, or face the consequences. Why does the United States even have troops in this country in the first place? Well, that's a great question. So get out of here, France, and get out of here, United States. You don't belong here. Over the past few days, the United States started dropping massive amounts of military cargo right near the Niger border with its warplanes. But that threat is not stopping the people of Niger. Tens of thousands of people marching in that country this weekend, celebrating their independence and shouting no to foreign military bases, no to poverty, no to the West stealing their uranium, their phosphate, and other minerals. Get out of here now. All of the ambassadors' offices to the Niger Republic Mission Service, the United States, France, Nigeria, and Togo have all been terminated. All of their offices are now officially shut down by the Niger government. The head of the military just made this announcement. So other African nations are now showing their support for Niger and starting to say the very same thing. Get out of our country. This weekend, the people in Senegal rising up against Western colonial governments controlling their country. The CIA, MI6, and other Western intelligence services are doing whatever they can right now, spinning their wheels, trying to hold on to power in these countries with their puppet governments. The people in West Africa are fiercely anti-American imperialism, so it wasn't a surprise then to see the country of Guinea announce they are supporting Niger as well.
La République de Guinée réaffirme par ce communiqué sa vision panafricaniste en apportant sa solidarité à la population nigérienne.
This is massive, and Colonel Douglas McGregor says the people who've had their minerals stolen for years are saying enough is enough. Get out of my country.
The Africans are fed up with it. And so this is an example in Niger where a supposedly U.S.-backed government with a U.S.-trained military suddenly turned around and said, I think all of you white people need to get out of here. We've had it with you. Go away. Go. Europeans leave.
Whatever. Sai kuwa muna kasan mu don uwanku. Gaskiya. Au revoir la France.
Oh, okay, so pick it up from there, Ribadu.
Okay, I want to give you a background before I deal into the topic. But Redacted is one of the channel. I think if you go through there, I think 19 June, my submission was there with his wife because he could channel him and his wife. And also there is another channel, Dispatches Breakthrough News. Around the same week, I also had my submission on the same. I would like you to go through those channels, through their videos around that 19 June. You will see my submission. So, you see one man in global politics, okay, is something that is very complex, and it's something that is it's something that is too brutal and selfish, okay. It's very unfortunate for us in Africa that still we lack the willingness to I will not say understand, but the willingness to act and defend our own interests when it comes to world politics and diplomacy. See, the uranium in Niger, the French companies are selling it at the rate of $218 per each unit, okay? And they are remitting only $11 to government of Niger. Imagine such exploitation. $218. They are remitting just $11 to the government of Niger. Okay, that is one. And before even that, See, America wants to control Europe at all costs, okay? Because they believe Europe is their sphere of influence, or it's their junior cousin. You understand? The bombing of Nord Stream 2 has nothing to do with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. No, it was all about domination and control of Europe, because America very well know that if they cut all source of Europe energy from Russia, where is Europe going to turn to? It will turn to America. You understand? But the mistake they made out of their desperation to control Europe, to stalk the development of Russian economy, they did not put contingency plan for that. And look at now, Europe is in trouble. That is on one aspect. You have to understand how the politics works. It is all interconnected. If you can see through a appropriate glass, okay. So if you come back to African continent, and even before that, as I told you earlier on, that America intentionally want to punish France, in a sense that they want France not to grow out of their control. This is the reason why they allow such thing to happen, though inevitably it will happen either they like it or not, because it's at the cost. It's on cost already, okay? So, because if France was able to be independent of American foreign policy, they can independently sustain their energy, their food security. They will defy United States, and United States cannot allow that, because if France defy United States, the other European country will follow suit. That is another point to consider. Then I hope our president, Bola Tinubu, it's a good thing that your platform is dominated majorly by Yorubas. So I hope Tinubu will not disgrace the Yoruba nation like the way Baba Buhari disgraced the Fulani nation. What I mean is, okay, you see, like Professor Usman said, I think around 20 to 25% of our energy is coming from hydro. Okay, then nowadays around 50% or 40% of our farms of our agriculture is from irrigation. Okay, and it is continuing because the conventional rainy season agriculture is not longer sustainable, because the rainfall is not as it used to be before. So where are we getting our water, the water body source? You know, it's from the two major rivers we are having across the country, which trickled it down. It come from River Nile upstream there from Egypt down to us. So today, if Niger said they are going to dam it up upstream there, what do you think is going to happen to us?
Do they have the resources to do that?
Come on, man.
The second poorest country in the world.
1 month. 1 month. See,
if they have the resources, not something that can be done with at the snap of a finger. That here is baseless.
This is, I'm not saying, okay, let me lay out my points, then you can put your own opinion on it. This is my own opinion, okay? What I'm trying to say is, peaceful coexistence between Nigeria and Niger is very, very vital. We should not undermine it, okay? Because a country that has uranium is not a country you can joke with, okay? They may be the poorest nation, they may not be, they may be the poorest nation on earth, but believe me, there is a lot of powerful, well-developed countries in the world that are willing to chip into their economy. Russia is there, China is there, all these developed countries are there. It was only the hegemony of France that was stopping them from putting step into the Niger economy. So how much do you think is going to take, how long do you think is going to take for Chinese people to come and construct them? Or, you know, anyway, forget about even that point. The point I'm trying to make here is, okay, and I have said it earlier on. The border between, as in relationship between northern Nigeria and Niger, should not be joked with or should not be taken slightly. Because if we make enemy out of these people, I'm not saying they have the strength to come and invade us or something, no. But the conflict, the insurgency that is going to create, you know, the aftermath of that disagreement between us and them is going to run. If it did not run the whole of Nigeria, the northern Nigeria is not going to escape that. Mind you, already we have all this certain existing crisis looming and sleeping. We are, for the past 13 years, we have been trying to bring peace to the northern region. So if now we're trying to bring another conflict between us and our neighbors, chaos is something that take its own shape and its own form the way it wants. You cannot predict which way it's going to go. So I think Nigeria should be very, very, very careful. President Tinubu should take it easy and should at least try to put dialogue first, dialogue second, dialogue issue. Not something that you rush.
But Ricardo, you keep saying President Tinubu is an ECOWAS initiative.
It is, but what I'm trying to tell you, what is ECOWAS without Nigeria? You yourself said it here. You know, whatever Nigeria decides.
Ricardo, can I quickly interject on something you just said?
Yes, please.
Good. Very quickly, I might just run that now. Number one, you spoke about China and Russia and America coming to help Niger to build their dam so that they can deny Nigeria. All those countries you mentioned, if you put Nigeria side by side with Niger, we are of more benefit to them 10 times than Niger. That's number one. And that's a fact. Number two, it is not a war between Nigeria. It is you, elites, as represented and led by Usman, whom we know his hatred, his passionate hatred for, you know, because of the scandal he ran into. So you are shaping that narrative that it's a war between Nigeria and Niger. We are not going to war with Niger. That is a misinformation that has been recycled and recycled. So that it's going to be now make the notch to it's going to be a Yoruba Tinubu as a no, it is not. It is you people that are putting that narrative out there. And thirdly, do you know also? Yeah, we are not mining our uranium, but it's been more than how many years that we have had traces and discovered some quantity, commercial quantity uranium in Nigeria. There are more than 10 states in Nigeria that have uranium, from the north of Borno, Yobe, Adamawa, to the east, Taraba, to Cross River, to even Bayelsa. You know, there are uranium there. We are not mining it because of so many reasons. If we are going to use it for our own, there may be, but to just mine and export, and maybe there will be consequences. You know, the mining effect. That's why government policy for now is that look, leave it there, don't mine it. So we have uranium. Nobody has been able to quantify how much we have. Maybe it's something close to what they have in Niger, but that's not the issue now. The issue is that this idea of it is Tinubu versus Niger or Nigeria versus Niger, it's a narrative that's been driven by elites for their selfish reason. It is not true. And keep repeating it will not make it to be true. Do we want to avoid war or confrontation or what do you call it now? Conflict? Absolutely. Hey, but there are some times that you have to do what you got to do. And that's why leaders are elected to lead. Now, was there a blunder that Tinubu... I'm landing in a minute. Was there a blunder that Tinubu made that choice? Because the man said it. Other people have been repeating now. You have not repeated because Usman said it. Other people have repeated it, that he made his first diplomatic blunder. Says who? Says who? You? Says Usman? Who elected Usman? Who chose him? Who is him? So everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry in Nigeria I mean, I remember one of our coach many years ago that said Nigeria is a funny country because it's a country of 150 million people with 150 million expert opinion on every topic under the sun. We know better than the people that are in Nigeria. Is where you see people on Twitter that will be telling a brain surgeon of 30 years that will be teaching him how to do his work. It's funny, but man, it's no longer funny. Let's deal with facts. Tinubu he is the one that is elected to lead. He has taken decision which all other head of state. Baba Dale Koko said he used one adjective to very derogatory adjective to compare all the leaders of ECOWAS that were elected by their people, combined together, maybe 200 million people elected those people. But you just sit in one corner and just use one word. You just come on, that's not how it works.
All right. Ricardo, before you respond, take an interjection from the Prime as well, and then I'll play you a 2-minute clip, and then off the back of that clip, then you respond. The Prime, but condense it. Don't make it longer. Yeah.
Okay. Ricardo, I'm really pleased to speak with you on this issue. I have always been of the opinion that this war or this issue is a gas war or probably a trade war. I will start by saying Europe uses, in 2021, Europe used $400 billion worth of gas. And guess who supplied 40% of it? Russia. Now, Algeria, Niger, and Nigeria is trying to get into the gas market. If, because of the broken down relationship between Europe and Russia, they are looking towards us. Even if we can just get 20% of that market, we're talking of about $80 billion. The entire debt we have is about $110 billion. So our people can experience prosperity. Is there a way we can talk with the Nigerians that Russia is not acting in good faith, that this is targeted at us, so that we give them good percentage on the pipeline and let us please just lay our home pipe. We are not interested in fighting them. Is it possible for the people in the northern hemisphere of Nigeria that can speak with the same language with them to get us to that point? That is just my own headache about this.
Okay, let me just take that on, and then I'll play this clip for you, Ribadu. But let me take that on first. I think that has already been explored. You don't get more northern than the Sultan of Sokoto, and you don't get more northern than the Lamido Sanusi. They've both and a whole raft of others. They've all gone to try to speak to these rascals, and they didn't even meet them. So that answers that. But you start accused Ribadu of being somewhat an elitist, and what Bishop was pushing at you is that there's an elitist narrative that has an ethnic undertone, that they are trying to say essentially a war against Niger Republic, which we know is an ECOWAS war, but don't tell them on the streets of Nigeria because all they believe is a Tinubu war. But you stand accused as being elitist of along those lines. But let's hear from the man on the streets in the north, and then you pick it up after that, Ribadu.
This is Comrade Mohammed Ali Rinja. I want to say this very means to congratulate members of the Senate for denouncing the instruction needed by His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, seeking for Nigerian armed forces to invade Niger Republic. Nigeria and Niger, we are together. You, Mr. President, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, able to say you share borders with Niger, the Yorubas, no, western part of Nigeria, Lagos, Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, Oshun. If they share the borders with the Niger Republic, can you suggest for Nigeria to go into war with the Republic of Niger? So don't play with our intelligence. We have voted for you tremendously, and we supported APC 100%. But now you wanted to reward us with what? What concern Nigeria with coup d'etat? How many coup d'etat took place in West Africa? It took place at Guinea Conakry. It took place at Republic of Mali with capital at Bamako. It took place at Burkina Faso with capital at Ouagadougou. Why? Then the ECOWAS has not intended to embed Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. Now you wanted to incite war between Nigeria and the Niger Republic. As we at the extreme end of Nigeria, Jigawa, Kano, Katsina, and so on and so forth, Borno and so on and so forth, we have shared the border. Our parents, our forefathers were having intermarriage between Niger and Nigeria. I want to repeat it again, that even to say the Yorubas share a border with the Niger Republic, can you suggest war to be conducted between Nigeria and Niger? Nothing more than this.
So it is not an elitist narrative, is it? That's the man on the street, and that is how he sees it, Ribadu.
Yeah. Okay. You see, let me answer Bishop first. He just interjected, but he did not make any valid point. All what he was talking is just a paper bullshit. Forgive me for using that language. But you see, please, let us be objective, okay? Let us not be naive, okay? Because it's a human interaction. All right. Well, I can, if you say I'm an elite, I cannot recuse myself from that statement, okay? But when you have ties, you know, it's part of human life, culture, tradition, religion, economy, you know, all sort of bridges has been built for centuries, even before the of colonial masters. They came and put their border and said, this is Nigeria, that is Nigeria, you know. It's virtually the same society, the same people. So please, forgive us if you feel like we are being tribalistic or something. It is not like that. We here in the North, we know how we lived, okay? We know how important our relationship with Niger is, and I think we are in authority to tell the rest of Nigeria the trouble, the headache, you know, that is going to cost us. Nobody in his right sense that is going to back coup d'etat. Okay. So for Bishop information, the issue of invading of ECOWAS sending troops to Niger is not the best thing to do. And it is abundantly clear that President Tinubu has committed a very huge blunder. Because, and let me give you reasons, valid one for that matter. If he did not make a mistake, if his statement was not a mistake, he wouldn't have been sending these people for diplomatic mission. But because it was a mistake, he knows what he says was wrong. That was why he's backtracking, you know, and sending all sorts of former head of state, diplomats, former emirs, all that. If he was right from day one, he wouldn't have need these people to do that, okay? So, but because it was a mistake, he has to come back and do the right thing. I hope it will bring a positive result. That is one thing. And then the second person, I don't know his name. Is it the Priv or something you said?
The prime, yeah.
Okay, the prime. Okay, he is such a very gentleman. With I so much respect his mission. Okay, the guy is not naive. I so much key into his mind wavelength. Okay, because as not just Nigeria, as Africa, it's because every crisis creates opportunity. You know, that is the motto of my family is ordo ob chaos. In Latin, it means order out of chaos. Okay, chaos is always bring opportunity. You understand? So I wished we have the mental the diplomatic maturity to see the opportunities this world crisis brought to Africa. You know, because the pipe you're talking about, the prime, it's already existing. What we were supposed to do as a nation was to be the elder brother that we have been to Africa for long. You know, the size of our economy and our population has given us an undisputable position of leadership in Africa. We were supposed to come together, see how we can key into these opportunities that the crisis of Europe brought. And as the prime said, that what can we do to show the Nigerians and other African countries that Russia coming into their land is not in their best interest? Yes, I agreed. As a Pan-Africanist, I will not back any foreign country power coming into Africa. No, it's long overdue. But you see, they have to choose between two evils. Okay, so they have to go for the lesser evils because those people that these countries doesn't have the power to resist the French or any Western or European might. So for them embracing Russia, they damn know that it's not in their best interest, but that is the only defense, the last defense they have to stand on their feet. You understand? Even if they cannot stand tall, at least they can put their 2 feet on the ground compared to what they were going through under French and other colonial masters. So that is the scenario. You know, when you are being confronted by a gun and a sword, eventually you have to go through the way of the sword, thinking maybe you may somehow survive. But when you go through the gun way, you know it's definitely death. So that is what is happening. It's not like they willingly go and invite or embrace Russia, but at least that is what will give them the leverage to achieve some certain degree of independence and enjoy the wealth of their nation. You know, these people we are being exploited, black and white, left and right, back and front. So what can we do? So we are. I don't know, one man, if you noticed, how did you see the statement from the Kenyan president? Because that guy is the only one that is taking the maturity of leadership in Africa. Did you see his? I mean, look at
yeah,
his
he's been
reaction.
quite impressive, especially at that France African summit when he was
please,
excellent. Yeah.
Sorry, if I might chip in.
Even this, let me sorry. I
Okay,
beg
go
your
on,
pardon.
go on.
Yeah, please. So you see, even in this Niger coup and the ECOWAS drama, look at his reaction to it. I think we have failed woefully. Kenya of all people is trying to overdo us in international politics and diplomacy. And I don't know. I just hope the Tinubu cabinet will kick running as soon as possible so that at least we can begin to see the effect of the leadership, you know, because the guy has one of the best minds available and around. You understand? So I think if we can look inward, it's not a big deal for us to output our energy resources to Europe, because Europe is in their need. You can see one or two, even in NATO, one of few countries of NATO are beginning to defy the United States on the on the Ukrainian incursion. So the opportunity is abundant there. What the prime said is quite on the nail. You know, it's quite 100%. And I wish people, our former Minister of Foreign Affairs, I wish he would lend his expertise to the current administration You understand? And bring all this economic team that we know, the minds that we have to key into this project. It will be one of the best. That is, if the West allow it. You understand? Because let me tell you something. The policy of the Western world has always been let them live, let them live, but not let them not get strong that we cannot control them. So I hope the Western world will allow that, or our people will be prudent enough to find a policy or a way to maneuver and outdo them, at least that we can get something and enjoy the fruit of our continent. So that is my take there. And I hope all of you.
Can I quickly respond to one thing?
Before you respond, let Charles come in. I think he's coming specifically to put a point here. Charles.
No, just to respond to Ribadu.
Okay, let him go ahead. Let him respond. Just 1
minute. Ribadu, I credited you with more sense than that you come here and say I'm saying bullshit because I don't agree with your point. That's completely
Did he say that?
Maybe. Yeah, he said so. He said I was saying bullshit. He said so. I had it very clearly.
That's not Ribadu's language.
That was what he said. I'm putting him.
No, I immediately apologize for the language.
No, you did not apologize to me. You apologized to one man because of the language on the platform, not to me. You said I was saying bullshit. That's completely out of place. I did not attack you. I was not fighting you.
And Bishop,
I only did not agree with your point.
Bishop, it is true. He said that, and immediately he retracted. He said, "I'm sorry for that."
No, he's for that language on the platform, not to me. Because of the language on the platform.
Maybe everybody will have to apologize. Maybe you need to.
I disagree with the point, and we can disagree respectfully.
Bishop,
we don't need to agree. Yes.
Mohammed Ribado, sincerely apologize for that language.
All right, and it wasn't meant in offense. Anyway, I think it was maybe a wrong choice of words. So I apologize.
I don't have anything against you. It is only we are divided in opinion, and that is the beauty of engagement.
All right. So apologies. Let's hear from Charles. Charles, come in.
Yeah. So I think my own take of the whole issue is I think we should have preferred a diplomatic solution to this problem. I think going to war with the situation of Nigeria, the state of things in Nigeria is not well thought of. See, the real people who are fighting with is not. So look, one of the reasons probably why the deal with Niger in terms of, okay, we're constructing a pipeline, we give you a cut and everything didn't work is because Russia has already beat us to that. I'm very sure Russia had already offered them, if that project doesn't go through, they'll give them a commission from their own oil and gas pipeline.
$23 billion.
And also buy off their uranium to help them sell at a profitable rate. I'm sure Russia has struck a deal with them, which is more favorable. All we're giving them is pipeline. Number two, look, this war, let us have it in mind. The real reason why they're saying that it's a Nigerian war is because it's just almost like the Ukraine war. Everybody keeps saying it's an American war because they are the ones that provide most of the financial, they bear most of the financial and military burden to that war. It's also the same thing with this particular ECOMOG troop. Yeah, there are 15 countries and everything, but 70% of the resources come from Nigeria. So in some ways, they will call it a Nigerian war because without Nigeria, this particular mission would not kick off. It would not be possible. Number three, see, this war, I think we're not looking at this perspective properly. We're fighting with Russia. This pipeline is against Russian interests. And the honest truth about it is that if this pipeline should kick off, Russia as a country, as an entity, is finished. They are completely dead because they depend 100% on Europe for the oil and gas. Yes, they have China and India, but it poses a major threat to them. If things are not careful, there are two scenarios that will happen. We will go into this war and Russia would engage us and we will lose. And if we lose, we know what Russia can do. You remember what happened to the Ukrainian dam? That dam blew up. and created an ecological disaster in the whole of Ukraine, they could easily do that. If that happens to River Niger, refugee crisis, and so many things, we don't want to be overburdened with this. Right now, there's no gas flowing into that pipeline. The best approach will be try as much as possible to convince Niger to be on our side for as long as it takes, even if it's a year. Do you understand? I believe this whole war is not thought of properly, except probably the US is backing us up, and that's probably the only thing that's making us go into that. But I see two scenarios happening. We go into this war, we lose because Russia will get involved. Then
no, hold on. If we go into this war, we are not going to lose. The only consideration that we are having is that it's not a protracted war. So if it's something we can wrap up within a week, 10 days, which is something we should be able to do, then just go in, rain on them like it's Christmas, and then just
Is Russia currently in Niger? Do they have their own troops in Niger?
Let me
they
come
don't.
in. Like my boss Ojukwu said, is war imminent? I believe it is in his word. But if war comes, the people on the other side will be very surprised with what they're gonna get. And I'm saying this because a lot of people that are trying to clamor for war, whatever, probably have never even shot a gun in their life, and they are just saying, let's go to war, without knowing what war is. But to me, I feel like it's a joke. To me, all this thing, that's why I don't even like talking too much about it. I feel like it's all a joke, because I don't see how you're about to engage someone in a war, and you're announcing it to the whole world that you're in the border, you're about to. It's almost trying to pinpoint where you're trying to attack from. It's just stupid. Showing your enemy your where what you're trying to do. They can just lay an ambush for you, and I feel like they're just playing, and I'm seeing it. Before you know it,
sorry,
all this
let
thing
me
is gonna die off.
correct you on something, please. 1 second. Do you know you cannot launch a surprise war on anybody now? If you are declaring a war, you must declare it. You must tell them I'm attacking you. You cannot declare.
Watch Russia and Ukraine. Do you think Russia announced to the whole Ukraine that I'm coming to attack you?
Of course, they announced now. No, they did.
We just saw it happen.
No, they did.
Brother,
they did. Everybody
one day. No. What happened that the war was looming, right? The next day we saw that Russia has attacked Ukraine soil. That was what happened, and the war just started like that. They weren't saying, I'm going to attack you today, I'm going to attack you tomorrow. That's not how it happened.
They mobilized to the border. We saw the
Yes,
build
they
up.
do that.
We saw the build up. So everybody was just waiting for the first fire. It was not a surprise war at all.
What is happening is Nigeria is almost saying, I'm going to attack you today or tomorrow. It's just, what is going on?
Sorry. Okay, actually, carry on this because you've not really spoken on. Yeah.
See, I believe the war is going to come because I know Tinubu is GUMB. He's not going to find a way to prevent it. It's going to come eventually. And some of the troops, they're going to always, try to justify, are there, should we go to this war? But they don't have a choice but to obey what order they're given. It's just what they're taught to do, obey orders. And if that happens, I'm seeing a sort of us creating another Osama bin Laden in Niger.
You always take it too far.
Oh man, I'm not taking it too far. Come on,
sorry. If I might say something, have you noticed something that nowadays the major military powers, that's China, Russia, and US, they've been saying threats of World War III looming. But have you noticed that I feel that World War III is actually occurring, but the only difference is that they're waging these wars in other countries. Ukraine is in Europe. Taiwan is meant to be in Asia. And now Niger is meant to be in Africa. The way I see it, I still have that feeling that they know that because of the effects of World War II, where Germany was completely annihilated, their industries were down, they do not want to directly engage themselves. So they've decided to go about, because it will be terrible for the entire world, they've decided to go about it in a proxy manner in which they fight on other people's soil so that they don't suffer, the industries don't suffer major casualties or the economies. And like I said, this war in Niger is another proxy war, and it is going to escalate. I can bet you on it. We're already in World War III. The only difference is that these wars, they have decided not to fight it directly among themselves, but in other countries' soil, so that it doesn't have a lasting and adverse effect on the economies of the global powers. That's how I see it.
Yeah,
But let me ask
that
Bishop a question.
sounds like sorry, Rivado is back.
Okay, let me ask Rivado this question, and basically
Charles,
everybody.
that sounds like a conspiracy theory on steroids. But carry on.
Let me ask this question.
World War III, because we want to go and drop some Tucano jets on.
Let me ask this question. Yeah. Some people are saying this is not Nigeria fighting Niger. It's basically ECOWAS. Yeah, it is true of a sort. But would you say, I believe that Nigeria has a vested interest in it. So all the whole 14 or whatever countries, how many countries are there joining Nigeria to this, whatever they are trying to do? What is their vested interest? That's number one. And also, if it was, let's say we had a Nigerian coup, which useless ECOWAS country we want to fight Nigeria to whatever, I don't know which useless ECOWAS country we want to fight Nigeria if there's a coup in Nigeria. So what are we talking about?
Are those the questions? Can I respond? Number one, what is it?
Okay, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to. Yeah, because Rivado is back, but carry on. Respond.
He mentioned my name. I wanted to ask me a question. So number one, what is the interest of those other countries? Very big, and I did enumerated it earlier on. They want a deterrent. They don't want to coup because they know if this succeeds, nobody is sure what's going to happen in their country. So it's for self-preservation. That's number one. So do they have interest in seeing this thing through? Yes. Senegal have interest. Gambia, Sierra Leone, all of those countries that are still under civil rule, they don't want the protracted military intervention. So if this one is nipped in the bud, it has increased the chance that there will be democratic survival in their own individual country also. But if this goes through, everybody will be sleeping with one eye open every time. That's number one. Number two, that's for your first question, that do they have interest? The second question, please remind me again.
I said, if peradventure, let's assume that Nigeria has a coup and it was, let's say,
good. Number, I have said this here before, that we have gone past coup in Nigeria.
I'm saying assuming. I'm not saying we have passed it or whatever. I'm assuming.
Okay. No, that is the same assumption. You are assuming an impossibility because already we have the mechanism.
You just said that there is still a possibility that if this coup happens, it's gonna spread. So it's still a possibility. Stop saying it's not possible.
No,
you're
hold on now.
Yourself.
Let me put my no. You are missing it up. It's you that I'm not contradicting myself. You are saying that those other countries that are backing Nigeria, what is their interest? That is the first one I answered. Those other countries are coup possible, yet is a coup possible in the Nigeria of today? No, and I will tell you why. The chances that if the coup happens, and Hausa man will be the one that will lead it, is very high. The chances that it's an Igbo man that will lead it is very, very remote. Very, extremely, very remote. So if there is a coup in Nigeria today, whoever is in the GOCs of the various divisions, I can assure you the Southwest will say to your tent, oh Israel. So a coup is how do they call this thing now? Is a straight way of a decimate a scattered Nigeria. That's what we help Nigeria to break. So if you can analyze the situation very well about the possibility or chances of a coup surviving, even if there is a coup today, there will be a riot on the streets tomorrow. Nobody can contain that kind of a riot. It is only Nigeria that has that kind of spontaneity to respond to that situation. Among in the sub-region now, there's no other country. Ghana is the only other country that.
Hold on, Bishop. If there's a coup in Nigeria, I'm not sure that there will be. I'm not sure that there will be a riot on the streets, as you said. If there's a coup in, hold on. Can you hold on just 1 second? Hold on.
Yeah.
If there's a coup in Nigeria, that coup will be popular with the Southeast. So there certainly will not be a riot in the Southeast. And if that coup is carried out by the North, there will not be a riot in the North because, of course, then that power are likely to come back to them. So, and the Southwest, will there be a riot? Does Tinubu command that level of ethnic popularism? I wouldn't say 100% that he does. People will grumble. The talking heads will go on the media spaces to do their usual, and then they will declare a curfew. Tell you if you don't, there won't be riots on the street. So
I disagree with you. Your opinion, but I disagree, and I will tell you why. Will the coup, will the Southeast celebrate it? Maybe, but the question is, who are the organizers or the, what do you call it now, of that coup? Is it still a northerner? Because I can assure you it is not likely to be an easterner. If it's an easterner, other people will reject it. If it's a northerner, Southeast will reject it. So
hold on. If it's done by a northerner, the Southeast will still accept it because they will accept that than a Tinubu presidency. And the North, of course, will not object to it. That isolates the Southwest.
One man, let me say this. Wherever that coup comes from, whether from the Southeast, Southwest, or the North, they just need to mention two things. Number one, oil subsidy is back. Petrol will go back to the previous price, 197. Number two, exchange rate is crazy. We cannot tolerate this. It's a scam, and they bring it down. They'll be popular around Nigeria. Nigeria will jubilate across the country. Just mention those two things. That is it. Democracy is gone. Nigeria will jump on the street to celebrate them.
All right, hold your thought, Bishop. I think Ribadu may be leaving us in a micro moment, so let him just round off his thoughts, and then you can push back against what's been said.
Yeah,
Ribadu,
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And please, the panelists should bear with me. And somebody was saying that World War III is here and they don't want to fight it in their own countries. They want to wage the war by proxy. Okay. And I want to bring to our attention, because I enjoy living in the North, and I'm from the North. I mean, I have first-hand experience. Okay. What I want the entire panelists to take into consideration and is this. You see, one thing with conflict is this. When this Boko Haram issue started, I am just cutting this so that you will understand what I'm trying to say. Okay? These are people that are with almost, in fact, with zero education, zero exposure, zero international travels, zero technical knowledge. In fact, they are just zero in almost everything. Okay? But they were able to lay their hand on guns, and they wreaked havoc across the North. Okay, so My fear, sincerely speaking, my fear lies in this. Only God knows tomorrow, okay? But definitely the world is witnessing, we are in the age of a new era of a modern and a complex crisis globally, okay? The fear we in the North are having is this. If today we don't have any security challenge in Nigeria, okay, we can beat our chest and say, okay, we want to go into Niger and change this military regime and all sort of things, okay, and that may happen with minimal damage to us as a country. But the fear, the reason why you see we are so defensive, so not accepting the idea of this going to Niger is this: we have a valid reason, and the valid reason is this: based on our location and our interaction with the people across the border, we are in a very, very vulnerable state. Okay. Everybody knows there is almost no natural border or object that is dividing us with this country. It's just pure arid zone. With Land Cruiser, you can come in and go out. Nobody's going to stop. Nobody's even going to know. So today, with these extremist people we have in the northeast, okay, with these bandits we have in the northwest and part of north central, okay, and with the possibility of other insurgents element coming from across the border, okay, if you take all these indices and put them together, objectively speaking, where do you see us as a northern Nigeria? Can you imagine what will happen? Because it's a conflict. Nobody can predict where it will go. And also, because of the influence of different sects of the religion that we have here in the north. Let me quote one example. Everybody knows the Shia sect, right? Everybody knows, sorry, what they are harboring against the Nigerian state, especially the federal government. All of you have seen what the Al-Zazaki and his followers did to Brate when he was chief of army staff. Imagine, or was it a commander of first div, a commander of first Nigerian first military first division, which is an infantry division. You, a civilian, blocking the road and saying you will not pass. We have these people in our midst, okay? I'm not going to, because I'm a northerner, I'm not going to say we don't have our challenges. No, it is there. It's only, to be real. When you have problem, you admit that you have these problems. And especially at this very crucial moment, there is rampant poverty across the belt. And majority of these youth, almost 70% of them are not educated. It means they are wide open for influence. Everybody with sweet mouth and money and gun can influence them. So if you put all these indices together, one man, and the entire people on this platform, please put all these things together and see. Today, when there is, forget about the economic part of it, okay? This is just on the security aspect. Today, when when ECOWAS started to put muzzles on this Niger issue, all the Russian people that have abandoned weaponry to give away, they will find a way into the hand of these undesirable elements. And believe me, Nigeria will be their targets because they would very well know that they cannot fight official war, in a sense that their army cannot say they will engage war with Nigeria because they know they cannot win. But they will do it systematically, like a guerrilla warfare. And even if we succeed in changing that government, even if we restore Bazoum or any other person, because I don't think Bazoum will see the light of the day if we invade that country. You understand? They make sure that they get back to us. And believe me, they are going to send their worst element plus our own worst element that we have here come together. So imagine today, if the whole northern part of Nigeria is in crisis, yeah, even if it's not going to spill into other southeast or southwest or south, I mean, what good does it make us to the country? I mean, how many business will go down? How many people, the Yorubas, the Shakiris that are living in the north, how many of them will exodus back to their various regions?
Ribado, please, I have a question for you, please, because I know you've seen. Please let me quickly ask you this question. If the same thing that's going on in Niger happen in Benin Republic, do you think Asiwaju is not gonna be doing what he's doing right now?
No, he will do it. Why not?
Okay. Now another question. Another one. Yeah. During Buhari tenure, right? We know how much we are buying rice in southern Nigeria, especially Lagos or Osun, from that place. But Buhari closed border, because this war I'm seeing here is economy war, is a business war. You understand me? Buhari closed the border. All Southerners support Buhari, even they go through a lot. The price of rice double. A lot of people go through the same way you are that you don't want your people to go extremely poverty. Our people too go through hell, because we hear many news that they don't close the northern border. Now you are telling me everybody are applying pressure on Asiwaju now that anything is gonna affect our economy, incoming revenue. He cannot take action on it, because that's
what is your question? No, let me answer this guy, because
Buhari did the same thing when Buhari is in government. He closed the border, right?
Let me rephrase this question for him, if you don't mind.
Yes.
What he said is that look, you people are beginning to add ethnic coloration to this dimension, that Tinubu is doing what he's doing because he does not give a damn. He's not concerned about what is going to happen in the north. That is indifferent as to the consequences of his action in the north, because it's not where his people are, But when Buhari closed the border, we did not make it a Buhari issue that it is because it hit the southwest. Because actually, I don't believe so, but there were rumors that all the northern borders were open and the rice was actually flowing in. That was the allegation there. So that's why he said that why are we adding ethnic coloration to this issue on ground? Why not a nationalist outlook? I believe that's what he said. He can say yes or no.
Okay, it is on his own opinion, and he is entitled to it. Okay, and what I'm saying here is, when I cannot speak for the entire northern people. Okay, every person as an individual is entitled to his own opinion. What I want you guys to understand is, to me, because I reside in the north, okay, I think I'm in a more better position to understand the problem we are going to face than any other person that is coming from the other part of the country. That is the point I'm making. I don't know if you people understand me. Okay,
I do understand you.
I don't think.
Ribado, I don't agree with
I
you.
I think I do understand you, from the point that
it's not necessary.
Stabilization of northern region is a bigger problem to the entire country. But my issue has always been, how will the northern people convince the Niger people that this is our economic salvation? How don't allow Russia use you as a tool to spoil it? That's just my own concern.
Is that Mr. Adewale?
It's the prime.
No, it's the prime.
Okay, the prime. Okay, the prime. Ribadu, please just let me put in this question, this position to you, so that you can respond to all of them together. The position I want to put to you is this: we want Nigeria, and I want to believe that that's a consensus, that all of us want a Nigeria that works, that survives whatever happens, and the interest of Nigeria surpasses every other thing. So I take it that everybody is speaking from their own perspective. How is Nigeria going to be better? I said yesterday, there's this other guy, that was almost jailed in 2006. I can't remember his name. If I back, I would have checked it. Something, that rebel leader guy in Niger. Do you know that one has already declared, one of the rebel groups? There are other 2 rebel groups now that are being primed. I don't know if somebody is sponsoring them, but if all of a sudden we have 3 rebel groups fighting the government in place, the crisis we are trying to avoid, is it not going to come at eventually? Look, I live in Boronu very well. Ribadu, maybe you don't know how much I know Boronu. I don't just live in Maiduguri. I don't know whether you... Sorry? Hello?
Yeah. Put the position to him so he can respond.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I know Boronu very well. And it was a place I felt very much at home. I don't know whether it was where they were using Home for All or something many years ago. I was there. I mean, I came to Boronu in the middle of Metasini. So I saw Metasini. I saw the military rules. I know Maiduguri very well. I mean, there was no Yobe state there. So from Maiduguri to Damasak to Gamboru, Ngala to...
I'm just mindful that we don't lose him before he gets the chance to respond.
No, he will not. He will answer. So, but now, comparing, look at these options. The option of unleashing 3 different rebel groups. Are we saying that what we are trying to avoid will not ultimately come? Because I'm trying to remember the other guy's name, one of the rebel leaders that wanted to plan a coup sometime ago.
All right, let Ribadu respond. Ribadu, respond to all that's been put to you. Yeah.
Okay. I think I've been speaking on the same line. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, when you have when your immune body system is down, all other little illness come to bear. Okay. What I'm saying is, our situation now is not right for us to go into any military project. Okay. And the guy that is talking about this border closure. Okay. Assume now we go and invade Nigeria. Okay. And all these crises that I've been talking about, all these flashpoints I'm talking about, come and ravage the entire northern Nigeria. Okay. Do you think this...
I can't make you out, Ribadu. I can't even make you out.
Can you hear me?
We can hardly hear you. I don't know about... I can hardly hear you anyway. I don't know about any other person.
Okay, the platform, can you guys hear me?
What? Yeah, we can. Carry on.
You sound better now.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make here is, okay, assuming today the whole northern Nigeria is in crisis, it's in flames, what will it benefit the other part of the country? They will still say Nigeria is in crisis. And believe me or not, it will still affect the other part of the state. Even if the conflict itself would not reach the other part of the country, it will, one way or the other, make life difficult, maybe economic-wise. Okay? So, as a patriotic Nigeria, what I'm saying is, we should not go this lane, because the northern Nigeria is not stable security-wise. Okay, this may trigger a lot of things and it may come and engulf us. Okay, because as I said earlier, these Shia guys, they are still there in Kaduna and other Zamfara, Katsina, they are all there, and they still have this deep hatred of the federal government. Everybody knows that. So I think what Tinubu should do, in my own opinion, okay, is for him to take things easy and settle down into the government. After all, he's just starting. He's even yet to start. Let him settle down into government. Let him put his administration on the course. operating. We have the apparatus to at least gather some certain degree of intelligence on our own standard as Nigerians, and see how we can deal with all these internal crises that we are having, that they are just laying low. But we here in the north, we know it is there. It is constantly there. We know. It's not like we don't know. And the elite knows. All that is missing is the willingness of the political willingness to take action on it. So this is what I'm saying. It's not like we are being tribalistic or something, or we are putting ethnic color to the issue. No, we have legitimate reasons. We have legitimate concern that we are saying. It's not just we are saying this out of the sympathy of the Niger people. No, we are even our own self come first. This is what I'm saying. So as a person from the north, I'm bringing this to the platform so that other people that are not residing in the north should know maybe this is one of the reasons we are saying no to this policy. You understand? But it's human nature. I cannot speak for everyone here. You understand? So that is my point actually. Thank you.
All right.
Ribado, I think I'm with you. I support you in totality. I share the same position with you. And that's what I've been telling our people here, that we must come together to say no war, push it hard on this government, Tinubu, and stop him from allowing himself to be used alongside his fellow fit for no purpose head of government from ECOWAS.
No. Baba Jali Koko, we have
what
a
they don't
serious,
know.
we have a serious stake in this issue.
Yeah,
Baba
hold
Jali
on.
Koko.
Hold on, let me now. You see, what most of our people doesn't know is that if the war comes and the havoc of it spreads to the north, it will get down to the southwest. Because that trouble we enter the Republic of Benin, because what do you call it? Niger.
Babaja, we never benefit anything from Niger.
Hold on.
Less the insecurity. We
Hold
only
on, let me land.
What we gain from Niger is insecurity. It's not like they are giving us anything.
And the meat that you eat. Where do you think the meat you eat? Where do you think it comes from?
A lot is insecurity from Niger.
So what I'm saying,
do you know that? Do you know that? I think we have we lost Ribadu. Yeah, that's why I was so keen for him to. Yeah, but I think we lost him.
So one man, if war should erupt in that place, and the heat of it come to the northern Nigeria, and there's a border breakdown completely, say we cannot control it, it will spread to Republic of Benin, and it will spread to Yoruba land. Because Republic of Benin share border with Niger, and before you know it, it will enter Ibadan or some other part of Yoruba land. And that will be it. So we have to look at this thing clearly. We don't think that, yes, we are so powerful, we can overrun them. Crazy people are in Sahel, and Algeria have declared openly that its border will be wide open and they will cooperate with the Kupis. Why are they saying so? What is the agenda? I believe they have an agenda that they don't want to reveal now. But those warriors or the jihadists, all of them comes from Algeria and passes down the Sahel, Niger, Chad, and all those to Burkina Faso and the Sahel region. They come all from North Africa. So we have to be careful. A lot of countries are looking for downfall of Nigeria. But we don't know. A lot of countries are looking for downfall of Nigeria, particularly among the African countries. And some of them, one of them is Algeria, because Algeria has gas too. They want to sell gas, and they might want to frustrate our gas pipeline so that they can be.
That gas pipeline is between Algeria, Niger, and Nigeria.
They have
those
gas
are
too.
Those are the three countries working together to build that pipeline.
Yes.
What I'm saying that Algeria have gas too. Algeria have gas. We just want that gas pipeline to pass through their country down to Europe. They have gas too.
Did you get what I said? I said the project is between the three major countries: Algeria, Niger, and Nigeria. So know how.
Now, when war comes, who cares about nonsense agreement?
Papa John Lekoko,
Yes.
we are not naive. Let us understand the whole thing. There is no war in this world that is not fought mainly over resources. Ukraine war is mainly fought over gas and water access. There is
do we have the capability in the first place to even
in
fight?
this situation? That is why I was trying to talk to Ribado. Like, is it possible for the northern Nigerians to pacify Niger to allow this project?
And that is why we must listen to northern Nigeria for us not to go to war against that country, because they share historical connection with them.
It's not about historical connection. Germany and Britain are historically connected. They fought World War.
Forget about their own. They are not those that what kind of
but that is the truth.
Do they speak the same language?
Afonja,
they intermarry.
We had so many Owus, war between the Owus, the Egba. So this historic connection we are painting as if it's something that is the most sacred is a bit funny. Even among we Yorubas, we've had our own history of violence among ourselves. If you are Modakeke, when interest comes at stake, all those things flies out the window. It's about the interest at that point.
Must we fight war? Must we fight war
to solve this problem? What I'm saying is this perspective of historic relationship, it's not only the main thing. That is why it has always been economic situation, economic interest that leads countries to war. Yes. Now, in this case, how do we avoid this? Because France also is not going to let this matter go. They are going to stage a counter coup at worst, at least. I don't expect France to sit down and be looking. So
diplomacy.
No, it's the prime, but I think it's putting the question to Ajan Lekoko. Yeah,
diplomacy is the best solution to this problem.
Some things are practical, some things are good theoretically, but they are not practicable.
It's practicable because hold on. It is practicable because this country have never been, this Niger country have never been of any security threat to us at all. So and look at what do you call this former mayor of Kano. He just went in there. They allowed him in. He sat with their president, the new president, the judge. That is what we should encourage and solve the problem.
But it's they should be reasonable too, so that we can get to a mutual beneficial arrangement between.
They don't have problem with us. They don't have problem with us.
No.
Hold on, Bishop. Let that conversation take place. I think Kumi wants to come in as well. So let
they
them.
They don't have problem with us. Where we have problem now is we are telling them that we don't want military rule in their country. That is where we are wrong. We should be able to we can't force our own will on them. We should be able to manage them well to our own advantage.
to our own advantage.
You know one thing?
Give them some time. Let them transition into civilian civilian rule, and then we can take advantage of them to pipe our to run our pipeline and develop our economy.
You know one thing. You know one thing. There is word in the corridors of power that Russia has even given them $23 billion. Russia
Where did you
makes
see that? Russia gave Niger $23 billion.
Russia makes Baba, in 2021, Russia made $160 billion from gas selling to Europe. So it's a serious business. So if Nigeria is trying to come and take their share, Russia is going to fight dirty. That is what I'm saying.
Where did you get your information that Russia has given them 23 billion?
Baba,
when this little sanction they've imposed of them is biting them so hard now.
You mean Russia? You mean Russia?
Yes.
Russia is doing fine.
Russia is the fifth wealthiest country in the world now.
Russia is doing fine. I said European Union bought 160 billion in 2021.
I agree with you. Even at the moment, Russia or the economy grew by 5-point-something%. So what I'm saying is that your information that Russia already given them 29 billion. I don't know where you got it from.
Baba Janle Koko, is it not common sense? Let's look at it from that point. Like
no. Don't let us bring.
It's fake news. The prime.
It's a fake news.
You know one thing. See, you know one thing.
Fake news coming from
one thing. No.
Western propaganda.
Baba Janle Koko, it's not. What I'm saying is this. I said, let's look at this thing. If Russia had 40% of the gas market in Europe, and they are about to lose it to Nigeria, and from that 40%, they made 160 billion. Do you think they would not spare 23 billion to destabilize that new competitor in that market? It's simple economics.
Oh, yes, it's possible, but that information is not real in the actual sense of it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
you don't have facts to disprove my assertions. Do you have facts to disprove my assertions?
We have not had the news. We have not got any information to that
effect.
Where's the source?
Where's the source? Other informations.
Where's the source?
I said was within the corridors of power. That was why I first quoted it. Like there are wars within the corridors of powers.
Oh wow! What was that? All right.
Not possible, and it really makes a lot of sense. If Russia want to spend that kind of money, it's not going to cost them anything, because already this last year, what Russia spent on petrol subsidy for their citizens in Russia is over $33 billion for petrol subsidy. So Russia their economy is doing better now.
Baba, did you see how much debt forgiveness Russia gave to those countries?
All right. Make that point and then we'll move on.
They wrote off all the debt of all African countries, and they promised to give them free grains on top of it. Is that not something? Woman.
So thank you. I want to bring in voices that we've not yet heard from, but I also want to move away from this topic. So maybe Kumi can kick us off on the ever hemorrhaging naira. So what's your take on that space? Is looking as though what people are is looking as though this idea of floating the naira is excellent in theory, but in practice it's a different animal, because the currency continues to lose value at such a rapid rate that the purchasing power of the Nigerian person has already been cut by at least, by my guess, a quarter. And at the rate that is going, are we about to see people starving in Nigeria, something that we have no expectation of? What are you making then of this? Just hemorrhaging of value today, or is it just rebalancing? What's your take on that space?
My take on it is Asiwaju should quickly act fast to appoint the right people on the economy aspects, so that it's like something is wrong somewhere, because the way the dollar is raising up against naira is even is out of this the imagination. That's I think it should appoint maybe the economy aspect. They should fully take in charge, because I don't know what went wrong on this, because the way this thing is going up is just something else. I believe maybe there is something is not right, and you need to do something about it. And if it is other policy, maybe they should look away from other policies that can stop it, that can stop this, because the way it's going on, I don't know. Before ending of this week, maybe it's gonna be up to 1,005. Who knows?
Yes, what level of intervention can he have is really the thing, because if he tries to manipulate it through policy, then that would be pegging, and if he pegs it, then that means the naira is not actually finding its true value, and they're saying there's a shortage of dollar in Nigeria now. And those little dollars that is available, all of the stolen monies under the Buhari administration is chasing it. So what does it do? If it pegs it, then the whole purpose has been defeated. So it's one of these things. It's good in theory, but in practice, a different thing.
That's why I say that he really need the economy experts now to work on his policy, so that because I don't know what they are going to do now, because it's just like it's getting slow on to appoint the economists. They need the CBN. They need people who are gonna put the policy. People who's gonna work with his team and appoint all these ministers, so that everybody can get on board. Maybe he can get in faith on this dollar stuff. Because I'm not an economist, but I don't really know much about what I can say about that. But I'm just thinking maybe you should put all the experts on the board, so that they can work on this.
All right. What would you like to speak to? What would you like to speak to?
Yeah, it's the same this matter about this Niger, because sometime last year Buhari give Niger 3.6 billion. The Nigerian bought them security boss. We bought them. We give them a lot of stuff, up to almost 3.6 billion naira. And now something is going on in that country. Nigeria is trying to intervene. Some people say Nigeria don't have rights to do that. Are we really insane? But my own concern is, no matter anything that happens in that country, it's still gonna affect the northern people. And I believe, I said it the other day, if even Nigeria doesn't get involved, France will never fold his hand, because you can't just take something from someone. You can't. It's not gonna be easy, and we need to realize that if Nigeria can get involved and everything is okay, that would be better than the Western, because the same Western region, they sanction Abacha, and they still allow Abacha to keep all those money in the bank. You see, that's why we need to be smart on this issue. People that say Nigeria to not get involved, at the end of the day, Nigeria will still gonna get involved, because anything that affects that country will affect us. People are not talking about the coup. People that we need a statement from the coup. No, the coup should step down, or they should bring someone that can take the country forward. But people are not talking about that. But they are saying that Nigeria don't have right to get involved. Anything that's going to favor Nigeria, I'm in support, because Buhari did it, and when Buhari did it, we are now producing rice in our country. If anything is going to generate revenue for Nigeria, we Nigeria, we need to support it, even if it is gonna come in a hard way. That's my take.
All right.
Or more than
Can yeah, you want to come in on the dollar space?
yeah, it's becoming too much. One man, the issue of dollar, this thing is becoming too much. Just like what I still say. What is holding Tinubu to constitute his cabinet to give them their portfolio so that they will start implementing some measures in our economy, especially that he knows that. In fact, I don't know what is happening in this country. You see, all this Niger of 18 has taken us more than 1 month or close to 1 month now. This government is close to 100 days, and we have not seen our cabinet, the people that is going to pilot the affairs of this nation, together with the president, especially the economics team, knowing fully well that Buhari has really done very bad in the economy of this nation. So the next president that have taken over from him knows the area he must concentrate, but it's like they're neglecting it. This economy of 18 is not what you need to waste a few days in office at least to constitute. You may, other side you may say, let's also take it easy, but that economy area, I don't expect him to take it easy. But this time around, the way he's taking it, I'm not seeing us as a serious nation. You see, this dollar of 18, many things are involved. First is that these politicians you see, they are holding this money. The little $1 we have in Nigeria, most of them are holding it for political purpose and buying of vote and all that and all that. You can see in our election, they no longer share naira, they share dollars. Even in the Senate, the election they did in the Senate, it was dollars they were sharing. All these are major issues which are not supposed to be so. In Nigeria, we are not supposed to be exchanging dollars, but it's only in Nigeria. You go to occasions, you see people spreading dollars. We value dollars more than our naira. We don't have faith in naira again. We just leave the naira to continue to behave anyhow. For God's sake, what is happening to us as a nation? We are busy with Niger that want to solve their own problem their own way. See, I don't know. See, I'm not getting what I want as a person. You see, if you enter market today, the way things are skyrocketing and all that. We are here speaking a lot of grammars on Niger. Nigerians are here suffering a lot of damages and all that. People are suffering.
Can I interject you, please?
Yeah, I can interject.
Good. I just want to correct you. Yesterday you said that we have been on this Niger thing for almost 2 months and nothing is moving. We are losing. Today you have said it again for over 1 month. The Niger coup only happened on the 27th of July. If we count 27th of July till now, it's just about 2 weeks. It's less than 2 weeks. So when you said it, that we have been on this Niger thing for almost 2 months and nothing is happening in Nigeria, it's not factually correct. And today you just said it again. It is not factual. It's less than 2 weeks. I agree with every other thing that you have complained, but just to put this date as
so no matter the amount of days that it has taken, it's taking us too much. That is my take.
But exactly, but it's good to put
it's taking us too much. See, just look at it. You have just screened your ministers. We are not getting anything, no portfolio, nothing. It's just only screening. These guys are supposed to be working by now. What are you telling me?
I agree
what kind of negligence is that?
No, I don't think it's negligent. You see, if it were you, we have some states that are not as complex as federal government that have not appointed commissioners even till now. I'm not saying it's right. We could do better, but there are some complicated. How do I put it out? There are some complications that are involved in these things. You know, a lot of consideration and I'm sure everybody wants to move fast, but it's also good to haste carefully. Some states have not even appointed commissioners as we are speaking. And
is that why the federal should not start to work. You see,
No, I'm not
you see,
saying this.
Bishop. There is no excuse for failure in this life.
No,
If you say you fail,
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying failure. I'm not. You have said failure. I'm not saying
no,
failure.
it's not. Let me tell you. Some people give their government 100 days to begin to count what they are, what they have been able to. What at least 100 days in office, we should know the direction we are going as a nation.
Okay.
As in, we should know
Can I answer you?
this is what we are going to achieve from this government.
Bishop, answer him, and then after that, I want to bring other voices in. But
I will just go away after answering this. If we can come back tomorrow and analyze one after the other, very critical things that this government have done. I can mention 10 to you now, straight away, without fly away. It might not have been things that will impact immediately. And let me tell you, things that are going to endure that we need are not things like quick fix. They are things that will be. So I can say, even without a cabinet in place, I can mention 10 solid things that this government have. Is it the electricity bill? Is it this one we are complaining about?
The electricity bill was Buhari. You know, he just assented it when he got there.
He assented it. He assented it. It was fine. But I can mention 10 of the very major things that the government is just too much. It's just
Bishop, a nation wouldn't have said that they have achieved anything if their citizens are not satisfied with their daily demand and all that. Do you understand? When you know that you buy a cup of rice for 500 naira for maybe a family of 3, then the next day you buy it for 600 naira. Today is almost 750 naira for a daily cup of rice. So how many family? If you have like a family of 5, there is no way 3 daily cup of rice will be enough. Maybe it's manageable. 3 daily cup, just 750 times 3. Then you begin to talk about tomatoes. That is so. All these is just a normal issue that the government should look into. We are talking about maybe exportation, but for now, exportation, it might be something that will take them so long. But there are some political will that this government needs to put in place for now, especially the hoarding of naira that is going on in our nation. Because you cannot tell me that the many big men, especially politicians, they have these dollars in their cupboards. You understand? Those measures needs to be put in place. And the corruption that is eating deep in that dollar of a thing.
Let me just speak to that dollar something, and I will run away. I promise. Now, the issue of the dollar, I think it is our collective fault that we have. Before, some people were benefiting, some individuals. I wanted dollar in CBN some years ago. Everything that I did not get one single dollar. Eventually, I had to go and buy at the black market. I did everything, spoke to friends. Everybody was just dribbling me to the last minute. But there are some few individuals that right in their home, when they are sipping champagne, they will just call some powerful people and they will give them dollar at the expense of ordinary Nigerians. Is that what we want to continue? And they said, look, everybody go and buy dollar where you want to buy it. Government is not going to subsidize dollar anymore. So be it. So if you want to go on a pilgrimage, if you want to send your daughter abroad, if you want to go on a vacation to the Caribbean, anywhere, go and buy dollar like every other person. And if you are going to buy to come and sell something, convert it and come and sell at the commercial rate. Don't let government be subsidizing dollar that is only benefiting less than 1% of the population. But now we are kicking against it. I know it will go up. You yourself, if your brother or you yourself go abroad and you make some dollar, or your friend or your brother send $1,000 to you tomorrow, I know you will not take it to the bank for them to change for you at official rate when it was 460 naira. Nobody will do that.
See, Bishop, see, nobody is saying that you should subsidize the dollar. I'm not talking about subsidizing it.
But that was what was happening.
I'm talking about the corruption that is in it. I'm telling you that many of them are holding this money. They have it.
No.
So, when you go to bank to purchase this dollar, it has already been mapped out for certain individuals.
Exactly. That was hold on. Sorry.
Nobody is saying who is talking about subsidizing the dollar. We are talking about there are some measures there are some things they need to fight, at least to make those people that are holding it bring those monies out.
See,
I'm telling you that any amount of dollar that comes in the market, at least tomorrow morning now, any amount of dollar that comes inside the market, many of them they have been waiting to just pack it, save it, put it in their cupboard.
But the situation now is that
all right. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Let's bring Pansat into the conversation. He's just to document his thoughts as well. Pansat, come in.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I was sitting here and wondering when you're
That
going
man will have
to.
nothing to contribute.
I was looking for the window to bring you in, but
thank you.
In. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Good night, then.
Yeah. The discussion.
See, one man.
Yeah.
See, people are leaving now because Pansat has to come with.
I'm telling you.
No, they are not leaving because of Pansat. Why would they?
Let me go and block my ears because I don't want to hear his ramblings.
Yeah, they don't sorrow. Yes, they don't sorrow.
Yes. I don't want to hear his ramblings.
Those who are leaving, please leave quietly because we're having a somber conversation here. Right?
Okay. Who dies?
We're talking about this Nigerian issue. That's what I came to talk about. We've been touching upon it lightly here and there, avoiding the elephant in the room. Obviously, that last election that we had there, where it was a civilian coup, pretty much. So you juxtapose it, what's happening in Niger, it's pretty much the same people, the same culture, the same outcome. But I won't belabor all that. There are a couple of points I want to make to Nigerians, and of course to my Yoruba brothers and sisters. What's happening here is a big deal. Nobody's actually talking about the practical things. Right now, there's a lot of people suffering in that border. Katsina, Kano, to Niger. It's a lot of Nigerians.
You've discovered a sudden love for your Fulani brothers, have you, Pansat?
You know, it's interesting. No, I have not. When I'm analyzing something, there's a portion of it that is just dedicated to facts. And those facts, they're going to fall wherever it may, right? Could be against me, but I have to lay the facts down. I have not discovered any love for anybody. What I'm saying is that already there's a lot of people suffering. There are truckers who come to Nigeria from Niger, and they make their living by going back and forth in that border. Niger is a landlocked, vast country that shares borders with maybe 7 African countries. And all these people have been duped to place all kinds of sanctions on this country. None of it is actually touching the coupists themselves, but our African brothers and sisters are suffering. There are a lot of them that cannot go back to their families, and they're in Katsina, in Kano, and they cannot go back. But more importantly, and this part I do like, the humiliation and cutting off the knots of the Hausas in Nigeria now, because you have to think the way they think. They trusted this man here, Tinubu, and helped him rig an election. He didn't give me any sign that when he was going to France, undergoing surgery like I talked about yesterday, a couple of days ago with you, one man, that he's actually protecting their interest. None of that is my business. Now, I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I love all Africans, right? I do. Are Fulanese Africans? I don't know. I really don't. But Hausas, I do know Africans.
Oh, hold on. Fulani, I'm a Fulani, and I'm an African.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but I've heard a lot of them say, now I'll take you at your word. If you're an African, fine. I want you to be an African. But a lot of them say they're Arabs. So, but my point I'm making is that a lot's already happening. Don't be waiting for a shooting war before you know that right now the Hausas are not happy. You could see people like Mr. Saad there, the head of the Muslims in Nigeria, Saad Abubakar. You have Sanusi Lamido. You know, once Sanusi Lamido comes out, Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi, the former emir of Kano, you know there's something going on. He was a former spy in Lagos for the Muslims, right? He knows the Yorubas more than anybody. He knows the Yorubas more than the Yorubas know themselves. He knows what their character is, and he elucidated that in an article. I'm going to quote that article. You could Google it. I've said it here a couple of times because right there he poured out his soul. It was prophetic. He's called the problem with Nigeria is the Yorubas or something like that. So he's been out there and he's seen his people humiliated. Okay, because you go to Niger, they speak Fulfide house. By the way, one man, are you saying that I should give me a 2-minute warning because there are more important things I have to say? I don't want to be cut off at those. So if you think 2 minutes, just give me the 2 minutes warning. Who is that talking? Who's talking?
This is Adewale. See, what you're saying about
please hold on, please close your ears. You said close your ears.
I don't even know where you started, where you are heading to.
Mute him while I land. Please mute him while I land.
It doesn't make no sense.
I'm not.
It doesn't make not what you say makes sense at all.
I'm laying it down for a lot of ignorant people who don't want to know the truth. So I have to bring all this in. Right now, you are cutting off more than you can chew. All right. These people are not erudite scholars. They don't care. They thought they're gonna bring in Tinubu, who's gonna suck it to the Igbos, for example, right? That's the only reason why they're supporting Tinubu. It's not like they have love for the Yorubas themselves. So they setting us back constantly. Their culture over there is nothing but terrorism. Instead of trying to build our country and have people make money.
Try and moderate the language up and
I go where the truth takes me. Are you saying that there's no terrorism in the north? One man? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you want me to say?
I'm saying there are terrorism in Nigeria.
It's terrorism in Nigeria, but I don't see any terrorism.
There's terrorism in Southeast.
Hold on. That's not terrorism.
What was it?
Right?
Killing people, eating woman.
When you tell anybody
eating woman beings, not terrorism.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Human beings talking.
Who's talking? Please stay calm. Let me make my point. I was calm when you were talking. And believe me, because I'm avoiding being interrupted, I'm just gonna say the facts. I'm not gonna say anything that's untrue. But when you tell any human being about terrorism, it has to have a Muslim angle to it. Anything else?
No. Hold on. No. I'm sorry. I can't let you. Don't make comments like that.
Okay,
please.
Well, that's a fact. Any other thing is violence. People do violent stuff. That's not terrorism.
In fact, I'm minded to ask you to withdraw that statement.
I'm not going to withdraw it.
All right, then I'll excuse you. You can't say things like that.
Yeah, can I say something? Can I respond to him, please? As a Fulani and a Muslim?
Yes, the terrorism is not associated with any religion. We saw how Christianity was spread. So please don't make comments like that.
Don't want to be interrupted. I want you to respond to me later. The Fulani guy. That's a tangential point. That's not what I'm here to talk about. All right. So just hold your horses. When I'm done, you respond to me. By the way, that could make for a fascinating discussion. If you're sincere, we could talk about.
100%.
I want to talk to a Fulani person. I do. So
bring it
hold on. Let me talk about what I see is going on in the country, because I'm the only one who's going to be able to tell you these things. I'm the only one on this platform that could tell you that what Tinubu is doing is going to bring a massive problems between the Hausas and the Fulanis because the real actors, I mean the Hausas and the Yorubas, they've already they are flabbergasted. They can't believe it. What we were telling them during the campaign, right? That they were too stupid to understand because of tribalism that blinds all of us in that country. It's here. The illegitimacy of Tinubu, because he's just that selfish and wicked. He comes in, you have Ghana in that organization, ECOWAS. You got Ghana there. And
hold on, Pansat. Sure, and everybody else, make sure you are muted unless you want to interject. Otherwise, your background noise will interfere with the stream.
That's directed to people who are not muted, right? I'm not muted. I'm okay though, right? Because I'm speaking. Is that correct?
Carry on. Carry on. But please don't just deliberately set out to be offensive in the language.
Okay, I will try my best. I'll tell you that we have a somber discussion going on here. Unless, I mean, you want to talk about periphery, or do you want to talk about the issues? But I'll try my best. There are 15 members in that economic community of West African states. Of course, you have Benin, you have Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, this Niger we're talking about. Then, of course, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. This new person called Tinubu comes in there. They make him the chairman. This man has never been a head of state before. His election is not resolved. He rigged the election. He's a fraud. And all these people know these things. These Africans put him in there, and what does he do? He goes to represent the French. Now, whether he's doing that or not, it's inconsequential. It's the appearance. Now, in all these things we're talking about tonight, the appearance is the only rubric to measure what's going on. Forget about if it's true, if it's not true. How do they perceive it? People in the North. How do they perceive it? How do you think they perceive it? Right now, they've come out to talk. You played a video, a short clip a minute ago of one of those troublemakers in the North. I've seen him before. He's not a rational person. So he's looking at it as a humiliation. He says, if you have, let's say it's Benin, would you do what you're doing to Niger? That's the way they're looking at it. So I know it's a loaded panel here. We cannot go, I don't want to go at it with one straight shot. But the biting sanctions that were put on these people, the strict 7-day thing that was given to them, was disrespectful. At least have some respect for our people in the North. Now, as a Biafra, I must admit to you, Tinubu is the best thing it ends up being for me. Because if he's successful, he's going to go over there and drain that swamp in Niger. Now, if the other countries who are threatening to join that junta there in Niger, if they carry it out, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, some of these people who already have a military thing going on, then it will be really one of the best dreams I can ever have. That area needs to be drained. That's where a lot of our regression comes from up north. When we have elections, they cross our border and come and vote. When they want to do their violence and occupy our forests, they go over there. People like Rufai and Buhari go over there and get them. Because in Nigeria, we don't have that kind of culture of buying our people. This is where it's coming from. So in a way, I can say that Tinubu is about to cause one of the things a Biafran will love is to see the Yorubas and the Hausas go at it it will be a great thing for the country, right?
All right.
No, hold on.
It's very clear. This guy doesn't know anything about Northerners. He's never been to the North. The Northerners don't reason like the Igbos. They don't reason like you.
Deal with the
They are not ethnic. Jingo is ethnic.
Are you gonna
like you.
one man? I'm gonna hold you responsible forever.
They are different from you, dude. So stop projecting your own mentality on other people.
Please
don't think everybody would think the way you would think. Don't think the Northerners would think. I also would think the way Igbo would normally think.
One man, you are disrespecting me with.
No, I'm trying to educate you. I've lived in the North. I know Northerners. Someone like you never lived outside of the Southeast. You don't even know Nigeria.
My friend from that said is a Fulani.
You are here talking what Igbo would normally do. I also don't think like that. They won't behave like that. You need to understand
your question, Mr. Yeah, go ahead.
Stop speaking for Northerners. Let them speak for themselves.
Good evening, gentlemen. This is your Fulani Muslim brother from Sierra Leone. Good. It's unfortunate my brother took this to a topic that is not good for not just Nigeria, but for Africa. You know, by what you just said about Fulani and Muslims.
Sure. Just to give you the heads up, Pansat is on a special diet. So
I know, and I like Pansat, and I like him, and he's been contributing brilliantly, and I'm not gonna hold it against him because we're speaking here. I'm not gonna hold it against him, but just to educate you, the Futa Jalon, the Fulani. We are Africans just like any other African.
I'm listening.
We are African just like you. We have been in the continent the same way as you. You know, just like any other Africans. Yeah? And when it comes to terrorism, you have a 0.1%, not even 0.001% of so-called Muslims, but terror is a terror. It does not matter who it is. A terror is a terror. I live in America today, where for the most part, even if we see killing every other day or major killings where they're killing a lot of people, that's a terror. That's a form of terror. So terrorism is everything. Let's not just make this Islamic thing. No, there's a lot more there's a lot more Muslims that are suffering from terrorism than the Christian or anyone else. So I will pass that. I will leave that now. So
I don't waste too much energy.
All right.
But
let me agree with you. I like I said, when I made that statement, I'm saying a lot of Fulanis that I have encountered, some of them describe themselves.
You've never encountered the Fulani ever, not once.
One man, stay out of this, okay? I'm talking to somebody who's a very reasonable person. So stay out.
He's never live outside of the Southeast in Africa.
They describe themselves as Arabs, right? Not just in Nigeria. When you go to what is that republic and up north there? Anyway, so a lot of them describe themselves that way. So I take you at your word. Now,
my brother, any black person that consider themselves Arab, you should just ignore them and walk away because of their ignorance.
Exactly, and that is true. That is true.
You know, you should not generalize that to all Fulani. You know how many 100 millions of us are in Africa?
Right, but you know, I don't have time. I don't have time to figure that out, right?
Yeah, so we are one of the largest.
I'll take your word at it, but here's what I'm doing. I'm more concerned about my people, right? So when I see somebody like yourself, who's educated and Pan-African, already we're brothers because that is the whole thing.
That's the whole thing, and that's why I like you. That's why I like you. That's why I agree with all your comments. But move to bring this back topic to where all this started about the dollar. I think part of the problems that we're having currently with the economic issues that we're having, because what you guys are facing, we are also facing the same thing. With the government used to subsidize from petrol to rice to different things. After the election, they took all of it because of what IMF have told them. And we need to stop this.
Which part of what state are you from?
I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm not from Nigeria.
Oh, no wonder. No wonder.
No, don't offend him.
I'm not. I'm saying. Were you here yesterday when I was on the platform?
Yes, I was with you.
And I was saying to you, right? Whenever we have other country, Ghanaians, in the midst of Nigerians, they are outclass the Nigerians. You heard me make that statement yesterday, right? So here you are. I thought you were from Nigeria and you were making sense. And I'm going, here's another Nigerian that makes sense. Only to be disappointed that you're not from Nigeria.
Well, I claim to be Nigerian. I got brother-in-laws. I got two brother-in-laws that are Nigerian. So it's all part of the family.
You see that it's scientific, right?
Nigerians are in Sierra Leone taking the women too now. Is that?
Yeah.
Is it not?
Yeah, you are. You are. I got two of my sisters that are married to Nigerians. I have Nigerian nieces and nephews. So we are all Nigerians.
Hold on, Pansat. Is there a resentment towards that? Because I know there's a resentment towards it in South Africa that Nigerians go there and take all their women.
No, we don't. You see, this is West Africa. We West Africans are one of the nicest Africans. We don't discriminate against other people. This is a recent thing for us. We don't hate other people. We don't care for.
Speak for yourself. For the Ghanaians hate us, the Senegalese, the Cameroonians, they all hate us. So maybe you don't hate us. And the Liberians, they don't hate us as well.
The Francophone countries, I would say, especially Sierra Leone, Liberia, Nigeria, we don't hate people. We do not hate people. We don't care about hating. That's not our problem. Our problems that we have is our government. That's the only problem we have.
I believe you. And I really do believe you. Like I said, one of these problems we have in Nigeria is just complete and total disregard for the truth.
That's it.
Right? So I saw you yesterday here. You're Mr. So, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and I was quite impressed in the way you handle yourself. You keep looking up to Nigerians, and we have that out there. You think that we're big, we could do this. And I came in here and I discussed our military might and stuff like that, of which it's not really where our salvation doesn't lie in our military might, right? So we do have to do the right thing. I welcome you into our committee and try to help resolve this. But you do have to stay away from that politics of not trying to offend Christians, or not trying to offend Muslims, or not to offend Yorubas or Igbos or Hausas. You have to call it the way it is.
Well,
right?
This is why
you understand what I'm saying? I'm admonishing you because I've seen you do that. It's disappointing to me because I spend a lot of my time trying to integrate.
Hold on. He has to call it the way he sees it, not the way you see it or you want to hear it.
That's what I'm saying. He should not do that. You cannot call things the way you see it. You have to. There are things that are universal truths. Is the distance from here right now to the sun is 93 million miles. You could see it to be 20 million or 10 million, but that doesn't mean anything. That's stupid talk. There are a lot of things. Right. A guy like me who spent a lot of my time trying to integrate West Africa, for one thing, I was very disappointed in one of the answers Mr. So gave me yesterday when I said there are 3 candidates. One of them is Peter Obi.
No. You had that conversation. Yes, you had that conversation yesterday, so don't have it.
Okay, so we have 2 Mr. So's here then. His name was Mr. So.
No, it's me. It's the only one. It's the only So.
So you were here. That's you I was talking to then, right?
Yes. Yes.
No, Pansat, what I'm saying is you had that conversation yesterday, so no need to regurgitate it again today. Because
why?
Of course,
but why?
Because you had the conversation yesterday.
Okay, well, if that's one of your rules here, I believe that
it's not a rule. It's just a basic thing. You can't keep hammering him until until you bend him over to your way.
I mean, the reason, okay, I can just go through over that really quick. The reason, again, I said yesterday, I do not give a straight up answer that you wanted is because I don't know the three major candidates that stand up their detailed policy. Because to me, it's about policy. It's not about where you come from or what you have done or who you are. It has nothing to do with that for me. I look at people, what they present on the table. If you're going to lead
my question, I did narrow it down to you. I said, okay, let's just assume they have the same policy. Let's assume their manifesto. Please, one man, please hold on.
No, you because you pushed him on that yesterday. So, I can't let you beat him into your will.
He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve that.
No,
this
no,
guy
you can't bully him into what is. Let him organically come to conclusions. He's an educated man, well-traveled man, well-informed, and he knows the shape of his own mind.
I'm impressed.
So don't beat him down.
No.
Okay, I will make you a deal. I will dig into their policies and their background, and I will come back and answer that question. I want to make an intellectual, a very good choice. I don't just want to base it on emotion or what someone else tells me.
You
know,
please, one man try to accommodate him, and of course the rest of us on that promise that he made. So let me conclude by saying that the last time ECOWAS took an action in a much smaller country, a much less complicated mission than Niger was in Gambia in 2017. And in that case, it took ECOWAS 7 weeks to mobilize to get anything done over there. So I'm just saying, though, it's not even the international ramification. I'm talking about what our country is about to be set ablaze. Even if Tinubu stops right now, because these Northerners are still in shock that he's doing something like this. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
No. Because I want to bring Prince Daddy in, so let Pansa conclude.
But let him ask the question with my concluding remarks. Let me suspend that. Let our guest ask a question. Go ahead, sir.
My question will be: say Nigeria don't go in. Nigeria just left Niger become a chaos state, and things start going crazy there. What then do you think Nigeria should do next?
Okay, well, it will not go into a chaos state. They have actors, rational actors, who have taken over their country, right? The military form. And they're holding the former president as hostage and those kind of things. It's just a matter of, negotiations, have him release those people and things like that. It's not going to a chaos state. It's going from a civilian, albeit puppet, to a military, but patriotic state, right? That's what we understand it.
But my brother, this is where I disagree with you, because the so-called powers to be will not allow that. They will destabilize the place. They will sponsor rebel groups. They will do different things.
Right. But
they're not going to allow that.
Doing that.
They're not going to allow that.
Right. They've been doing that, and we in Nigeria have been receiving the brunt of it. This Boko Haram, all these things come from that swamp, okay? That place needs to be cleaned out somehow. I'm in the United States. I love America. Whatever America does, I support. Now, I also love Biafra, my country, where I am from, of which Nigeria is a part of that. And what hurts my people, including as a Pan-Africanist, Nigerians, hurts me. So we have to resolve it. The situation is untenable where France, in all the Francophone countries, are taking out resources. Somebody cited earlier, $200-something out of uranium. They pay $10 or something like that. But you go to Cameroon, the way they buy people there, you know, and some other Europeans having activities in the Congo. And of course, we in the Biafra, we were the first to taste that venom from them because they discovered oil and they killed a lot of our people. Right? Up to today, they will not give us a break. So, my friend, we need a comprehensive solution because let me conclude by saying this. It's going to be controversial a little bit because it's true. I said it briefly yesterday. Every time you go to, say, Africa, you have Muslim population and Christian population, and they just can't stand the Christians. They are buying them all the time. But France can come to a country that's 90-something% Muslims. France is not, it's probably Catholic, some kind of Christianity over there. And they're complaining. Take their resources, all their bravado, all their hatred for Christians disappear. And that's an indictment on all of them. So I've said to them, repent today. Repent. Let's build Nigeria if that's what you want. If you don't want that, go your way. But if you want to build Nigeria when the election comes, don't go supporting somebody like Tinubu because what you're seeing here is just the beginning of it. He's a complete puppet to the French government. They could tell him, get on your knees, and he would do it. Because how could you think you could pull this off? It's impossible. When I came here, I told one man a couple of weeks ago, I said, what you're going to be seeing here is a Hausa and Yoruba issue. And he was just playing it off. One of the things I said the very first time I came on this, actually the very first day I come here, I'm going to dig out that tape for him. I said that this is a tangential point, that the refinery that Dangote is building, he's never going to build that. It's a fraud. Nobody cares, only if it has to do with Igbos. Somebody could do anything and get away with it.
All right.
All right. So thank you, my friend. Please look into that thing. Come back, but look into more than that. Look into Nigeria. Look into so that when you come here, you will be very good.
The way I look into Nigeria, my brother, for me, it's simple. The way I look into Nigeria is Nigeria to play the big brother role. Nigeria to open the border up. Nigeria, you guys produce more than all of ECOWAS combined. You guys produce more stuff than ECOWAS combined. Why not you guys sell your stuff to us? Why do we have to buy stuff from China or America or any other European countries? Why? Why not from Nigeria? This is my bigger pick of Nigeria. I don't want to get into the detail of little politics because we have the same. And that is just a distraction.
1 minute to answer that for him because it's important now.
No.
1 minute, let me just answer him on that. It's important.
No. It's giving you the parameters. Like I said, you can hear that he's an educated man. He holds his own. He holds his own in a. So
we're getting along. He and I getting along.
No.
1 minute to wrap up.
No. It's telling you that he's looking at it from a broader picture space. And he's not interested in NOB something or something.
No.
He's not interested.
That's why.
If you look into Nigeria through these Biafrans, you're just going to be confused.
Hold on. So, Mr. So, here's what I was going to tell you to look into because it's important what you said. When you look into, you're going to find out that Nigeria, for example, right now produces SUVs that are comparable to the Mercedes SUVs. Okay, Nigerians produce almost anything. If you go to Southeast Nigeria, they could make anything. They could make helicopters, they could make tanks. But look at why. Why aren't they producing them so that people can buy them from Sierra Leone, even from United States, right? And you're going to find out that that's why you have to look into it. It's not myopic. It's not minutia. It's what I'm saying to you. If you want Africans to, like you're saying, which is, look, yesterday I picked it up just like that. I said, you have more class. than your colleagues on the show who are from Nigeria. Because
don't patronize it.
I am not. Will you stay out of this? One man, stay out of this.
Yeah, man.
Stay out of it. I'm trying to conclude here. I'm saying look into it, but don't come here, okay, and say, I don't want to look into the little politics involved. No, look at everything. What really can Nigeria do if it's let loose in the free market that's unencumbered by politics and religion? What can Nigeria do for Africa? You have to know these things.
Well, you have to know these things, but we do not have to play this and make this as part of the problem. That's hence why. No, hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. Let me finish, my brother. Yeah. Hence why.
Sure. Say my better person they follow talk.
Yeah. And hence why, my brother, when you talk about the Fulani and bring religion, to me, all that is excuse, because if we are trading whereby is helping our people get jobs, right? Where we open each other, where you can see a Fulani Sierra Leonean that is somewhat different from a Nigerian Fulani, because Fulanis from each country is different. Just like Yoruba, Yoruba in Nigeria and Yoruba in Sierra Leone are two different things. You see what I say?
Yeah, exactly.
It's two different kind of people.
I'll be pushing one man. I agree with you. So let me just say I agree with you. I'll be pushing his patience if I said anything else. But I will agree with you. But before you go, what is the makeup of your country in Sierra Leone? What is how many percent are Christians? How many are Muslims?
Our country, we have 50-50. Christians and 50-50 Muslims, and we have never had problem with religion.
Right now, your president, what is he, Christian?
He's a Christian, and the vice president is a Muslim.
And the last one?
The last one was the last one. The president, Mr. Kamara, was a Christian, and then the vice president again was a Muslim.
All right, thank you very much. I really look forward to having a further discussion with you once one man can allow us to do that. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
Can I take Can I finish this time just briefly?
All right.
Yes, I give my time to you.
Well, yeah, I don't know. You doubled your time, but let's hear from you anyway. Sure, and then we hear from Prince Daddy after you.
Okay, and Prince, I apologize. I mean, it's just to stay with this, and I pray that we Africans, especially those of us that want to call ourselves Pan-Africanists, we need to get away from these language differences, because I don't even want to use tribal, because there's nothing tribal about us. This is just language. This is just linguistic. If you look at Fulani and Hausa, it's the same people, came from the same area. You know, it's not that much of a difference. It's just linguistic later on in life. This is the same thing that happened in Europe and everywhere else in the world. You know, we should not allow this and let this to be a problem for us. It's holding us back. Let's start looking at other Africans, next door neighbors, even your brother within your country as another African and as another brother. We're not Nigerian, we're not Hausa, we're not Sierra Leonean. None of that should matter, because none of that have not benefit any of us in West Africa. Your Yoruba-ness have not benefited you over me being a Fulani. We're all facing the same problem. The people in Nigeria today that are struggling, it's not just Yoruba, it's not just Fulani, it's not just any tribe, specific tribe. It's all the people.
There's a satellite parochial tribe called the Igbos as well. They like to be mentioned. So
okay, the Igbo, yes.
Another great. They get upset if they don't get a mention.
Indeed, another great nation. Another great nation. You know, another great nation, because they are a nation. You know, it is sad that we consider ourselves tribe, and then the Europeans consider themselves nation. The Scots are not calling themselves the Scottish tribe. They're calling themselves the Scottish nation, the British nation, right? They're all nations.
You can come here anytime you like. Sure, just from what you just said, all of my instinct, I hate that word tribe. You know,
it is.
You know, there are about 80, maybe even 90 million Yoruba people globally, from Brazil to the whole of South America, cascading through Europe, everywhere. In Nigeria alone, there are about 60 million. And in England, they're about what? About 30, 40, maybe 50 million English people. They'll call themselves a people, but they'll call you a tribe.
Oh my, you know,
They'll call
Yoruba land is
you,
bigger than England.
they'll call you a tribe. You know, you know, we're more than W in population mass, but we're a tribe just to denigrate and to diminish majority people.
Indeed, because it is a colonial term, my brother. It is a colonial term. The ethnic thing, the tribal thing, it's a colonial term to put us down and look down upon us, and we have used this to kill each other. When, for example, if you look at Sierra Leone, we have different nations, tribes, different, I will start calling it nations, yeah? And if you look at these people, all come from Nigeria. All come from your area. It's all the different languages in our land all come from Nigeria. It's just later on, based on centuries and intermarriages, you know, the languages changes. And we have all these different languages, but we are all the same people. But especially what you just said, the Yoruba nation is more than the Dutch. But no one have ever called the Dutch tribe. But they will call you tribe. The Fulani, maybe over 100 million or so, spread out from Mali all the way down to Togo, right? But we are a tribe. We are not a nation. I mean, and this brings me to that African thing, and to going back to with Niger. The whole reason is it's not a war with the Niger people. It's not a war with the Niger country. It's not a war with anyone. It's restoring democracy back and accountability. Just accountability that Nigeria, especially for Nigeria, this is an essential threat. Forget everyone else, what everyone else says. It's an essential threat for Nigeria. So yes, I agree with you. Nigeria have to carefully choose the right side here, because you go in is bad. You don't go in is bad. What do you need to do? You know, but they cannot allow that state to be a failed state. And I thank you guys very much. I will stay and quiet and let other people talk. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
You're right. We'll go in and light them up. That's what we're going to do.
Like a Christmas tree, you know.
Put them in the
we will drop confettis from the skies. Prince
you know what, Mama? I hope they make them dress like a mascot, parade them around the street, and then light them up.
Hopefully, we'll drop some nairas. I'll prefer some nairas than that.
No, we'll be dropping the confettis with the Tucano jets, but Prince Daddy, go on.
No, I don't have anything else. Sorry.
All right, Prince Daddy, good to see you. That's the Prince. Good to have you.
Yeah, you too, my man. Hello, everyone. How you doing?
We're good.
Good. Excellent.
You are late. We thought you were abandoning us today.
Yeah, no. I caught up in the end of it, but it's all good. You guys want to do shock and awe, but in the jet, but that's okay.
Yes. I don't know. People seem to be excited by the prospects of it. I don't know why. People are bloodlusting. You know what's it?
No, it's at this point in time, it's too late. I mean, just like I said, the first 1 or 2 days, you didn't know what was going on, and I actually just learned something new today. I don't know if you know about it, or if somebody else on the platform knew about it, but I heard this Chadian analyst on the rise talking about initially the guy, is it Tihana? I think is the head of the military junta right now. His gripe was that he the president Mohammed was his last name?
Bazoum.
Bazoum.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to retire him, and the general was against the retirement. Therefore, he instigated a coup, a palace coup. But when the army, the larger body army, heard about it, they came to the palace. They were exchanging some, they were communicating, and initially they wanted to go in and rescue, I believe, the Bazoum.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No. You're absolutely correct. I knew this way back. Yep. Go on.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So, but finally, somehow, somebody they brought all the different constituents in the military together, and they all decided, okay, let's the coup go through, and this how it happened. So, which kind of burst up my position and my point earlier last week that the way they came with their manifesto appears to be something they got from Wikipedia, because the demand was like hogwash, if you ask me. And this shows that the military coup was not what they are making it to be. Like, it's something they planned for months, and that goal is to kick out the French or the Europeans. So, but anyways, it is what it is right now. Too late for war. I've been checking out the map of West Africa, and yeah, 7 northern states, a lot of people, a lot of countries connected to Niger, and Niger is only what 25 million people. If I'm wrong, correct me. Not a very big country, but Niger can be shut down. I mean, we don't have to go in there militarily. There are other ways and other means to do that. They don't have anything to offer, really. But again, at this point in time, I think the sentiment, it's more than anything else. If the Northerners don't want war, for whatever it's worth, I think we just have to take the route of continuing to negotiate and see what we can do. Just like you guys know, at the end of the day, it's the people that suffer, the common people. If you put an embargo on them, if you block the borders, if you do this and that, who's going to suffer? Is it the military people? No. So that's what is going on.
And Prince, just to add that, you're absolutely correct. This coup, the general today that is over this coup was about to be fired. He was about to be replaced. He found out about it. So this is all the background of it. And again, if you look at the first statement that the junta pulled out, has nothing to do with French or anti-French or anti-West. And the military itself, as you clearly stated, the military itself at first was against this coup, especially the first 12 hours. They were ready to go in and shut this thing down. And I wish at that point ECOWAS would have given them the support to go in and do this. But they let it go on. And then within 24 hours, they were able to include the military. And the last part I want to add to this, the capital city where this thing happened, we have to remember that this is a stronghold of the opposition party that lost the election. 70% of the population of Nigeria, as you also correctly stated, about 25 million, 70% of them live outside that capital city. So we're speaking about minority here. Now, you think how long is the majority going to keep quiet? That's it. That's all I got.
All right,
Okay.
let's hear from Mike. Mike, sorry, respond to that, Prince, and then we hear from Mike.
No, yeah, that's it, pretty much. So, again, let's be cautious and try to resolve the issue the best way possible without going to war. But at the end of the day, I don't think I support any military coup or the military being in power, usurping our democracy. Anyways, thanks.
Come on,
All right.
Prince. Come on, man. We need you, man. We
I'm
need
with you.
we need you on this one, man.
All right, Mike. Let's hear from you. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, so what are you guys talking about? I didn't follow you from the beginning, so I don't know.
We are talking about the price of Gary.
You are still drinking Gary. Yeah, I don't come off that level. I don't live without that.
One man.
Yes.
One man.
Yes.
See, Mike is here, but his soul is not on the show. So just ask him something different. He seems not to be following what we're talking about. Are you
Yeah.
It only really came to beat Pansat down. That's what it really came to do.
Oh, Pansat and all this rambling. I can't even figure out what is the direction, what he's talking about, or where he's going, the direction. He's just mumble jumbling and all that.
If you hear Pansat speak once, you've heard him speak forever. He only ever says the one thing now. So it's just what he said yesterday and last year and 10 years ago. It's just to say, yeah.
I think it depends on the platform that he found himself. Sometimes when he go to these obedient platform, you will see him so critical. In fact, beyond critical, he will be so, spewing some of those hatred terms and all that, and it would not be apologetic to using any of those words, and that's my concern. I don't like it when people deliberately.
Pansat is an Igbo supremacist. So if you see him as that, then you can just put everything he says in that context.
It's an extremist, and his own extremism is a little bit derogatory. So he was not even apologetic when he was using those denigrating words against what was he talking? Now Fulanis are now saying they are now his best friend, his cousins, in his own dictionary. Yorubas are the worst now. We move to the next
the
person.
Yorubas have always been the worst to him anyway. But so Mike, we were talking about the way that the naira has been losing its value at an alarming rate, and then of course the resolution now to have some sort of military intervention in Niger. So that's really what we've been wrapping around.
Well, Africa, man. I think what I would say overall is I think we the people we need to start approaching our situation differently. We have to start with looking at things from a different angle. This idea of our leadership, leader, we have to stop it, man. It's time we just start looking into the people and say, okay, people, what's going on? We need to anything that goes wrong, let we the people say we are not doing something right. We the people. I think that's where we need to start talking now. From now on, I don't want if Africans today, from now on, say okay, we will no longer start saying leaders, or whenever we have problem, we want to discuss problem, we will no longer say leaders. Whenever we have problem, we say we the people, we need to solve it. I think things will start to change because it's just a cap. It's a way to cap out when we have a problem. You just say, okay, leader, go and solve it. Because most of the African problem is really people that can solve it. It's talents that can solve it. You understand? It's the population that can solve it. But when we believe that it's leaders that can solve it, then guess what? You're telling the talent, hey, just sit down, don't worry, don't do nothing. So I think we just need to change because all my life I've just been hearing the same thing. Oh, these leaders, these are our leaders, leaders. Everywhere I go, everywhere Africans are talking, it's the same thing. I don't know if it's a black man thing, or even black Americans too. All their problem, they blame it on their politicians. And they are the only group of people in America that does it. The whites don't do it. The Hispanics don't do it. The Asians don't do it. Those ones just solve their community problem of their if you go to the Asian communities in America, they don't even involve themselves in politics and they fix their community, they fix their problem. They all build banks, invest, they build malls together, they put their money together. The businessmen come together and just it's the same thing in the white communities. The white people come together, build private school, they donate money together, build private schools, solve problems. But the black is sit around, they wait for government to give them welfare. And when they can't find a job, they blame government. They don't ever think about the initiative of, okay, how about we start creating job? Your neighborhood, there's no job, and you're blaming government. When the next neighborhood, the white neighborhood, there are tons of jobs there created, and it's not government that created it. It's the people, the white people there. They're opening businesses. They are, it's the same thing with Chinese. Then you say racism. What about the Chinese people? They have Chinatown. They build the Asian people. They'll take over communities. Just build private banks, private malls, everything. But the blacks sit around and they'll be Democrats. Oh, is the Democrat? What does Democrat do for black people?
One man, can I
The
interject?
Republicans. So
Ask
I
Mark
look.
a question.
Hold on, wait. I look at them and I look at.
I'm asking to interject you. It's allowed here. Let's let him rule on it. I want to interject and ask you a question pertinent to what he asked
No,
you.
I don't need question from you, man, because I know what you're gonna do. Just annoy me.
One man, you're gonna rule on that.
Yeah, no, you ask me. I don't want your question. Don't worry. Just hold your question to yourself. Go and ask yourself in the mirror and answer it.
One man, are you there? We're not here to talk about
Bro,
Chinese
man, I'm the one
Black
talking, man.
Americans.
Guys, you had your rant. I
I'm not gonna be on
didn't
the
stop
same
you.
panel with a punk like this, right? If you
Yeah,
started a
punk,
discussion, we're
dumbass.
talking that I'm gonna exit the stage.
Yeah, get lost, then. God damn, anybody wants you here?
You come to insult somebody and you think that's a mark of I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Hold on.
I want
What's
to
going on?
interject him and ask me a question.
What's going on?
Yeah,
This one
I
was
was
trying to
interject
cut
and
me
ask
off.
me a question about Niger, the issue, and Nigeria, because he's talking about Chinese racism in America and all that.
You can have a conversation with Pansat, Mike.
The guy
if he's not doing his ego for something,
that's what he's gonna do now. Who has time for that kind of shit?
It can be engaging if he's not doing ego.
That's what he's gonna do. You won't say anything. Just go to bullshit, man.
Mike, the situation we find ourselves is about to, if it keeps on going, it's going to explode our country itself.
The Biafrans, we're going to fight them.
And you have, first of all, how many countries are in ECOWAS that's threatening to use force right now? Do you know?
Who are you talking to, man?
I'm talking to you.
Did I already say I'm not talking to you?
All right, so you don't know.
I don't know. Dude,
okay.
Calm down, man. One man, tell this guy to hold on. I don't want to
What do you think the Hausas would do?
Mike, hold on.
Okay, you want to have the floor?
I have to. If he's not going to answer,
does somebody else have a question for me? Because I don't have time for this guy.
All right.
We're not here.
Hold on, Pansat. If he doesn't want to respond to the interjection, then let him just continue with his monologue because he has the floor, as you know.
Okay, please monitor, because what he's talking about is trying to insult Black Americans or that kind of talk. It's not
okay. I should be insulting Bruce then.
If you say to insult Black Americans, what he's saying is
the United States. Of all of the people that should be cautioning insulting people, I'm not sure that you are.
This guy just insulted Fulanis and Hausas.
I'm Muslim.
Why can't people allow Mike to have his time? I want to hear from Mike. That's why I came back on board.
All right. Tell Karen Mike.
Do your job. I try to have him stay on topic. Insulting Black Americans is not good for us here. I'm in the United States.
Is it only the Fulanis that were allowed and the Yorubas that were allowed to insult?
No, listen, Mike. I mean, one man. I don't insult anybody. By the way, you have very, very, very bad listen of me. I don't insult anybody. I could debate somebody vigorously, disagree.
You just called Mike a punk.
You insulted me, though. You insulted me.
You just called Mike a punk. Let Mike carry on. Mike, carry on.
Okay, but please, if he continues along that line, I'm going to leave the stage. But if he talks about what we're here to talk about, fine. That's why we're in a panel. You don't see that on CNN, somebody coming and talking about Black Americans like that. That is not allowed.
All right, Mike, carry on.
So you are worshiping Black Americans out there. Well, anyways, so ultimately, what I'm making is it's high time we begin to look. The people themselves begin to look, within themselves. Like, okay, what can I do to solve problem? What can I do to contribute to the development? What can I do to contribute to the advancements? If we have to catch up with the rest of the world, it's gonna have to be me, starting from me, and then my neighbor, my community, my environment. The people have to be the one to come up with the solutions. At least if we are coming up with the solutions, and then the leaders are not jumping on, backing us, and then we can. That's when we have the ground to say, okay, hey, this leader is useless, this and that, and then we can. Actually, that would be a legitimate reason to now overthrow leaders, because we are presenting solutions, we are offering solutions, but leaders are not joining us. But if we're not offering any solutions, all we do is complain, cry, sit down, and blame leaders. What the heck, man? Like I said the other day, and also we're calling all these our African leader puppet. What you will put you there? Won't you be puppet? Who are they going to be loyal to? Say first of all, when African leaders want to do something, they are looking for a company to do it. They look into their population. No nobody in the population has a company that can actually solve that problem. So now they have to go to Europe to find the company that will do it, or Asia. And then you wonder why they show more respect to those people than they respect their own people. If American company if American government or any European government or Chinese or Japanese government, they want to do something, there's always a Chinese. There's always a company within their own country that can take care of it. Whatever problem is, a technological issue, technological need, anything, there's always that company that they can handle it, they can take care of it. So they have reason to say, oh wow, we have to respect our people. We have to have more respect for our people than we can do for other people out there. But when your own leaders, they're trying to get something done, look into the society, that the Africans, nobody's productive. No one can handle it. Most of their technological need, they have to import it from all these white people. You are telling them to dump these white people. I see all these Africans saying dump the French, dump this thing. Of course, yeah, we have to dump them, but goddamn, most of our economy, the technology we use uh, to the mechanized things that we do, we import it from all these same people who are telling our leaders to dump. One might give the example, you say the medical equipment in all the hospitals in Niger, they import them from France. You are telling your leader, okay, dump France. Okay, France, okay, we no longer import all those things to your country. Now your hospitals collapse. Most of the institutions, the computer things you use, you import it from all these European countries and all these. Luckily, now we have China in the mix now, because for decades it was only European that were they weren't supplying us all these things. And you wonder why your leaders are loyal to them. We the African, we need to start looking within ourselves and say, okay, what we as the people ourselves, what do we need to start doing? We need to start investing in ourselves, invest in your neighbor, whoever has talent in your community, invest in that person. So that person maybe can be the one to start innovating or come up with how to make things that we need. So I think it's high time we just change. We take we at this point. I think if I would advise, I think it's time when we have a conversation. Let's just stop this leader, blaming leader. We've changed leaders over and over, and we're still blaming leaders. And these leaders, our leaders falling from the sky. Are they not coming from the people in the first place? So let's stop this language of leader. If you have leadership. Come on, stop it, man. As a child, just what my father, my uncles, all those grown men talking about leaders. Now I've become a grown man. I see people in my generations doing leaders. Now seeing people I'm old enough to be my son, they are saying leaders. I'm like, At what point are we going to stop? you know, point finger at somewhere else, man. So me, I'm just done with these blaming leaders, man. It's time. I think what I ask myself is, what can I contribute? How can I make a change? That's what I ask myself. I don't have time for leader blaming anymore.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. Let's say from Midwest, very unusual from Midwest to just come and sit down quietly. It's can I chip in? So, wait till food, eh?
Good morning, Mama, and I greet you, house, and everybody.
Buddy?
I'm fine, though. The topic is a little bit very interesting because the way it is now, I think President Tinubu should listen to everybody, both those who are in support of his decision or his plan or what he intended to do, and those who are against it. So he can learn from all of them. You have to analyze what they are putting before him, because I heard somebody said the power to be. Yes, indeed, there are power to be when it comes to this Niger issue, and they are superpowers. Definitely, they have a plan, and they have been having a plan when anti or sentiment against them always happen. Some years ago, I think Guinea Conakry is the only French country now, West Africa, that doesn't use this franc français. The guy was lucky anyway, because the Cuba intelligence officers were already on ground, and when they planned to eliminate him, this France, I think those guys alerted him, and he was able to, went over those guys, and that is how he was able to rule that country. However, they never allowed him to succeed. They came in with sanctions and so many problems, and they impoverished that country. So, and I think Niger as well. But the danger is this: since the death of Gaddafi, the Sahel has been becoming a cove from these guys from that started in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they have been spreading. They are not just spreading, but they are spreading their ideology into the citizens of these countries: Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, northern Nigerians, and so it has been there. And they are, imagine a country where they buy 20 people at a day, buy 70. If you look into our internal problem, you will see even few weeks this week self, buy 20 people for Benwick, buy this one. So this thing cannot continue like that. And if our president made mistake to be the forefront, it is not going to be good at all, because definitely France is not going to fold their hand. But if Nigeria name is not the one on the front run, to say, oh, we are going to intervene, we want to restore democracy by force, for me, it has never worked in any place. It has never produced anything good. I don't know any place where they have forced democracy upon people, it produced anything good for them. I think America invested so much on it by going into Afghanistan. Today, the truth is clear that they failed woefully. I think they also stepped into Iraq. I don't see democracy there. The French himself led that crisis against Gaddafi. We are not seeing the benefit of such democracy. So now, if you look at these coup leaders, with French sentiment, they have been able to galvanize their people and rally support from their people. It means the people that they have been leading are not happy with the policies of the so-called democracy. Because if they are seeing the dividend of, democracy and policies with French, I don't think anybody would have used them as a level to get such thousands of support. I know there are people there who might have been willing to oppose them. But also, we have to look at the cannibals of people that make up that very country. When those people oppose something, they are not afraid to go to street. It happened in Sudan. You see the way they say, no, it cannot be. So these are the kind of people in that region. So when you see them, they are quiet. Then you have to understand that indeed, large population of these people, because of the French sentiment, they are in support with their leader. So for me, as a Nigerian, indeed, there is a huge danger here. The northern elite, their signal is very clear that, look, we don't want war here. These are our people. We are one. You can't go. You cannot. But using the name of Nigeria as a forefront for France when they already have their own plan is very disappointing. Because there's no way. There are rebels. There are so many things that is going on there. France has been there. They have plan A, plan B, plan C. So don't come and use Nigeria and ECOWAS as a flashpoint. So that would be if they destabilize the entire region, Nigeria cannot hold. There are territories within our country that is out of the government control, and it's very clear. We have not been able to solve that. And we want to trigger the youth again and make them exposed to that recruitment, evil recruitment. Is very heartbroken. And again, when you look at the history of the so-called Boko, something we have Haram in our country, those who fund that group, they don't even have one by blood of our people in their hand. Or think the federal government made mistake, They step into them with force, extrajudiciary things they love to do, and they eliminated the doves that formed that something while the serpent took over. And similar things what they are going to do here, because the youth that you are seeing that once they start losing their head, start losing control of these people, those guys in Sahel will have enough ingredient to use to cook their soup, and that will not be good for the entire region. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So we'll hear from Kumi, and then we'll start to round off. To Niger is not available. Work has taken Thomas away from us, and I don't think Mike is set up to take over. So Kumi, speak to us, and then we'll start. Unless anybody then has anything else that they'd like to contribute, we'll start to wrap it up. Kumi. Can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. In the absence of Kumi, then let's hear final words from Ajanle Koko, and then we will start to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, I think all this while we've been speaking on Niger, on Naira, on this and that. Well, let me round it up with this. This devaluation of Naira. One man, you remember when I told you last time, when I said the responsible government must not allow the currency of the country to continue to have a free fall easily like that.
Don't tell Lekene to stop importing champagne then.
So remember, you were saying, oh, for liberalization, you have to leave it alone. You have to, I said, for a country that is not a producing state, that is not productive economy, to open up easily for liberalization, that country will be wiped out. The currency will be they will suck that country, that currency of that country up. Because for you to open your economy, for you to liberalize, you must have something. You must have product that you want to have in place, that liberalization can push out, and therefore it will stabilize your currency, it will defend your currency. Your product will be able to defend your currency. But in a situation where you don't have nothing to defend your currency, man, your currency will be wiped out. So that is what we're seeing on. Yes.
Are you aware that the people doing hookups too are charging in dollars now?
But it's not so much as Ajanle Koko aware. It's more, how come you are aware? How come you know?
You need to know. You need to know.
Adewale is the regular, is the customer.
How come you know? Look at that.
The hookup people charge you in dollars.
If Adewale don't patronize them, how would they pay their house rent and their
look at that.
So
you know, it's a different language. You know, all we knew was prostitution. Now is hookup. Now, what does that even mean? Hookup? Are you a fish? What's the meaning of that? They just hookup. You know, You know, it took me a while to understand what is it not? Is that not another inflection of Ashewo
Ask
business?
Mike. Ask Mike. Mike will tell you the difference. Ask Mike.
Ask Mike. You
Àlàyé
are the one that telling us now. You are the expert. Are you not the one telling us what you are charging? How they are making
Yeah,
that?
look at that. What's the going rate? The Adewale these days. Look at that.
At the dollar, it's me. Black market rates.
And you know that all of this, a good percentage of these girls on Instagram, you know that it's a meat market, especially all those ones that twerk. And anyway, we'll have that conversation one of these days. Back to Ajale Koko.
So it's
Ajala Coco, please. Hello?
yes.
Yes. Could you spend the rest of the time talking about the variables or the reasons why the dollar keeps going up? What are the reasons? We all know it's free flow right now, but what are the factors driving up the naira?
Is that your alone brother still here? Sure. I was going to ask him something. Oh, he left, right?
He left, but he'll be back tomorrow. I think he's enjoying the place, so he'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask him something.
In fact, we captured everything we wanted. Really, it's Fulani, it's Muslim, and then it's not Nigerian. So just the thing we needed. But yeah, he'll be back tomorrow.
Oh yes. One reason that I can mention that is responsible is because Nigeria is a consuming state. And as such, we consume everything coming from outside the country. We're the biggest economy in Africa, biggest population, biggest market, and we don't produce for our own consumption. We import a lot of things for our consumption. So there's a high demand for that dollar. So high demand for that dollar is what's irresponsible. So we don't have enough because we don't generate enough. We don't have product that we exchange for that dollar. We don't have product that can defend our currency, that can stabilize our currency. So our currency is weak. We consume so much with high demand for dollar. And what is simply responsible for the free fall of our currency against dollar. So it is either you stabilize that currency by pegging it, or you have product to push back against, to stabilize it. You must have a product for an exchange.
Okay, sorry. Okay, you're right. But quickly, so that's a long term. We're not producing right now. We're not going to be a producing powerhouse in any time soon. But is it possible, just like inflation, right? If you want to curb economic activities, right, you raise inflation. If the government starts to charge a high fee for dollar transfer, for example, of foreign currency, would that help slow down the influx of the dollar into the economy? I think that's a big problem right now. People are trying to cash in, and a lot of dollars will be coming in. So, but the higher the fee they have to pay to send and receive the dollar, I think it will drastically slow down the dollar influx, I think.
Yeah, let me help out a little on that, Ajane Kuko, because the last thing you stated to differentiate by saying that it's a long-term thing, but we haven't been producing for a long time, and it hadn't been that high. So what are other factors then is to scientifically pin it down. So it has to be economic fundamentals, obviously, interest rate differentials, but mostly political instability. That's what causes this kind of thing. Risk aversion among investors, right? So when you look at where we are right now, you look at what we had before, just like you said, for the future, it's a long-term thing to start producing, but we've never produced. We didn't produce 2 years ago, and we didn't have this kind of currency devaluation. So it has to be political instability, and these chaps, they know. They know that it's something brewing in that country. So we have to face the facts.
But I think it's also government policies,
right?
Because when you look at when this guy was there, Buhari, he adopted the policy of pegging, and I think someone analyzed that pegging idea some years ago, and the person said when you peg a currency, there are policies as well you have to undertake that you should make sure that those policies work, and that is policy of production, so that you can meet up, that gap that you have been trying to seal. But if you don't meet up and someone else come in and remove it, it's like a water is trying to force itself through something, a very big water, and you peg it, like you put a wedge. And when you allow that wedge to fall out, it's going to move with full force. And that person was even putting Naira at 1,008 there. I think it should be 2 years ago, but I'm not too good in that feed anyway. But I think the present president need to go back to books that have to do with this so-called free flow, because this is what the World Bank want, this is what the IMF want, and Buhari did not listen to them. Because we need to look at our internal problem, not what will profit those people. Even the World Bank and IMF, they went into Greece. Greece are still very poor people. They went to spend, because their policy, I don't even think whether it's there to help any country to grow. I don't know how it functions. Most of European countries that went down because of crisis, their so-called World Bank would not been able to even rescue them. Every time they want to give you something, they tell you disvalue. And when you disvalue and you don't produce to some levels of high level, at the end of it, you impoverish your people. And even the few companies you have, they will just disappear. This is what I know. So thank you.
That's a good quickly. Yeah, that's a good point. But if we had embarked on a massive manufacturing, yes, that would have helped over time. But we didn't do that to balance the equation. But we didn't do that. And to what Pansaro was saying, look, the reason why the dollar maintained that so-called normal rate during Buhari's time was because it was being, controlled. The arbitrage was still there, and that's why now it's free flow. We're still not producing. We didn't produce. We were not manufacturing during Buhari's time, and we're not doing the same thing right now. So what we should have done many years ago, as usual, we kick the can down the road. Now it has come to this point. What do we do?
Well, I think we have to be the government have to come out with very, very aggressive economic policy. Number one is to ban some products from coming in, some products that are produced at home, that Nigeria manufacture at home. They have to stop the importation of such product. And then number two, the government must roll out a policy that will fund production. There must be massive funding for industrialization and production in that country. Industry or manufacturing, any manufacturing plant or businesses must be able to access fund at ease for production, at ease and a single interest rate.
Ajane Koko, let me ask you a question, please. when you talk of factory and government investing, is there any company or factory you want to establish that you will not cross your border to look onto other countries, either, buying technology from them, which you need the dollar. And when you use this rate to purchase those dollars, what will happen to your product as well?
That's it. Well,
no.
Can I?
What do you say? You say if we
look, for
what?
example, now you see this America, Japanese, this one, the way they run their business. What I was, there is no one person that is so perfect producing everything on his own. When something happened in Japan, I was so surprised. Mercedes are complaining we cannot even produce, and Volvo said we cannot produce this. And when something happened in Sweden here, German will tell you, oh, we cannot produce it. When something happened in Germany, you can see how interconnected and globalization, how it is. If you set up industry now, the government pump money, and you need some industrial equipment, you are going to import them. And when you import them with this exchange rate, it means there's already a high cost into that something. And when you, sometimes along the line, you still go to need some technology that have to come from outside the country to be able to perfect your production. So I think it's a long way. All this bounding, let me put this one quickly.
No,
you see some years ago,
you can't open your economy for everything to come in. It's never done.
No, what I'm not saying to open. I'm not saying no. We have to produce, but we already. What I'm trying to say, we're already in.
There are some products that, if you have the capacity to mass produce at home, you don't let it come in. Let your
I'm not talking about final product. I'm just talking about the process of producing something. You still going to get involved. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, look, I think we are saying the same thing, maybe in a different way. So, but what I'm saying is this: that government should make available, or let me say, the economy should make available funding in terms of access to loan. Businesses should be able to access loan.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every businesses in that country should be able to have easy access to loan.
Absolutely.
That will bring your economy to an economy that within short period of time will be a productive economy.
There you go, my brother. You just spoke the truth, my brother. And that is the problem that is holding Africa.
Yes. So
that is the biggest problem.
Yes. But when you turn your economy to a productive economy, that is, you will defeat this problem of devaluation of your currency. You will defeat it because you'll be able to produce we can produce
consumption to production, right?
Yes, you'll be from consumption to production.
That speaker will be right there for you, right?
Yeah. I trust you for that.
And my brothers, just to add to that, if you look at the countries that are facing this problem with currency issues today, are countries whereby the petrol or gas, whatever you want to call it, is high right now. Sierra Leone is one of them. And then of course, if you look at that industry, it's a dollar industry.
Right. Yes.
Dominated by dollar.
Yes. Let's say we have all our refinery working.
Yep.
And we invest on our electricity that we can have constant electricity to power our industries and every means of production in that country. And we have a system that make it easy for businesses to have access to loan. Forget about the rest. With our population
and trade within ECOWAS,
with our ingenuity, with our innovativeness. Look,
I went to Nigeria, and you see what people can do.
Ajani Coco, please let me quickly put this one
Will you
before you.
see what Nigerians can do with their hand, with their brain? And you just look at it look at this guy in a very small corner somewhere and you imagine that if this guy can have access to loan, if this guy can have
capital, man. Capital.
Ajale Coco, see what he just said.
This guy will build a very strong industry that will compete with any industry in the world.
So Ajale Coco, no. So that guy's problem now, what is it? What is that guy's problem now?
What do you mean?
Access to capital.
The guy just mentioned what is this problem? You said
to capital.
Okay, so who do we blame for? Who are we blaming for that?
Two, it doesn't, electricity to run the access to capital and the
access to capital part. Who are we blaming for that?
Hey, government.
Okay, wait. All of us there, we sit on this panel talking about the problem. So we know that guy has a solution. Shouldn't we be discussing how we can put money together and help that guy? What does it have to be the government to put the money? What do we have to wait for? If the government is not putting the money, why can't we, the people, the community, put that money together? And you think we sit around?
Hold on. We can answer that. Can I answer that? But can I answer that?
We've done that in the past, We've done that. We've done that. Have we not done that in the past, Ajande Coco?
Done what?
Yes.
To parachute money to help people.
Who's doing that?
Huh?
Who?
This platform.
Well, I don't know. I'm not aware. But the wider point I'm making is this: in the community, when we discover talent among us, whether it's in technology, whether even in sport or whatever it is, we wait for government that's somewhere to just come and be the one to invest on that person when the community themselves can invest on that person. If somebody in the community has the talent to change to make a complete breakthrough for the whole country, and it's in our community, we just ignore that person and we sit around blaming government for not investing in that person. Whereas in other society, it's there are people in their community that invest on them.
Mike,
I think
Mike,
you are
Mike,
getting.
please let me. I would have been happy to put something here for you if I'm permitted. Ajale Coco, please. We know we are taking your time. Look, the problem we have in Nigeria, I keep on saying it, is that Nigeria is not a capitalist country; it's a black market, and that is why it's very difficult for people or the government to organize a successful loan. And the real factor that is really our problem is this: corruption. If you talk about electricity, we have pumped enough money into electricity that could have given us electricity and we will be selling. We cannot even, I don't think we will argue over that. Look at refinery. We use our money to go and refine our product in dollar, bring it back, value it in dollar and everything.
Midwest, name a Nigerian company they know how to build a power plant. Company.
Wait, my brother. If you wait now, if I know we don't have, but the thing is this: no country in the world that have everything. There is what is called technology transfer. There is what you know-how transfer. There are companies that are willing to transfer to you. Depends on your policies. The thing is this: I want to point out the way we do business in Africa. You say once at a time, Mark. You say you are a business person. Also with me here, I run business with government. I don't know how American people run business with people, but in European soil here, if you start up anything, you must register with government. But that of Nigeria, not that of that Nigeria registration where one person is in office and put number to you. No. When they give you number here, the number will link you to tax office, it will link you to the Ministry of Finance direct.
Yeah.
And every transaction, daily transaction, the greatest problem we have in Nigeria is what I want to point to you here in a simple term. Every daily business transaction is known to the government. They will see it through what you are reporting to them. And it is compulsory for you to report what you are doing, your transaction. In Nigeria, the government is separated from the daily transaction of the people. What I mean by this, not that they don't come there to collect tax. How do they know what you are doing? The answer is no.
Well, they
They
don't have a
don't know how.
technological means now. You
They,
can't
they
compete. They
don't know
don't have a
what you are
technological
doing,
means.
how you are running your business. So to pump money into it is difficult. Like here, if you want to borrow money, it's not like it's paper work. There are things, there are process. And when they see it, oh, this business is trying to strike. Sometimes they are afraid. The bank can tell you, we are not too conversant with this idea. Just like when the Facebook and the rest will be tested, giving you testifying that when they want to sort money was very difficult for them because people don't have this idea. You still have that same problem. We need to change the way they do the business transaction in Nigeria. This black market must go into capitalism where government is involved in what people are doing. So when you want to put money into it, you will know what you are putting money to. And at the end, if the company is not doing well, if it is still financed, you still come in. If it is not financed or something is missing, you will still study from there. The government is totally separated from the people, and the Western people are taking advantage of this. We claim we are into capitalism. We are not in it at all. Until we move from this black market to something individual, we cannot be able to do it. Bank cannot even risk it and put money into the business they don't know. And most of the people who have access to even load the money in our country are the influential people. They meet in one corner, they rub minds together. Whether they pay back, they don't pay back. Sometimes there's a way they can keep on manipulating everything. I think this is what I just want to tip in there. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that if the government doesn't take a very aggressive economic policy that can put a stop to this unending devaluation of our currency, this devaluation will destroy our economy. It will impoverish people. It will destroy our purchasing power across the board. It will make a lot of people poorer in that country from the top to bottom. We will all be poorer, and the economy will be losing money every day. And look, what $5? I want you to take a look of this. What 500, 1,000 naira can buy 3 months ago or 5 months ago? What 1,000 naira can buy 5 months ago, 3,000 naira cannot buy it today. It shouldn't continue like that. So what that simply tells us is that, look, even if Tinubu generates more revenue today, you will see that in comparison to the lower revenue that Buhari was generating during his time, the higher revenue that the higher revenue that Tinubu is generating today, it cannot service the value of what Buhari lower revenue can service during his time. So that's will tell us that yes, we are generating more. It will look good on paper that Buhari was generating lower revenue. Tinubu was generating higher revenue, but the higher revenue of Tinubu cannot service the same thing that the lower revenue, the same value that the lower revenue of Buhari's, the lowest revenue that Buhari can service back then, Tinubu higher revenue cannot service it. So, and that is what the devaluation will bring. It will continue to kill our
the value of our currency at the detriment of our economy, at the detriment of the people, and at the detriment of the future of Nigerian people. Will be more poorer every day, in and out, and that'd be very bad. So something has to be done to it right now, and as well, something has to be done to aggressive policy have to be done to encourage, to make it possible for Nigeria businesses across the board to have access to loan at a single interest rate, low interest rate particularly. That is the way forward. That is the strategy and policy, rather economic policy, that can save our economy and change us from production, consumption to production. Yes.
All right, brilliant. So gentlemen, we really must wrap it up here. But before we wrap it up, Remy's joined us at the late hour. So a very quick word from Remy, and then I think the Pansat is going to sign out. I think he's got his guitar ready. So I think a love song in the direction of
I sure do. I do. Thank you. After Remy, right?
What's that?
You said that Remy is going to be say something before I play us out?
Yes. So Remy's joined us. So let's just document a quick word from him, and then you can play us out. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And I'm quite happy to be here again. It's quite unfortunate about the Naira exchange rate, but just my own personal opinion, I think, to be frank, Nigeria should just scrape the black parallel market totally. Because I don't know, because I'm not an economist, but I think it's high time we have to do something about the exchange rate. If they can scrape the black market, and then,
hold on, Pansat, let him land, and then the floor will be totally yours. Yeah.
If they can scrape the black market totally because of their sharp practices, and I think as you guys also advise, probably also about reducing importation of some manufactured goods and then subsidize production. I think maybe the Naira will maybe stabilize, not continue to fall this way. This is not good for Nigeria, to be frank.
All right, thank you, Remy. So sorry it was so brief, Remy, but we were just about to, in fact, before you came in, we were already shutting down, but you couldn't come in.
I see. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right, we couldn't shut down and not let your fans hear your voice. So Pansat will play us out only after I've acknowledged the super chat. Ayo, of course, traditionally, Alexander Gomez, as you would expect. He came in twice, but then Ayo, of course, he rapids through that. Pansat, in this instance, he joins that space. Prince joins, not the main, not the secondary Prince. Ayo comes back again. The main Prince comes in, Prince Daddy, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So that's the end of Solomon Grundy. We bring it to a close only to reconvene for tomorrow. So to sign us out, to sing us out, the mighty Pansat.
Thank you very much. I thought Ekene was here to sing this Igbo song, so I'm just going to do a little scale of it, and then I'll play something else. Here we go. This is called ihe n'elu ụwa Chineke na-enyekwara anyị n'ụwa onye nweta ya sibe ya nwetara n'aka Chukwu. I'll end that one. You should be familiar with this one. Parabela la bamba, parabela la bamba, se necesita una poca de gracia. Una poca de gracia pa' mi patria, y arriba, y arriba. Una poca de gracia pa' mi patria, y arriba, y arriba. Bam, bam, bam. Come on.
All together now. Bam, bam, bam.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Thank you very much.
The great bazaar.